Alrighty then. We have returned. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Well enough equipped. Alright, we got some milk and we got a roast. That feels alright. Sword's in pretty good condition. Oh. I got a lot of loot left to sort. Oops. Not quite heading out just yet. Not much of a point in leaving home with your vehicle still full of loot. So I gotta sort this out really quick. We are almost full on oxygen tank storage. Recently picked up an M9. I'm sorry. We've had an M9 for a long time. M36. We've recently picked up. Now we have an ankle holster. It's great. I love it. Now these magazines that I'm putting in the trunk are full of bullet. The camera is going to go out here with the rest of the furniture. Now everything else is going to be assorted loot. A couple of predictable categories, but most of them are Want stuff like this. Got a bulletproof vest here that's for tailoring. I've probably got a lot of those now that I think about it. Food container over here is almost full already. This is just supposed to be stuff that's going to stay locally. Crap. Well. Separate the canned food, I suppose. Put the canned food in the corner here. Maybe the canned food and the soda can go in the corner. That should give me a lot more room to work with. I don't really have a good spot for gas cans yet. Not down here, at least. It's another bucket I'll just drop outside to get filled up with rain or snow. Lots of first aid stuff from the Muldraugh Police Department. It's the basement morgue is kind of almost like a hospital loot table. Not quite as many, medication sort of things, but other generic first aid stuff. Suture needles, forceps, scalpels, that kind of stuff. Let's see here. Recipe of all things. A car battery charger. I'm just going to put that on the ground out here. Yeah, this is a good spot. Highly doubt I'll ever use it, but if I need it, it's right here where I can tow a vehicle up to it. Welding rods. My old knee pads before I got these beautiful black knee pads that actually match my pants. You almost don't even notice they're there. It's great. I love matching. Okay, yeah, plenty of bulletproof vests here. Now, this one's actually intact. The one that's intact, I'm going to toss into the, I'll toss into the bin over here just because I don't know if I'll use it for tailoring since it's intact. The ones with holes in it, yeah, I'm going to use those for leveling my tailoring skill. for context, you can level your tailoring skill by turning bulletproof vests into other forms of armor, even if they've got holes in them. So bulletproof vests with holes in them are actually useful now. So I always peel those off of zombie corpses whenever I find them. Right, most of the rest of this is just gear. Yeah, just toss that into the variety bin here. It's almost full. I've been trying not to let it get full, but it's getting there. I'm gonna move some of these containers to a different. Put it over here with the weapons, I guess, for now. Alright, 3 more bags of loot, and then we can head back out. Yeah, I'm going to start putting armor in a separate bin here, because if I don't, it will fill up the main bin way too quickly. So these elbow pads and gaiters, I don't even know exactly how to make those yet, but apparently you can make them and or repair them, so that's a thing. Some magazines. Badge. Bandanas. The flag goes outside. This is where I'm keeping all the furniture that I pick up, because I'm probably going to do a separate loot transport run just for furniture. So I can put all the furniture that I pick up over there. Got some dispensers. Poop dispenser here. Can never have too much water. Soda and brandy. Am I putting that in with the canned food? Probably. Yeah. Alcohol, soda, and canned food. That feels like a good separation to keep things from filling up too quickly. It's the soda that's the bulk of what's filling up my food bin here. Soda is a little bulky, especially if you roll the booze in with it as well. And there's a lot of convenience stores in Muldraugh. Yeah, I've taken the vast majority of stuff out of here now. Okay, that's fine. Maybe I'll put canned stuff in its own container at some point. Alright, girl's hungry. We feed her some food. Okay. There's just a little bit left to sort then, and that is 1 bag down. Some more flags. Probably more than I have room for in these bags. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm gonna take a couple carpets out. One, 2, 3, 4. That should fit. What the hell? I don't understand what's going on with that. Is it on the? I think it's on the same tile. It's not. What the hell? Now it fits. Okay. Whatever. In any case, here's another garbage bag. Sorting loot is not the most interesting part of this game, but it's necessary. If you want to make pretty things, if you want to have lots of stuff, you gotta sort it. Otherwise, you're never gonna know where anything is, and that's no fun. I like knowing where things are. Most of the stuff in here is guns and magazines, aside from the furniture we just separated. Bunch of empty 9mm magazines. Most of the 9mm I brought with me has been expended. I have not made very much progress in aiming level 5, despite reading the book. Yeah, that's gonna be a very slow leveling process. Once you start getting into the level 5s of a skill that you have no innate bonuses in, you're gonna start really feeling it when you try to level it. I don't even really have a spot for copper scrap. I'm gonna put it with jewelry. Couple of disposable lighters. I'm putting all the fire sources in the trunk of this truck here. If you guys aren't familiar, this truck is just basically material storage for my blacksmithing and forge work. So lighters and stuff like that can all go in there. When I need charcoal, I'll take the truck outside, drive around and pick up wood that I've cut down, and burn the wood into charcoal, and then toss the charcoal into the truck, and drive the truck right on in here and use it at the forges. That is a modern solution to charcoal burning. I'm sure Tanjiro would be proud of me. That was an obscure reference. I'm sure some people still watch Demon Slayer. I'll never forgive the Japanese for not releasing the films worldwide on the same day. Well, not even in the same month. The Infinity Castle movie is already out in Japan. It's not going to be out in the rest of the planet for several months. Why? I don't know. Do they know? I don't know. They just they don't care about overseas audience. Domestic theater or bust for them. Okay, so this one I picked up a ham radio. I think that counts as furniture too. It's gonna go in my I have a fire truck back at base, and I pulled the radio out of it, but it needs a replacement, and you can't put military ham radios in it. Stupidest thing ever. Ham radios should fit in whatever you try to put them in, but scrap metal, bunch of evidence photos. We're gonna go collect more of those when we hit the we're gonna hit the PD again. We did not get everything from the police department in the first run. There's a lot of stuff. Okay, there goes all of the loot that we picked up last run. I've been meaning to... Yeah. Okay. Got all of our garbage bags recovered for collecting more loot. And it's only midday. I love these new 90-minute days. Best change the devs have made in a long time. I wish they were even longer, to be honest. But yeah, I'm 100% on board with 90-minute days. Cutting the lights before I leave. Alright, now what remains in my trunk, mostly weapons, to include a spear. I'm going to go ahead and put that on my back. And put the mace back in my backpack. The mace is for, short blunt is my specialty, but I'm trying to level other weapon skills as well, so. Alright, here we go. Gotta wake up. Oops. Did not mean to hit E. Alright, here we go. It's only 1,500 hours where I live, but it's, my sleep schedule is all over the place. I was a zombie throughout most of work today. So this highway is nice and clean for now. We've got several weeks before respawns kick in, so we're good on this highway for now. We're going to start running into interference when we get past the police station for the most part. Until we get to the police station, we're pretty clear. I have a field outpost here at the elementary school, and once we get further down the road, this is unexpected. Let's deal with this young lady here. Hello. Get out of the road. Good night. Oh, I'm out of water. I should not have had that happen. I'm gonna get some, I'm gonna refill at the Pizza Hut here. Sorry, Pizza World. Hello. Come on, click on the sink. That sink decided to stop cooperating. Whatever. Alright, this is where we had our major combat the other day. I can't remember if I've sorted through all of these corpse piles, so I'm going to actually do that now before I forget. Bandana on the face to prevent me from getting sick too quickly. And let's do a quick scroll through, see if there's any loot that we need here. I will always take certain things. Badges, zip ties, bulletproof vests. Urban camo shorts, maybe. I don't know. Those are elbow pads with a tinted color. Very interesting. Hello. From the north. Was not expecting that. This way, ma'am. Why don't you hop in the pile? She probably came from the north, on the other side of this tree line. I'm going to have a bite of this roast. We're continuing because we are hungry. Box of 9mm rounds on this officer. That already makes this effort worth it. Just another box of 9mm. Look at this. We got a guy with an M625, a guy with an M36. Another one of those coveted ankle holsters that I've literally the impetus for me coming out here in the first place. You're not going to find ankle holsters reliably in very many places in this game, but you come to the Muldraugh Police Department, and, yeah, you'll find some detectives with multiple weapons on them. They're the kind of folks who will carry around a backup weapon everywhere they go. I think I hit this pile. No, there's no way I did. This guy's dual wielding M36s over here. Or I'm sorry, gal. Tammy Hilton. Officer Hilton, thank you for your weapons. I do believe I've already hit the trunk of this ambulance because I moved it out of the way. Yeah. I definitely already hit this pile because I can already see things like keys and wallets on the floor. Alright, now, that's most of the big piles. There's one other big pile down here. Not this one, but the one further down that way. Yeah, this is done. Now, I was rather disappointed in the loot that I found in the police station so far. There's not as many, there was not a single light bar in the garage. That made me sad. Because light bars are one of the unique things that you'll find in a, POI like this. Agent Babcock, thank you for your service. Officer Allard, thank you for your bulletproof vest. I need a secondary bag for that. Every bulletproof vest is another couple hundred experience in your tailoring skill, if you know what to do with it. Okay, that does it for the law enforcement zombies in that pile. We're going to turn around the corner and check this pile, and that should do it for all the corpse piles. Reconnoiter back at our vehicle. Literal shotgun on this zombie. M9. Key to the police station on this zombie. So me running in there with the sledgehammer is no longer necessary, even though I already did. Okay. We drop the garbage bag. And we pick up the shotgun and this M9 and pull the ammo out of it. As fate would have it, I have a loose M9 round, so I can top off this magazine, and look at that, I've got another full magazine to toss into the trunk. And then we just got the young lady with the shotgun here. Gonna unload and rack this. And then we toss it into the garbage bag here because we don't have room for it in the main bag. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and start tossing firearms into this bag along with these. Hello there, Hassan. Good morning. We have fought our way down the main highway here in Muldraugh, and we are now just working on the police department here. Lots of loot in the police department. What's going on in here? What is .25? Huh. This M625 has an odd weight. Very intriguing. Odd weights actually bother me a lot. Alright. We can probably fit all these badges in there too. Okay. So there's a full garbage bag of loot we can toss into the trunk. And then let's bring up the van and see if there's any more loot that I want out of the police department here. Actually, why am I carrying this? It's just slowing me down. I drop it and I sprint back to the van much faster. Bring the van to the loot instead of the other way around. Oh yeah, we are still Muldraugh. That is, we've made it all the way to the south part of the highway here. This right here at Dixie Highway. and our base is all the way up here at the top. So we have done a very good job of wiping out resistance along the way here. There is still going to be a fair bit of zombies right here at the edge of town, because they used to be concentrated around the gas station, but I lured them away from the gas station on my way out when I did my initial map tour. So I did my future self a favor. I cannot remember exactly where all the loot was left in this place. I know I have not hit the evidence lockers in the basement. So that's definitely a source of loot. I actually have the keys now, so I don't have to worry about locked doors anymore. Already taken what I want from pretty much everything on this level that I can recall. The gun locker here. No, I have not taken the gun locker yet. Okay, I hear a Zed. I need to clear it out. We will not accept Zeds under any circumstances. There you are. Right this way, ma'am. Have a taste of my sword. Always need gas. Always. Alright, this area I have already looted. Nothing but... incoming. Yeah, 2. We're good. Left, right 'em. Clear. Checking around outside to see if there's any more. They must have migrated in the, several hours we were outside of the base zone. Yeah, see, look at that. This is why I did a perimeter sweep last time. But it's been a little while since last time, so we've got some screwballs closing in from the south here. I'm doing another full perimeter sweep here. I don't like zombies just wandering up on me when I'm not, Can't tell what door that is. That's inside that house, wherever it is. Got one inside the house to the south. This house should be relatively secure. I've still got some chickens in there. There's several chickens in this area if you know where to look. And chickens are very easy to rescue in this game. You don't need to go find a, you need to go find an animal trailer and bring them back to base. Just find a room in a house somewhere, build a trough, fill it with toilet water, and go outside, pull like 20 units of grass, and the chickens are going to be set for months. Come on outside, huh? Good night. Okay, that door is... What am I doing here for close quarters? We're doing nightstick close quarters right now. There's more than one in here. I don't know where they both are. So I'm locking that door. Kill her. Closet. Okay, that's why it sounded like there was 2 here. The other one's here in the closet. Easy. Alright, we're clear. Capture the flag, always. I will take your flag, and I will bring it to my base, and carry your flag in with my flags. It's almost like I'm rescuing people. Dead Rising style. Except everybody's already dead. It's alright. We have fun here. You gotta make up fun, otherwise you're not gonna have fun. I hear somebody to the south. Definitely outside. Multiple somebodies to the south. I was wrong about it being outside. There was somebody in the kitchen this whole time. Okay. Skill issue. I did not notice that. Come on out. Nope. That crash helmet ain't gonna protect you from me. Now, look at this. We got a big group of zombies right out here, all on the other side of this fence. And I got something that can poke right through the fence. So I'm gonna give them a little poke. Y'all can't get me. Oh yeah, sword and spear are just amazing right now. They've recently increased spear power too. Like, spears are already great for being able to poke through fences here in Muldraugh. Beyond that, you can one-shot a lot of zombies with a long metal spear tip, without even much skill. I was already one-shotting them, even though I was at zero skill when I started. So spears are, oh boy. We got some more in the parking lot of this warehouse. This warehouse is a pretty low priority loot target for me. But if there's a chance that they could get pulled north when I'm trying to loot the police station, it's more effective to deal with them now. Unfortunately, the zombies are not stupid enough to come and start hitting this fence when they can just go around it. Okay, maybe I was wrong about that. One of them just started hitting the fence for no reason. Okay, these two, yeah, see, they're gonna go around the fence. They're not that stupid. That was a very nice white beret, I'm taking that. You see, I come around here and she's like, okay, there he is. And she stops hitting the fence and walks around it. Alright. Look this way, sir. Okay, I'm not too worried about anything else in this area. I just wanted to get anybody who is liable to come around and annoy me while I'm trying to loot the police department. And as I walk, I got myself a nice roast to chew on. Delicious, delicious food. I don't know who is hitting what in here, but I'm tired of hearing it. Bathroom? Coming in or out? I can't tell. Oh, that I hear grass. That's outside. Hello there. I think that's everybody in here, but I'm still going in close quarters combat ready. One in out front. Where did he come from? What the hell? What the hell? What the fuck was that? Okay, I'm good. I don't know what was going on with the fucking tree there. But for some reason, I couldn't hit him and he couldn't hit me. Okay. I'm good. I'm good. Minor heart palpitations. The zombie was like point blank on me for a second there, but I couldn't hit him and he couldn't hit... I don't know what the fuck was going on there. I don't know if the Andy Stone knows what the fuck was going on there. Whew. Okay, we're good. We're good. Let's add that to the bucket list of heart attacks there. I'm gonna be real with you guys. If that had resulted in damage, I would have rolled back. I would not have accepted that. There's a reason I back up my saves, and that kind of bullshit is one of them. For not being able to hit a zombie, but a zombie being able to hit me. But apparently we couldn't hit each other, so whatever. Bullet dodged. One of my buddies he's always traveling. He's always posting pictures of his travels. Look at that. That is beautiful. That is so beautiful. I don't even know where he is. He's probably in a European country of some sort, judging by the architecture. He doesn't keep us appraised of his travels. He just kind of goes around, and we get to see pictures of it as it happens. We both work in the same for the same component, and they got offices all over the planet. So he's the one who gets to actually go and deal with the ones overseas. I'm the one who stays here near the capital and just answers calls for everybody. I don't envy him. I'm not a traveling guy. I really liked that scene from Man of Steel where Superman went to his mom and he was like, "Why did Dad never leave Kansas?" He's like, "Oh, you know how he was. What do I need to go see it for? I'm already there." I really sympathize with that. That is my... Ooh, an angle-headed flashlight. That's pretty. That's my approach to travel. Alright, I've already looted that room. We need to hit the firearms depot here. We were interrupted while we were trying to do it, so... Now what I'm doing is... Nightstick in the main hand, garbage bag in the secondary hand, and we are looting weapons. More irresponsible law enforcement weapon storage here. There's weapons with magazines in them, with rounds in the magazines, a couple of M9s with rounds in the chamber, in weapon lockers. Come on, guys. That's not how you do it. Okay, no magazine there. So those two just need to be racked. And this one just needs to have its magazine ejected. And then we've got a mix of loaded and unloaded magazines. Talk about a disorganized, grabastic... I'm not going to finish that quote. I'm not even trying to stay monetized, but I'm not saying that on stream. So the full magazine I'm putting in my backpack. The empty ones I'm putting in my trash bag here. Keep them separated so that you know how many you have if it's a weapon that you're actively using, like I am with M9s. Again, with the loaded firearms in storage. What the fuck is wrong with this police department? I mean, I've never worked directly with state or local, so I don't know if maybe they just have lower standards or something, but... oh, boy. This might just not be a faithful adaptation of reality here. No magazine in that one. This one has a magazine. Okay. That is a completely full garbage bag. we drop this off. Full of nothing but firearms. Okay, now we start another garbage bag. And this time I'm going to put some stuff that I already have in it. These tactical walkie-talkies that I picked up, I'm going to go ahead and dismantle them. I got plenty of those back at base. I mean, who am I going to be talking to with them anyway? I'm the last person on the planet. Okay, not quite a full garbage bag, but most of the way full. I'm going to go ahead and toss it in the trunk. And these full M9 magazines also back into the trunk, because I've got full ones already on my person. Now, coming up on bedtime here, I have no need to stay up late because I have a safe house directly to the south of me here. I am going to make my life a little bit easier to access the safe house. What I'm going to actually do is I'm going to take a seat in my van here. In the passenger seat, I got a field kit full of, this is my weapons kit, pickaxe, crowbar, sledgehammer, most importantly. So I'm going to equip the sledgehammer here, and I'm just going to break through a couple of these unbreakable fences. Their usefulness for being unbreakable has long since passed its usefulness. I no longer care about the fact that these are unbreakable fences that the zombies have to go around. No, I'm done with that. Now, I'm just making a hole in that fence, and that fence, and then this right here is a known good safe house that I have already dismantled some furniture in, and have a bed with a pillow in. So I'm ready to sleep there as soon as it's bedtime for me, basically. And we've already done a lot of zombie killing around that area, so we can be somewhat confident that the zombies are no longer going to be a problem in that area. So, sledgehammer back into the passenger seat here, and then we're going to make a first pass at the basement of the police department. There's a morgue down there. We've already taken some loot from the morgue and some furniture from it. In addition to what I've already taken, I have not hit the evidence lockers. The evidence lockers have a mix of everything. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and start taking some stuff from the evidence lockers. I was making the joke before, but I'll make it again. As the last surviving person in the county, I am the new chain of custody for evidence in an official capacity in this jurisdiction. Therefore, it is 100% within my rights to do whatever I need to this evidence. But I will handle it responsibly. When I bring it back to my base, it shall go in my archives. Paperwork I'm not as concerned about. I've taken myself broke on camera film. You know what? Maybe I'm not going to take the camera film. That's a lot. That's a lot of camera film. That's like 20 encumbrance worth. Going to consolidate it over here. I was thinking about putting a dark room in my base, but, you know, dark room is a lot of effort, and I've barely gotten the essentials put together at the moment. All right, that's all taken care of. So now that I have a key to this place, I don't need to worry about going to find... Now, this is the evidence locker with physical evidence as opposed to, whatchamacallit, crime scene photos and whatnot. So this is... ID card, Tyrell Durden. Okay. Yeah, okay. Tyrell Durden, not Tyler Durden. Okay. I get it. Hardy har har. It's a Fight Club reference if anybody is not familiar. I have not actually seen the movie all the way through. It's on my bucket list, but I've got so many other movies that everybody on the planet is like, oh my god, you gotta see this. So I've got a list, right? A list of movies that I need to see. Fight Club's on it. I'll see the rest of it eventually. I've seen like parts of it, just not all of it. And if it looks like I'm being selective as to what evidence I'm taking into my chain of custody, yeah, I am. I can't take everything. Sorry, guys, my evidence locker in the new municipality here is not as expansive as yours. I don't got the real estate for it. I'll take what's important, and the rest can chill here. Ooh. Hey, a magazine that I have not seen yet. This is a armor magazine. Fantastic. I like to imagine it's one of those magazines that instantly incriminates you, just like in real life if you have a copy of the Anarchist Cookbook. If don't ever have a copy of the Anarchist Cookbook ever. Like it's within your if you're an American citizen, it's within your freedom of information to acquire it. Don't keep it. If you got a copy of it, destroy it when you're done with it, because it is a not even like, you know, don't do bad things obviously, but if you're going to even have it, just get rid of it afterwards, because if law enforcement ever sees you with it, they'll use that as a pretext to fuck with you on other things. I've never been a fan of that, because I mean, it should be circumstantial evidence. It shouldn't be considered incriminating evidence. But a lot of prosecutors look at that and they're like, ooh, 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 ooh. I don't have a very high opinion of some prosecutors' offices. Hold on. I just heard somebody breathing. That might have been my own character. I'm going to be careful when I walk outside, though. Military backpack is going to go in the secondary hand, because we're almost done here, so I'm not going to worry about a garbage bag just yet. Sometimes you got to look at this stuff and think, make up your own story about it. Like, we're in the evidence locker of a police department. Why would there be a ball-peen hammer with its handle almost broken? That somebody probably went to town with that. Okay, we are done here, and it is also actually our bedtime. So I'm going to make another quick pass at this is the morgue. Is there anything decorative that I want out of here? I mean, a whole lot of this stuff is not really useful to me for anything. Yeah. If I really wanted, I could pick up one of these tables. Oh, I already thought about that last time. There's a morgue table here. You know what? I got room for it. I'm taking it. Yeah, I think I'm done here. Shit. I did not want to drop that. Okay, there, I knew it. I knew it. I knew I heard somebody breathing. Fucker. It was not my character. I'm still combat effective technically, but I'm pushing it at this point. Okay. Nightstick into the main hand. I said nightstick, damn it. I'm not used to this mouse. I'm using a different mouse. In my previous stream, my mouse got destroyed live on cam for everybody to see. It was a very slow process. I accidentally spilled some water, and I did not realize immediately that the water had gotten on the mouse. And it wasn't until I started getting ghost clicks, like an hour later. I already missed that mouse. It was a Logitech G600, no longer in production. Unless you're in Japan, in which case it is still in production. But it's not Logitech, it's Logicool. Okay. Let's put some of that in there. Okay, that's it for now. Tomorrow I will organize that a little bit better. And it is now time to sleep. I may have inadvertently baited that zombie to come get me. Because, as you can see, here's another one. Right next to my place of sleep here. Get over here, asshole. Pissing my chickens off, man. That took like 50 hits because of how tired I am. No, no. They just ran out because I opened the wrong door, damn it. Get over here, you stupid thing. Never open the door while your animals are pissed off. Okay, that door's closed. This door I want to open. This is the bedroom. Okay, fun day. Okay. So, midnight activity. I got a couple of hours to burn here. I think I saw some schematics, actually, in some of the loot that I picked up. Yeah. Several melee weapon schematics. So I can read these to pass the time. Okay. So those have been read. Some painkillers I can consolidate down into one container. Aha! Over here we've got a zombie screwing around. Let's fix that. Okay. What do we got going on here? We've also got some garbage bins here. Normally I would never be like, let's pick through the trash. But in this game, let's pick through the trash. If for no other reason than to get some garbage bags. A whole ass car battery charger. And a jalapeno. Again, jalapeno wouldn't normally be excited about, but it's one of those things you can pull the seeds out of. So pull the seeds out of it, and then I can plant a jalapeno later, a couple months from now. Just another month in-game, and we'll be able to do, I think it's an April plant, or a May, April or May for jalapenos. Can't remember. Came away from that with a few more trash bags, that's nice. Let's sit down in my van and see if there's anything else I can read. Not much else to read, so I'll loot organize for a bit here. Few 9mm rounds, as fate would have it. My primary 9, the one that I'm actually using, can use a couple more rounds in the magazine, so I'll top it off here. Okay, so we still got about 60 encumbrance to work with, and we are done with the PD now as far as I'm concerned, since we've raided both the weapon lockers and the evidence lockers. After Muldraugh, back to Riverside to empty all the stuff that I gathered in Muldraugh, and then West Point most likely. I mean, West Point is a stretch goal. We've already got a lot of what we need, but West Point has got even more stuff. I mean, Muldraugh, I'm going to be here for a while. There's a reason I set up a very large base here. It's because Muldraugh is probably one of the biggest places in this game. It's second only to Louisville. I'm hitting the video store next here, so let's... I probably have enough room in my trunk for the video store's contents. This is why I like clean streets. That was not a very clean experience. Okay, so the strategy for the video store for me, I've had multiple approaches to this in the past, but I think my latest approach is going to be to just gather everything and toss it into one of these just one of these containers, and then pull the duplicates away from the unique ones. See, what I do first is I'm not being discerning at all with the first pass. I'm just taking everything off the shelves. And I will sort it out after I've got the shelves emptied. It might look like there's videos back here, but there's not. These are just like office shelves in terms of the loot you'll find on them. It's kind of funny because this is, if you look at the room contextually, this is where the dirty videos would be. A little bit dangerous, but I'm going to go ahead and put a backpack in the main hand here. Just to get done with the sorting first. Alright, you know what? I have a better idea than trying to fit everything into a single box, because it's not going to fit. There's too many tapes to fit into a single container of any sort, except for a vehicle. But since my own vehicle is actually close to being full already, here's what I'm going to do. Just to sort through all these tapes so that I don't end up picking up duplicates, I'm just going to take them and drop them all on the floor right here. And the reason for that is the floor has enough space to fit all of them. And what I can do is look at them on the floor and see what I have duplicates of, and then just not take any of the duplicates. It's great. Yeah, so we got lots of duplicates. Probably way more than we have to worry about here. So now, I can see them all on the floor here. Total of 67 encumbrance. So we would have been very close to being able to fit them into a single container, because a single container in there is 65. But that's alright. So I start picking up anything that's not a duplicate, and when there is a duplicate, I just right click and hit grab one. Okay, my hand backpack is full. Switch into my other backpack. Boom. Okay. So, I've picked up everything. One copy of everything, basically. Everything. Hell no, I'm not going to watch all these. I'm getting this for the sake of having a library. That's all I'm doing. I think I have enough room for this in the trunk, actually. So, garbage bag times at least 2 here. So there's 2 empty garbage bags in the trunk now. And I just start putting the tapes in there. Same I'm going to do with magazines. I'm actually going to drop. I got a couple duplicates here. Drop those on the ground. Drop that on the ground. There we go. Okay. So there's all of the potential videotapes, nice and evenly sorted. Got a little bit of room left in the garbage bags here. Okay, so all the garbage bags in the trunk are now full, and I have one in my hand that I'm going to see if I have anything in here that I want. I already got a popcorn machine in Riverside, and I can find premium tech TVs pretty much anywhere I want, so that's not a concern. Movie posters are a bit of a different story. I know I've got several paws. Hello, pick up, please. There we go. Several Pause posters, but I'm not sure how many of them are Pause the movie. Now, something I wish I could pick up, but I can't, is these little poster frames on the wall. I would really love to have those, but I cannot. There's no way to pick them up, which kind of makes me sad. Is there a way to pick up these lights on the ceiling? Holy shit, there's a way to pick up these lights on the ceiling. Dude. Holy shit! I did not know that. Can I just put those down wherever I want? Oh my god. You can put down ceiling lights in this game. 1,900 hours in this game, folks. 1,900 hours, and I've never seen a ceiling light be placeable before. What about this other one? Oh, come on. Don't tell me the other one does not count. Okay, so this other light up here doesn't seem to count. What if these shelves are in the way? Oh, no, wait. Okay. So it's over on this tile here. Beautiful. I've got ceiling lights now. That's a game changer for base design. I don't know how far they reach, but it doesn't even matter how far they reach. The fact that they reach at all is, I mean, you know. So just as a quick, you know, tip on base design in this game, the vast majority of lights have a very bad reach. They don't go very far. So in terms of energy, they all use the exact same amount of energy. So in terms of energy usage, you don't really want to waste your gasoline powering lots of small lights. It's a lot more efficient to do just a few large lights and just be done with it. I don't know what's going on with this curtain, but I can't pick it up. Unfortunate. But yeah, the having lights that just appear on the ceiling like that. There's a couple more of them there. Holy shit. You're gonna have to forgive me for freaking out, because that is very significant for base design. Being able to put a light that you can just completely pass under. Because every other light in this game that I know of, and I know of a lot of lights, every other light in this game takes up space, floor space. I'm gonna laugh really hard if I try to put these down and they don't count as lights. I would laugh so hard if that was the case. I'm gonna find out when I get back to my outpost here. I'm gonna try to put down a couple and see what happens. The hell? Can I really not fit another one of those? Okay. Yeah, I've kind of filled up my storage completely. That's okay. For the rest of my journey down here, all I'm doing is killing a few zombies, and then I'm going back to base. So let me just get out whatever I can here. And that is everything I can get out. Okay. So all I'm going to be doing from this point out, for the rest of today in game. No, I didn't go back to Riverside yet. I'm not going back to Riverside for a long time. I'm here in Muldraugh for a while. I don't change what I'm doing very often. If I go on an expedition, I either have a very specific goal for it, or like now, I have just a clear the place and take what I want goal. So I'm going to be here for quite a while. Probably most of the rest of the stream. By the end of this stream, I might go back to Riverside, but that guy had a broken guitar neck stuck in his chest. How unusual. So we're just going to see small groups, I believe. I think my shenanigans on my way out of here last time, or a very, very long time ago, I think those shenanigans actually pulled them quite far away. Alright, a little bit of weapon sharpening. Spear is still in perfect condition on the head. The handle's taking a little bit of damage, but who cares about that? We got a billion handles. So I don't like what the zombies are doing here. This is a little wacky. Hey. In fact, I'm going to do this. That is going to pull a lot of them from every angle. And I'm going to back up a little bit. Because basically what I want them to do is I want them to come out of the woodwork. So they're going to where they heard the gunshot, and now they're going towards me because they saw me. I'm going to kill them on this street corner here. That didn't really do a good job of pulling them. Got somebody on the other side of that fence. My north is not clear, so I need to be very careful right now. In fact, my north is so not clear that I'm getting some distance. I'm going to drink a cow's milk here. If you're ever not sure about an angle of approach, get some distance. Doesn't hurt. Never hurts. Now, you would think, because I can poke through chain link fences, that I could kill her. But no, that doesn't count. I have to open the gate to kill a zombie like that. Okay. Surprisingly, not very many zombies in this area at all. I was expecting there to be, like, you know, scattered mini groups, not just, you know, completely scattered to the wind and ungrouped. Ungrouped zombies doesn't seem to happen very often in this game as it is. Like, usually they group up. That's what I've seen most of the time so far in this build. I hear somebody hitting a door. I'll switch to my sword here. Okay, that sounds like it could either be a bathroom door or the back door. I can't tell from where I'm at. Okay. Because the bathrooms are to the left here, the sound is coming from the right. It's going to be somebody hitting the back door. From the outside, apparently. We got this guy on the inside. The one that's hitting it from the outside, I'm going to go outside, deal with her out there, because I don't know if there's more than one or not. This is the best way to find out. Just go outside from another angle. And look at that. It's just one. There could have been 3 out here. I don't know. But now I found out safely. Alright, so the only thing I'm interested in here is actually not much at all, because I don't have a lot of room. In fact, I have very, very little room left in my backpack. What I'll do is equip my... I'm going to equip my nightstick so that I can put a backpack in my secondary hand. And take a little bit of loot from the gas station. And then head back to base with it, so we can do a large loot dump. Take a dump, as it were. Gas cans, I'm always down for those. And so this is actually a place, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my, I don't even know if I'll ever use it, but I'm going to take, I have several extra generators back at my, my local base. So I'm actually going to take the red one down here and just leave it here in case I need gas from this gas station. The other gas station in town has already got a generator, but, I mean, what? Por qué no los dos, right? I'll take a second one. Threaten me with a good time, why don't you? You can never have too many good strategic resources. Now, if I had to defend it, that would be a different story, but I don't. Who's going to steal my generator, right? What are the NPCs going to steal my generator? Yeah, all the NPCs in the game, right? Lol. So since my truck is full, I am currently in just, you know, fill my bags and get out of here mode. That's what I'm doing now. I'm just filling my bags with whatever I can grab. And then we are going to hop into the vehicle and get out of here. That being said, we still got a lot of daylight left. So it doesn't necessarily feel right to leave just yet. What I'm going to do instead, I'm going to, I want to kill some more zombies on this highway. I know there's going to be more zombies further down the highway. So what I'm going to do is head back to my vehicle for a moment here. I need to read the next welding book before I do any more welding. Otherwise, I'd bring my welding torches and start pulling apart these cars. But I don't have the book, so I'm not doing that. So the trunk is completely full. What I'm going to do is actually just leave my backpack in my hand. I'm going to leave that on the floor right here. And load up a garbage bag next to it to make it easier to pick up and put down. If you're not familiar with military backpacks, you've got to, if you want to put it down and then pick it back up again, you've got to do some dumb stuff here. That should do it. Okay. So now, whenever I want to pick that garbage or pick the backpack back up, I just pull the garbage bag out, then pick it up, then put the garbage bag back in. It's stupid, but it works. I'm checking this car because it looks like it's in great condition. This might be a yeah, it's even got gas in it. So this is a survivor car, is what this is. Man, all the windows are perfect. I really don't want to have to smash them, but I don't have much of a choice. I'll smash the one that's in the lowest condition, which is the rear right window. Or no. Because rear windows in good condition are actually kind of rare. There's not very many vehicles with good rear windows in this game. So I'll smash the front right, I guess. Get in, driver's seat, unlock it, and hotwire it. So, even though it's a Chevalier Niala, it's actually better at towing than my van, believe it or not. So I'm going to use this to tow some wrecks out of the way here. See a zombie to the north here. It's just all on its own out there for some reason. Put this thing in the ground. Hello. You're relieved of service. I'll also relieve your shotgun. Thank you, Ranger Bevins. Yeah. In fact, I'm actually considering stealing this Ranger car. But as you can see, it's in a wrecked condition. I can fix that, because I have a perfect condition Chevrolet Niala right in front of me. So I can actually, I can do a mass part swap. But that's like a tertiary goal. I'm just kind of thinking about long-term things I want to do. See, I can almost move this for several seconds if I'm going straight backwards. That's a lot more than I could do with my van. Unfortunately, I cannot do the same shenanigans where I turn around and push it forward. So I'm going to have to reposition a little bit if I want to get it out of the way. Like this. So this way, I can tug it straight backwards and pull it off to the side with the next one. For anybody joining, we are just in the process of cleaning up the south side, or, you know, the southwest side of Muldraugh's main highway. So we have cleared almost the entire main highway of Muldraugh. We're just at the very end of it now, and I'm securing the gas station area around there. To give you some context, we look at the map. We are right here, and we have cleared this entire highway in the front all the way up here to our main base in the area, which is MassGen Fatco. I say main base, it's basically my southern home. My main base for realsies is all the way up here in Riverside. Down here, this is my my home away from home here. So, where was I? I am cleaning up burned wrecks out of the way so that I can make use of this gas station as needed. I do not have a generator for it at the moment. I may be able to locally source one. I know of a place where a generator might spawn in this area. So that is something that I'm considering because, I mean, you know, I've got several generators that I've already found just kind of chilling at my my MassGen Fatco base, but why use those if I don't even have to go all the way back there? So if you're trying to tow a burned wreck and you just want to go straight backwards with it, this is one way to do it. If you need to turn, turn after you've gotten some momentum. It doesn't always work. Ooh, look at that. I can do the... So I can actually go forward if I'm at a perpendicular angle like this. It's a little silly, but it gets it out of the way. Like I was saying before, I would weld these apart for the welding experience, but I haven't read the Volume 4 book yet, so I'm not doing that yet. I'm not going to expend all of the materials that it would take to get these pulled apart without getting a commensurate amount of experience for it. That doesn't make any sense. It's funny how some of them are easier to tow than others. You would think the ambulance would be heavier than this, but this is harder to tow than the ambulance for some reason. If you ever are trying to tow a burned wreck and you run out of engine power, you just stall out, just keep going back and forth like this. You're tugging it. You're not towing it, you're tugging it. And I don't have a very good angle to keep backing up because of the tree there. Tug it a little further. There we go. Just so that it's out of the way. I mean, quote-unquote, out of the way. To be honest, these concrete barriers are much more annoying to me than the burned wrecks, because the burned wrecks are easier to see, if you think about it that way. Just in terms of what you need to avoid when you're driving around fast. Burned wrecks are very obvious. These concrete barriers, they kind of blend in a little bit. Some natural active camo going on there. That's more like it. So if you do that, if you do this bullshit where you're parallel, you actually can get some more momentum before you start tugging. That's interesting. That actually might change my strategy a little bit when it comes to towing. Because you see, look at this. Oh, well, don't look at that. That was a skill issue. Feels like this thing doesn't get a lot of room to turn, unlike other vehicles that I try to tow with. Okay, that's fine. It's out of the way. Now, I'm not going to bother with all the burned wrecks on the road out there. That's way too much work. I don't care about that road, because if I want to go where that road goes, I'll just take a cut through the parking lot here. That's fine. All the burned wrecks are out of the way of the pumps. That's what I care about most right now. And one thing I'll do a cursory check. Can I pick these up? I just need a crowbar, so I can pick those up. I don't have a crowbar on me, but I do have a crowbar. How would I go about that? Give me a second here. Just gonna park this car off to the side really quick, because I just found this car locally. This is not my main car. I found it, it had gas in it, and it had great condition parts, so I just hot-wired it. So, my actual van is up here. And what I'm going to do is, because my inventory is really, really full, to the point of absurdity here, I'm going to stage another backpack. And I'm going to put some stuff in this garbage bag next to it. Okay, my main inventory now has some more room in it. So, I just got to remember to stop by these backpacks in the street here on my way back out. Looks like I lost most of my live viewers. Can't blame you guys. Not the most interesting content at the moment. I was hoping to do more combat. It's not my fault that there's not a lot of zombies left to kill. I already killed a lot of them. If you're really interested in combat, by all means, check the previous part in this series. I killed quite a lot of zombies last time. It's kind of cool that I can actually move these concrete barriers. Just gonna put them over here off to the side next to the gas pump. Wait, what? I can dismantle these with strength? That's kind of cool. I did not know that that was an option. These are actually, if I ever wanted to build a base, or just like a mobile zombie choke point or something, concrete barriers would be one way to do it. Or no, zombies just fall over these. They don't, so zombies, I don't think they would stop and attack these. I think the zombies would just, like, fall over them. I'm curious to see how they would react if the player places them. See, zombies react differently to structures in the world based on whether the player put it there or the devs put it there. If the devs put it there, the zombies cannot, like, attack it unless it's a door or something, like a door or a window. If the players put it there, I think 100% of anything that the player moves, zombies can attack it. I don't know if that guarantees that they'll attack it, though. So for things like this, which I think zombies can just flop over instead of attacking, I'm very curious to see how they would treat it if the player is the one who put it there. But I'm not going to test any theories on that right now. I just want to get these out of the way. See, if I want to use these in the future, I'm now making them easier to pick up by putting them all in one area. So there's another little silly mental justification for spending this time on this. It's alright. I'm here for the journey, not the destination. Hello. There we go. Okay. All the concrete barriers out of the way. I have a very clean parking lot now. A couple of zombie corpses, whatever. Now I just need a generator to power the place. I think there is a guaranteed spawn old generator nearby. I hate the way old generators sound. I don't like them. I'll deal with it, though. Assuming that there is one where I think there's one. I'm gonna drive a little ways down the road, kill anybody in my way, and see if there really is a generator where I think there is. Looks like there's a few of them on this side of the tree line that I didn't see before, so we'll be getting out and killing them ad hoc. Right this way, Sark. Come out of the road, please. You know what? Oh, look at that. There's a zombie crawling on the ground. None of them ever spawn like that, so that's got to be somebody that I hit when I was doing my initial map tour. That's kind of funny. Alright, so because I tooted the horn, I have to be wary of them coming from the left or the south. Because I don't see anybody there, but that doesn't mean they're not there. The north, I'm confident in being clear. But the south and the right, they're going to keep coming from. And yes, I am mixing my compass directions with my ordinal directions, or whatever the hell you call left and right. Contextual directions. Because I'm not good at directionality. I've never have been. It's a running joke between me and my homies. See, I knew it. There's one to the left there, there's two to the left there. Two to the left, just coming randomly out of the fucking forest. I knew it. I was right to be skeptical. Now the question is how many? I think I saw another to the left as well. Shit. Is that the one that I saw? I'm not gonna assume it is. Let's check, let's do another check here. No, that's not the one I saw. I saw this bitch. It's like there was a small group way out there in the forest, and I'd rather deal with them now than when I put down the old generator. Because the old generator would pull them in just as surely as a horn honk would. This doesn't seem like enough zombies to be threatening, true. But if I had not honked the horn and pulled them out of there, who knows when they would have come out of there. They probably would have come out of there after I put down the generator. That would be a very annoying thing, because I wouldn't be expecting them. I'd much rather expect them now and deal with them now than later. Look at this, more bullshit just coming out of the trees. Why are there so many in these trees? Fuck knows. That's the random spawn density for you right there. At least I can kill them very reliably with this spear. Spears are, I'm going to come out and say it, spears are kind of overpowered at the moment. I'm okay with it. You're never going to hear me say that that's a bad thing. But, yeah, it is a thing. It is a thing. Now, the amount of work I had to go through to make this spear, I had to find a very specific magazine, and I think Metalworking 4 was the prerequisite. I don't remember exactly what the level was. I would be, honestly, what I would rather the devs do than nerf the spear. Because, you know, that's their knee-jerk reaction would be to nerf the spear. I'd rather they just make it so that it has a slightly higher metalworking requirement to make than actually nerf it. Okay, one to the left. I had a feeling we had a few more. Got some chickens down there. So you see how the chickens are running around? That means that there is a zombie somewhere in the nearby vicinity of the chickens. So I don't see the zombie, but I know it's there because the chickens are running around like their heads have been cut off. So I know that there are some zombies to the north behind me right now. Did my engine pull them out? I don't... this one was not to the north. She was to the... closer to the right. Now, was this the only one in there? Let's find out. Are the chickens still going nuts? I can no longer see the chickens. That means they've probably gone into their coop for the night. So the chickens are no longer useful to me. I can't make any sense of this. All the trees are blocking my line of sight. There could be several zombies in there. I would not be able to tell from this angle. So I'm just gonna I'm gonna ignore that area for the moment. If there's zombies in there, then hopefully my engine noises will start pulling them out. Lots of chickens in this area. Look at this. There's another chicken zone here. I guess this is just a neighborhood of people who enjoy their chickens. That's cool, I guess. So I believe there was a chance for a generator to spawn here. I don't see it. And I cannot tell if it was just a chance for it to not spawn, or maybe because this house is burnt out, the generator did not spawn because of that. I don't know. All I remember is there was an old generator that would spawn in front of one of those houses. But I do not see it. I'm going to come up here and take a right, because right here is a trailer park area. I already found one generator there. For some reason, I can't get it out of my head that there might be another one. Look at that. Not only is there another one, it's a premium tech generator. Alright, so at the moment, I have no ability to carry a generator, because the trunk of my vehicle is full, and, you know, if I pick it up and get into the vehicle, I'll drop it. So, I cannot take the generator at the moment. What I am going to do is kill this zombie, because I will not allow it to exist. Zombies are not allowed to exist. They will be removed from my plane of existence with extreme prejudice. Any other zombies want to be removed? I saw several coming out of here. I don't know where they went, though. I don't even think they know where they went. Oh, they just kind of fucked off and scattered over here. Okay. Sword time. My sword thirsts. I wasn't just orbiting it to dunk on it. I was also repositioning to face this young lady. Alright, we're looking okay for the moment. Now, what my goal is immediately is to find a place to sleep, because I am tired, and I'm going to keep getting more and more tired here. Now, when it comes to a place to sleep, I'm a big advocate of making your own instead of just taking what there is available. I'll take what there is available, but I'd like to make my own when the situation calls for it. And in this particular situation, I think it calls for it. So what I'm going to do, hop out of the vehicle. I'm going to equip my nightstick for close quarters in case a zombie is inside here. And is there a small bed in here, or is it just a large one? There's just a large one. Okay. I don't really want a large bed right now. I want a small one. I'm going to take the pillow from this bed. And I'm going to check this bed to see, or I'm going to check this house to see if there's a small bed. I hear a mouth breather. That sounds like right here. That was supposed to be a push. I still hear another zombie. It's probably outside. Okay, we got a small bed. That was what I was looking for. So, I got enough room in my backpack for one part. The other part I'll put in my offhand. Because each bed part is 20 encumbrance. So I've got one bed part in my backpack. The other is now in my offhand. So I can transport a full bed here. Claw hammer into backpack. No longer over encumbered to the point of health loss. I hear a mouth breather, but it was out back. I'm not worried about that. And the existence of said mouth breather is why I'm relocating beds instead of trying to sleep here. Because trying to sleep here means I need to secure a perimeter, I need to secure the backyards. It's a mess. I don't really feel like doing that. It's a mess. And we've still got zombies heading over here where the Hornong was. Fucking Horn of Helm Hammerhead here. Okay, those ones are not aggroed. I'm not worried about them right now. Right now, all I really care about is getting some sleep. So I'm going to take the bed that I just picked up, and I'm going to put it in the gas station. The gas station is going to be one of my field bases on this side of town. Specifically, for the moment, I'd like to sleep somewhere where there's not a zombie corpse. So yeah, I'd sooner sleep in the men's room than in a room where there's a zombie corpse. Just a personal preference of mine. So I'm gonna put the bed in here tonight. The privilege of a level 10 carpenter to be able to sleep soundly wherever you want. Look at that. We are sleeping soundly wherever we want. Ah, okay. I think I hear a mouth breather. I'm not 100% sure, so I'm going to do a perimeter check after I refill my water at the sink here. And for the perimeter check, we will sword it up. Use my sword. I'm going to think that the most likely place for a zombie to be out here is going to be behind the joint. And I see one over there to the right, but I don't know if that was close enough. Okay, look at this. Definitely all over there to the right. Whole group of 4 of them, 5 of them. Most of them slow, so I'll just break them apart like this. Easy peasy. I think there was still one in the tree there who didn't get aggroed. So I'm just gonna give the tree a wide berth, and there's 2 of them, look at that. Right this way, sir. Look at her jacket. Oh, it's a sweater, never mind. If it was a hoodie, I would have taken it. I don't like regular sweaters. If I'm going to wear a sweater, it's going to be a hoodie. Okay. Perimeter check secure. Now, as a nighttime activity, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to take that generator. Now, how am I going to take the generator? I'm going to use... hopefully this vehicle, because it's in such good condition. I think the trunk is going to have enough room for it. Yes, the trunk has 57. A generator weighs 40. So we have room to spare in the trunk of this bad boy. I think we've killed most of the threats that would have wandered out into the street around here, with the exception of this bad boy here. Hello. And you see some corpses around here because I've already actually cleared down to this area in my, I haven't cleared this whole area, but I've cleared the preliminary zombies in this fenced area as I was doing perimeter sweeps for the police station to the north. So we've got some interlocking cleared areas here. That's a very good thing. Okay, we've got access to the generator now. So that means there were two generators in this area. That's cool. I like generators. Generators are great. Especially the yellow ones. Yellow ones are the best generators by far. I talked about this before, but if anybody watching is not familiar, generators in Build 42, there's 4 kinds. There are 3 different colors of regular generators. The red, yellow, and blue are like the regular ones. And then there's a generator called an old generator. The biggest difference between them, for the most part, is the yellow one is the best in terms of its condition decays the slowest. So you have to repair it the least often of all of them. So for a long-term base, the yellow is the best by far. The red is sort of mid, nothing special about it. The old generator makes the highest amount of noise and also breaks down the fastest, I think. Or actually breaks down like close to fastest. The blue generator makes an average amount of noise and also breaks down relatively fast. However, the blue generator has a slight advantage because it is actually it's lightweight. It's more lightweight than the other generators. So for this generator that I'm carrying around, like all the other generators except for the blue one, it weighs 40 encumbrance. The blue one weighs 30 encumbrance. So if you're an organized player, you can actually fit a blue generator inside of a military backpack. You can literally carry around a generator in your backpack. As silly as that sounds, it's possible. You just gotta know how to do it. So, the generator I put in the trunk here, I'm going to... Did I just hear somebody? It could have been the wind. Must have been the weather. I'm going to go ahead and put the generator on one of the tiles that's currently occupied by this garbage can. We don't need like 50 garbage cans, it's fine. Reason being, this is a good spot for it because the, I think if I put it there, it can reach all of the generators in the area. Or, I'm sorry, it can reach all the gas pumps and all of the, interior of the building there. So I take it, I place it here, next to this pump, I connect it. Now I need to fuel it. What I'm going to do is, I think I picked up a bunch of gas cans. What did I do with them? That's the question. Did I put them in here? No, I left them in my... military backpacks that I left up on the highway for hand carrying. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to do a quick peek in the trunks of these vehicles. See if I happen to find a, gas can in one of the trunks here. And if I don't, then I'll just sweep north and take one from my backpacks. A whole ass tire in perfect condition too. But no gas can, that's fine. What is in this building? I've never even opened this building before. That is a door that requires welding. I don't care about it then. I have a sledgehammer in my field kit, but I'm not going to go get it now. I got more important things to do for the moment. I want to get that generator up and running. Alright, one gas can into the secondary hand. More than all that I need for now. So I'm going to siphon gasoline out of the car that I found here, the black car. Siphon a good 10 liters out of that. And then I'm going to turn around and put it in the generator here. Turn the generator on. Now the first thing I do whenever I connect a generator and turn it on, I need to turn off the extraneous lights. So I have 18 lights are on currently. I'm going to go around and turn off most of the lights that I don't need. Definitely this one. Where are the floor lights for this room? The floor lights are over here. So the floor lights are worth it just because, look at all that. One switch, and I turn on all this. That's fine. I'll leave that on. Exit signs don't need to be on. Bathroom doesn't need to be on. Okay, so that was 3 I just turned off. That means the rest are probably out here. 4 plus that one. So these lights, they provide so little illumination, they're not even worth it. Look at that, there's another set of lights here, too. I have no idea where they are. Are they on the second level? I think they're on the second level. So these, whatchamacallit, these roofed areas for the pumps, they're technically 2 stories tall. So the lights for these things are on the second story. I have no way of getting up there to turn them off, so that's fine. Let's see how many lights are currently using the generator. 11. Wow, that's a lot of fucking lights. That's alright, though. This is not like a generator I'm going to leave on for very, very long periods of time, so it's fine. Now, I want to use the main floor of this place as like a place to sleep and possibly even a place to cache loot, depending on circumstances. So I'm going to actually move these corpses out of here. Damn it, woman. Pick the corpse back up. Now I can move my bed out of the bathroom. And I'm just going to put it right next to the entrance here. This will probably not be its final resting place, but until I get rid of that ATM. Okay, and there is no need for the generator to be running overnight while I sleep. So it's 4 a.m., it's time to sleep. Turn the generator back off. I'll turn it back on tomorrow and get some fueling done. But for now, this area is safe. For me to consider a place safe, I just need to consider that all the local zombies are mostly dead, and I'm sleeping behind at least intact windows and doors. So all the windows and doors are intact. That means it's safe to sleep, because if a zombie does happen to wander up to the window, I still have never had that happen, but if a zombie does happen to wander up to the window, the sound of them breaking the window will wake me up. So that is I consider that safe. If I have time, I'll board up the windows, but for the moment, I'm not worried about that. For now, what I want to do is get the generator powered on again and fill up this vehicle here. Actually, I have a slightly different idea. I'm going to, I actually do kind of want to take that Ranger car. But the Ranger car is in terrible condition, so I'm going to fix it. I'm just getting this out of my street because I don't want it. I don't want no corpses in my street. Those two, fine. They're far enough out of the way. So what do I do if I want to fix up a car in the field? Well, first of all, I want to source replacement parts. As fate would have it, we have several really good condition cars just chilling here, including this one, and the other one we just, we're about to fill up with gas, but I didn't fill it up because if you're going to rebuild a car, you're going to need to, and you want to take the gas tank out, it needs to be emptied, so better to not fill it up yet. Okay. So what I'm going to do is just basically a full part swap for, take the best of the parts in these vehicles here and put them on the Ranger vehicle there, and have the Ranger vehicle as a just another local use. It's actually good that I'm doing this now because I got fog rolling in. I hate fog. It makes it hard to see zombies at a long distance. So yeah, I'm gonna spend a little bit of time today just doing some vehicle work. Everything that I take apart on a vehicle right now still getting me maintenance experience, so I'm actually actively getting experience out of what I'm doing here. So when I'm doing car work, I don't need my heavy weapons, so I'll sharpen them first, and then leave my heavy weapons on the ground here. Heavy weapons to include firearms and the sword and the spear. I will keep the nightstick on me at all times, because that is it's lightweight, and it's good for self-defense. So, actually, you know what? I'm going to put the wrench on my belt. So for vehicle work, wrench, screwdriver, and on the back goes my tire iron, which I always carry around in my field kit in the glove compartment. Tire iron, tire pump, and jack. So tire iron and main hand, jack in the offhand. We are now capable of completely taking apart vehicles. Let's pull all this garbage off of it. Lots of shit parts. Looks like the vehicle is actually locked. We're going to smash the windows anyway, so out comes the wrench, smash, Hulk, smash. Normally I would uninstall this instead of smashing it, but I've gotten to the point where the experience that you get from smashing things versus the experience you get from just pulling it out, I just smash it. It's fine. It's faster to get everything fixed that way. Light bar is still 10% intact, so that's good. Alright, hopping in the driver's seat to excoriate any loot from the seats. M625 revolver, that's nice. Now, with these Ranger cars and police cars, for some reason, the back seats... This makes sense for police cars, but not for Ranger cars. The back seats are inaccessible from the front seats, as if there is a permanent wall between them. That makes sense, like I said, for cop cars, it makes sense. For Ranger cars, you're not putting animals in the back seat. I don't know what's going on there, but whatever. Dropping the crap that I don't need on the floor here. Dismantling the electronics that I don't need. Okay, and now that I've gotten all the stuff off of the seats, I can pull the seats out. Now, it's technically possible to repair seats if you have duct tape or glue. I'm not really interested in spending duct tape or glue on something like that, especially because there's two perfectly good vehicles with high-quality seats right in front of me. I just take the seats out of those. That's why I brought them over here. Now, if this was a large gas tank, I would probably consider fixing it, because you can fix it with welding. But it's a regular gas tank, so I'm not really worried about that. Alright, battery and muffler excoriated. Crap goes on the ground there. Engine is definitely needs some work. That's fine. We got a premium tech ham radio in here. I'm going to take that out and I'm going to dismantle it. I need a crafting surface to dismantle it. The bed actually counts as a crafting surface, believe it or not, so I'm just going to head on over here and dismantle the ham radio. Now, when it comes to putting a new ham radio in there, I actually know of a Premium Technologies ham radio in the area. There's still one in the police station. So that's what I'll use to fix that. Is it really necessary? No. I mean, is any of this necessary? No. I'm doing it because I want to. I want a Ranger car. And there's probably a better quality one somewhere, but I don't care. This is what I want to do right now, so this is what I'm doing. That's literally a third of what we do on this character. It's just I feel like doing it right now. Because Zomboid gives us so much to do. And everything I'm doing here is getting me experience, so it's not a waste of time. Not just for funsies, but also for improving our ability to work on vehicles. I'll lose that excuse when I get to level 10 mechanics, but, you know, once I'm level 10 mechanics, I'm level 10 mechanics. That's cool. I like being level 10 of any skill. Alright, all that's left are brakes and suspensions. Okay, that is all of the parts that we can remove have been removed. And now we look for replacement parts. So this has got a great engine in it. Most of the parts in this vehicle seem to not be as good as the ones in the other car that we have there. So I'm just going to take the rear windshield and the couple of other parts. So I'm going to place them on the ground next to the vehicle we're trying to fix. Looks like the front right seat is in great condition, so I'm taking that. Rear doors are also in great condition. Now, when it comes to condition, the gas tank is only 70%. However, it is a large gas tank. So the other vehicle that has the better parts might not actually have a large gas tank. So I may end up taking the large gas tank off of this. However, I'll find that out for sure in just a moment here. Yeah, everything else on here is mid, so I'm not worried about everything else on here. Let's take a look at this. Oh yeah, look at this. There's very little mid here. This is all... There's some great condition stuff here. Yeah, I like everything on this vehicle. And look at that. The rear doors are in the 70s. But the other one that we just took the rear doors off of, those were in the 80s. So we are putting together a car that is better than both of these cars. The sum of its parts, as it were. So I'm going to start with the windows here. Because the windows are lightweight. I can take those off and stick them in my backpack. Radio is a premium tech radio, so that is a good one. Seats all in great condition. There's a little bit of crap on the seats, so I need to pick that up. I don't think the game actually lets you pick up, or rather take the seats if there is stuff on them, so I'm taking the stuff. Okay, so the gas tank of this car is a gas tank that's big, and it's in better condition than the other car. So we don't have to go back to the other car now. That's great. We do have to remove the gas from this tank, though. That's going to require 2 cans of gas. I will handle that in a moment. Feed our girl first, because she's thirsty. Trash out of her inventory here. Performance muffler. Hell yeah. 98% quality battery. Some fantastic stuff. So what we're doing is, after we take the parts off, we're putting them on the ground close to the other vehicle, so that we don't have to open the other vehicles. We wouldn't have to close this one either if I hadn't gotten a little too far away. Okay. Basically just a time-saving measure there. Damn it. Okay. She's getting a little too far there. Oh, wow. Okay, we can now pull out the gas tank, and then all that's left after that is the smaller form parts here, like the taillights, and now the brakes, and the suspension. Okay, that's just about everything. Don't need to take off the rear doors because we already got better ones from the other car. We are most of the way to level 9 mechanics. I think we will be... Yeah, we'll be past level 9. I think we'll get level 9 mechanics by fixing this vehicle. That's my current theory, and I'm sticking to it. Higher quality door always goes on the left side, because that's the driver's side, one most likely to be hit by zombies. Just the glasswork now. I love watching things come together like this. This is fun. I like doing this. This is almost the same kind of appeal as car washing simulator, only it's car repair simulator. Okay, so that's all the parts that we have to replace. Got a can of gas on the ground here. Put that in the gas tank. And then all that's left is, for the moment, to put the put air in the tires. We have not missed anything during the day today because lots of ugly fog out. It's been like this all day today. Fog will lift in about an hour, though, because it always lifts by 1800. The game engine doesn't have the ability to do fog at night, so it just doesn't. Okay, now the engine needs work. Engine parts I need to get from the other vehicles. And I'm gonna, before I take engine parts from the black car, just because the black car is in such good condition otherwise, I'm actually gonna take engine parts from a couple of the other local vehicles first. This sports car over here is in such good condition that I don't feel comfortable scrapping its engine either, but this one looks alright. I'll take its, take this thing's parts. I'm going to check this conga line of burned vehicles over here, just to see if there's any that are not burned. And look at that, there's one. It's probably in terrible condition, but it's probably also got some engine parts I can steal. Nope. So engine parts, for some reason, if it's below a certain quality, you cannot take the engine parts. Whatever. Since I'm here, I'll take the radio. Anything in the trunk? The trunk is locked. Now it's not. An air conditioner in the trunk, that's neat. I can get those anywhere, though. Nothing special about those. Okay, I've got more than enough engine parts, I believe, to bring this all the way back to 100%. But we're going to find out in just a moment. I believe I get more than 10% engine integrity for a single part, and I have 12 parts. So that's why I think that I'll be able to do fine with that. But let's see what happens here. Oh yeah, it went straight from 8% to 44%. And it just went from 44 to 77, now to 100%. So we've got a 100% engine. The only thing it is missing now is a trunk. Now what I need to fix the trunk is a steel sheet and a welding torch with a little bit of fuel in it. What I'm going to do first is I'm going to cycle through my supplies here to see if I have a full welding torch. I do. I found a full welding torch. That's a very big stroke of luck, because what I can do now is I can go get my get out a mask here. I got a welding mask and a welding torch also in my field kit. We'll come back to that. What I'm doing now is I'm going to go dismantle one of these car wrecks. particularly this one because it's in my way. Now, dismantling a car wreck takes a full propane torch, but it produces a lot of materials if you have high-level mechanics like I do. Or, sorry, not high-level mechanics, but high-level welding. Only one steel sheet from all that. That's okay. That's okay. I only need one. So I got a steel sheet. The rest of this I can come back for later. I can now take the mask off. And I can put my glasses back on so that I'm not blind. Not that that fixed much with all the fucking fog. It's 1800. The fog should have been gone by now. It's taking its time to go away here. So I'm going to put the empty propane torch back. And then I'm going to go back to my field kit and take the full propane torch and use that to weld a repair into the trunk of this vehicle here. So the trunk, which is currently 12% integrity, is probably going to go straight to 100%. It's beautiful. So now I have a trunk that can carry 71 encumbrance. There is nothing else here that I can currently fix. There's a light bar that's really low condition, but I didn't find any light bars in the police department. That's where I normally would go to find light bars. The glove box and the heater cannot be fixed, so I don't fucking care about those. The radio, when we stop by the police station, there is a premium tech radio there. So that's cool. So, what have we accomplished? We've gotten another vehicle that's in great condition. It's one of the vehicles that I want. We don't have a key for it. We're going to hotwire it. And now we're going to fill that big gas tank right here. Before we fill the big gas tank, we're going to siphon whatever is left from this one here. Because there's like at least, I think there's at least 20 or 10 and a half liters or so in there. Oh no, we got all of it. Okay. So now, so I thought we'd get level 10 mechanics from that. Or level 9 mechanics. We're so close. We're like 400 experience out. I have a little bit of time left in the day. I might just finish what I started. Or not just finish what I started, but I'm just going to take some of these parts off of this mid-vehicle and put them back on the black car. I'm going to do that until I get to level 9 mechanics, because I'm so close. I'm so close I can taste it. Yeah, I'm already halfway there. So just by taking a few parts off and moving them over back to the other car, I'm already getting close to the level up. I'll be level up before I fall asleep tonight here. Yeah, well, yeah, I rebuilt the car. I didn't build a new one from scratch, but I rebuilt one. Absolutely. And we're in the process of actually rebuilding a second car just to get a little bit more experience because we're really close to mechanics level 9. I would like to get mechanics level 9 since I'm very close to it. Look at that, mechanics level 9. Hell yeah. Alright, I'm just getting the rest of the parts out of my inventory here. And now I can clean up my inventory and get ready to head out tomorrow. And put my field kit back into the van here. So that would be the tire pump, the jack, and the welding gear. And what else did I take out of there? That's it. Yeah. Oh no, the tire iron, right? Tire iron goes back into that. Okay, that's a full field kit now. Wrench and screwdriver go back into my Alice kit. And I left my heavy weapons on the floor. I can put those back now that I'm done with the work here. Sword back on the belt, spear back on the back. Left 9mm, right 9mm. Ankle holster back up. And we just got a Value Tech radio to dismantle here. And this Premium Tech radio, I thought I was going to use it. I'm actually not, so I can take that apart. Should be enough room to toss those in my backpack. Cutting it close, but I got plenty of room. We're good. My crowbar, that belongs in the field kit. I was wondering why I had space in there. Okay, the nightstick needs to come out of there. The crowbar goes in there. Okay. So yeah, the vehicle we fully repaired is this here Ranger vehicle. One of the few government-sponsored vehicles that I have not yet found until now. But now I have one. What we do with it is probably just local use. It is a... it's going to be a great towing vehicle, to be honest, because it's got old tires and a very powerful engine relative to its size. We have a drink of cow's milk, and we hit the sack. It's a little early to sleep, but I don't have too much else to do tonight, so I'm going to go ahead and sleep now. Feels great being level 9 mechanics. That was a worthy side quest. Now, order of operations for my next tasks. I've got a lot of loot. I got a lot of loot, and I need to get it back to my base. I would rather do that first. So, is there any loot that I want to bring with me that I don't have room for in the hand carry? I think I'm good. You know what? I am going to take this Premium Tech generator with me. I'm going to come back here with a red generator. Because a Premium Tech generator needs to be at a permanent base. a red generator can... I'll come back with a red generator for the gas station here. So, when I say come back with the generator, even though I don't have room for it in my van, I got room for it in this. Now, I think I can tow the van with this vehicle. I'm gonna see what that feels like. If it doesn't feel good, then I'll do it the other way around. Whenever I'm towing vehicles at night, going backwards, turn the vehicle lights on for both vehicles. So let's see what this feels like here. That feels great. That feels so great that I'm actually tempted to try... I want to see what it feels like towing forwards. Very, very rarely would I ever actually try to tow forwards. But that felt so great that I want to give it a shot. Because, I mean, B42 towing, it's really... It's kind of like... It's destroyed your ability to tow forwards in most situations that don't involve trailers. However, that felt so good that let's see if I can make it. The goal would be to make it to second gear. If I can make it to second gear without bottoming out... Okay, that was okay. We're in second gear now. Am I going to bottom out, or am I... Holy shit, I might make it to third. I'm not bottoming out. Cutting it close, though. Come on, give me to third gear. Come on, now. Okay, I'm not... Wait! My RPMs went up. Can I make it to third gear? See, that basically this is your test to see if you can tow a vehicle forwards. If you can make it to third gear, then you can tow forwards. But I cannot make it to third gear. The reason that's the threshold... Yeah, I know. Sports cars really are the current meta. Unfortunately, I don't have a good sports car down here. The, whatchamacallit, there is a sports car, but it's one of the sedans, so it doesn't have a very good, relatively speaking, it doesn't have a very good engine. So, what that means is, if you cannot make it to third gear when towing forward, just tow in reverse, because towing in reverse, you don't have as much speed capacity, but you can still go faster than you can go in second gear. When you're towing in reverse, you can make it to 30 miles an hour. If you are stuck in second gear, you can make it to... if you're stuck in second gear, you're not going to make it to 30 miles an hour. So that's basically your breakdown for towing. Now, I've got some loot on the ground here. I need to pick it all up. So I pick up one backpack in my primary hand, one backpack in my secondary hand, and then there's these garbage bags full of loot. I specifically left them there so that I can actually fill these military backpacks back up. I think I just barely am going to have room for this one. Yep, okay. So right now I'm hand carrying, between my hands and my back, I have a little bit more than 100 encumbrance of loot. And in addition to that, I've got a generator in the back of this Ranger vehicle that I just rebuilt, and then an entire trunk full of 200 encumbrance of loot in the back of the van. And we have done a good job of clearing this highway, so we're not going to run into too much zombie interference on the way back. So this is, it's slow. This is going to be slow, but what's the rush? We've gotten everything we want from this side of the map for the most part. Oh, shit, I almost forgot. This Ranger car has been rebuilt most of the way, but it does not have a radio. And as fate would have it, there is a radio left over in the police department here. So I've gotten 90% of the loot out of the police department, but there is still I think there's still a couple of premium tech radios. And whenever a premium tech radio spawns in the world, it's going to be 100% integrity. So this premium tech radio on the desk right here. Hey, Bloody, you did not miss too awful much. We have basically, I think at the end of last stream, we were coming back from the police station here. So basically all I've done so far in this stream is I have emptied all of that loot. I've come back, I've looted the rest of the police station, and then I had a little side quest to level my mechanics at the gas station over there to the south side of town. We got to level 9 mechanics, and we completely rebuilt this Ranger car here that has a generator that we found in the back. And we are in the process of adding the last missing part, which is a premium tech ham radio, which I just got out of the... Look at that. So we have rebuilt this Chevalier Niala. It was a wreck when we found it. We have rebuilt it almost to everything 100%. The only thing left are the things we can't fix. The glove compartment, the heater, and I did not find any light bars in the entire police department. Kind of shafted by RNG right there. RNGesus was not kind to me. But there is our radio, so I can put these put the military backpacks back in my hand, garbage bags back into the military backpacks themselves. Shit, I did that in the wrong order. So basically, if you want to be able to do this, you got to kind of be finessed about it. You make sure that you put the heavy ones in first, because otherwise you cannot pick it up all at once. What's going on here? Why can't I pick that up? So I can't pick it up for some reason. I'm gonna need to. Was that it? That was it. Okay. So I pick up the heavy bag first, and then the second heavy bag goes in there. Okay. Once again, hand carrying over 100 encumbrance of loot. Military backpacks are God's gift to Project Zomboid. And we are just kind of moseying along the highway now, going back to our main base at MassGen Fatco on the north side of town. For anybody who's just joining us now, I gave a quick recap, but then we, as like a broader perspective, what our goals are here is we have a outpost on the north side of Muldraugh at MassGen Fatco, and we are, okay, yeah, fair enough, bloody. I wish I had a better streaming schedule to keep track of, but right now it's basically whenever I can do it. It's someday I will have a schedule, like an actual schedule. And because I work really early shifts during the week, but on the weekends I'm a normal person. I stay up late, so my schedule actually will be so that people pretty much all over the planet will be able to catch me. It'll just depend on weekdays versus weekends. Yeah, no, that's 100%. Messy sleep schedules are a way of life. Alright, there is the electronics store, so we're almost to the halfway point. The halfway point is going to be the crossroads up here. The crossroads, we have already secured a gas station there and a generator. Now, I discovered something very interesting earlier. I commented on it when I saw it, but as a recap for anybody joining, something I discovered is that there are lights, ceiling lights, out in the world now that you can pick up. That has never been a thing. 1900 hours of Project Zomboid, and I've never seen a ceiling light that you can pick up. But I picked up a whole bunch of them from the VHS store here in Muldraugh, and I'm going to put them down in my outpost out here and see what they look like. Because, I mean, if you think about it, all of the lights in this game so far that you're able to pick up and move around and put in bases of your own design, all lights that fit into that category are lights that have to be put on the floor and therefore take up space on the floor, and also may even block your movement with vehicles and or even just walking. I think most lights you can walk through, but most lights you cannot drive through. Ceiling lights? I think I can drive through them. So that's something I'm going to test when we get back here, because I'm still going to have a little bit of time before it's time to sleep. So here's our base, MassGen Fatco. Fantastic place. Even if you don't start in Muldraugh, if you ever visit Muldraugh, I very highly recommend basing up here. It's a great place. So the double garage doors make it very easy to bring vehicles in and out. So I'm going to detach here. I do not have very much loot in the Ranger vehicle that we just picked up. So I'm just going to drive it off over here, park it next to the ambulance that we found around here. And first things first, I'm going to open the gate, and I'm going to turn on the floor lights and get these backpacks out of my hands, because I am shedding health just by holding them. Hello, drop. There you go. Drop it. Okay, and then I just drive the step van, which has most of my loot in it. Just drive that bad boy right inside. And the dual garage door design I particularly like about this place, because the dual garage door, once you've gotten all the crap out of the way, when you first find this place, there's a lot of crap on the floor. Once you get all that out of the way, you can just do this. Drive in, circle around, park right here for unloading, and then you've got another garage door to exit out of when you're done unloading. It's great. I love it. Possibly one of the best POIs on the map to turn into a base. So we've got a lot of loot to empty. I'm not worried about that immediately. What I want to do first is fuck around with these lights that I found. So, gray lamp is what they show up as. Pretty much all the lights in the game are just called gray lamp. It's the placeholder name. So I took 2 of them out. They seem to be like a 2-parter. So we've got a generator running here already. So I'm going to turn off the floor lights. Turn on my flashlight really quick. I'm going to place these gray lamps. They look like this. I cannot reorient them, it seems. They are only... yeah, they only face a certain direction. So I'm going to try putting these ones on this side and just see how far they reach. Okay, so that looks cool, but it's nothing compared to the amount of space that the floor lights take up. So obviously they're very inferior to the floor lights. That being said, for a custom base, that's not bad at all. That would look great in my bathroom back in Riverside. Yeah, it's true. Oh no, Annie Mae is going to be she's going to be going on for a very long time. And the funny thing is, Annie Mae in her previous timeline, she also outlived Barb the Builder by a very large margin. That being said, I think Barb the Builder's past life, the one where she never died, that one she also lasted the longest. If I this is actually a fun retrospective to take a look. I've made a folder called PZ Bases, where I've just taken a screenshot of all of my bases at their height from different versions of the game. So this is 42.0.2, the first version of Build 42 to come out. I've just got some, just a little compilation of screenshots from that base. So I based up in the Riverside gas station for 42.0.2. That time, I believe I was playing Annie Mae, and I survived until November 8th. Great base. I mean, I don't have any problems with it. That's because I hadn't experienced map tile updates yet. But yeah, it was a good time. I did a farm by the river, and then did a same thing that I always do with the vehicle work at the police department, and then yeah, everything in the. So that was 42.02. That was the first build of Build 42. 42.2.0. This was my longest lived character so far. She survived for a year and 6 months, I think it was. I should have a top-down annotated version of it here. I put this on Imgur. I can find the link at some point if I... So I've got a, just a huge... Again, Riverside. But this time I based up in Spiffos. You couldn't plaster walls in the earlier Build 42 versions. So that wasn't the thing. As you can see, I got plenty of crops to the north in the police department area. I call it the Fuzz Farm. I also turned the cul-de-sac down here into an animal farm because I was very paranoid about zombies getting close to the animals. So I built a massive, like, outer wall and then an inner wall to keep the animals here and then to keep the zombies. Yeah, so basically, each time there was a new version, I just started a new character. That's what I've been doing so far. Sometimes I was forced into it because the save migration to the new version didn't work. But, yeah. So this, in 42.4, I did the same thing I did in the earlier versions. This screenshot just shows you the important thing. And this is 42.4, a screenshot from just the day before. This is 42.5 after the map update. Do you notice anything about after the map update? You'll see that I've, a couple tiles are suddenly unexplored. Why did that happen, I wonder? If you look at, zoom in here, you'll see I have a whole stack of crates of food stuff and a fridge and whatnot. And then we go to the next screenshot, which is after the update. Look at that. The fridge is gone. So are all the boxes. Why did that happen? I don't know. Basically, what this has taught me, it taught me the hard way. Don't expect your saves to survive between Build 42 major versions. It's just not an expectation you can rely on. So I just start a new character each time now. So this is 42.6. This is, which character was this? 42.6. This is the first time I built a custom base. I didn't build it all the way out into the river, but I extended into the river a little bit. I got started on the second floor, but I didn't get too far with it. The first floor is an early iteration of the base that I currently have in Riverside. So this is like a This is how I started with the base design, and then I started expanding it from there. Yeah, the farm, nothing particularly to write home about. Just more rows of 10. The cow pen was south of the farm, and the rabbit pens. We don't talk about the rabbit pens, not after the incident. um, yeah, it was that was a great run, but yeah, 42.6 ended with a breakage of the save. Now 42.7, that's my big one. 42.7 was Annie Mae in her previous life. So this was the 1 year mark, July 9th, 1994. This is a lot closer to my current base design. Same location, almost the same location, just a little bit north. Lots of crops. When I was talking about the spring harvest before, this is the summer harvest. The spring harvest was even bigger. That's you can see that there's like room where there would have been more crop plots. Yeah, that's this one I actually posted a link to on Imgur. If I find that, I can post it. So this is where we got the very aesthetically pleasing shots of my base at night. I really enjoy it. I messed up the south quadrant. I never got a good grasp of what I wanted with the south quadrant. You see, it's like a hybrid conservatory and game room and security station, and like it was too many things in one spot. So south quadrant is always an ongoing work in progress for me. I mean, it's left and right are always very straightforward. Kitchen on that side, wardrobe and gun storage on that side, workshop on the north. That's never been a problem. But yeah, that's 42.7. That was my last major base. 42.8, I didn't get very far because 42.8 was when that was when 7 Days to Die came out. 7 Days, the 2.0 version. So that's when I started playing 7 Days for a bit. So it's 5 a.m. We overstayed our sleep schedule a little bit. So I'm sleeping here. It's 100% correct, Bloody. 100% correct. Invisible NPCs. Yeah, no, that's... If the Indie Stone wants me to think that there's NPCs and pretend that there are, sure, I'll do that. So we're going to have ourselves a 2 liter of cow's milk. Now that's unfortunately not putting us in weight gain, and we need to put on weight. We're down to 70 kilo here. This is probably hard to see. It's really small. Going to be really small if you don't have a 4K monitor, but the long and short of it is we are down to 70 kilo. At 75 kilo, we started getting the low weight debuff. If I go below 70, I get an even worse debuff. So I really do need to start thinking about getting back to Riverside, back to where I have the cows. Because the cows, they produce a lot of milk. I can make butter. Okay, you know what? Here we go. So I've got a 15 liter of water here. I do not have a 15 liter of cow milk, though. I've got 2, 4, 6 liters right here. And then in these fountain cups, I've got a little bit more. So I need to start thinking about putting on weight. So what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to go ahead and empty my inventory here. They do not, no. So animals do not get targeted by zombies, thankfully. These are not World War Z zombies. They do not eat everything that moves, everything that lives. So here's the last test of those lights I'm talking about, right? If I can drive under these, I can drive under the lights. Okay, so that's a game changer. I don't know where else we can find lights like that. Right now, the only place that I know of where we can find these little ceiling fluorescent lights, the only place I know of is the Muldraugh VHS shop. That's where I found these. I'm sure there probably are other ones. I'm just going to need to train myself to look out for them. So what I'm going to do is, since they're furniture, I'm going to pick them back up and put them in a furniture trash bag. And set them aside with the other furniture that I need to transport back to Riverside. So if you look on the ground over here, you'll see I've got a whole bunch of garbage bags as well as a full trailer. So basically what we're looking at here is a bunch of stuff that needs to go back to Riverside. I think this particular trash bag here is almost full. So And the reason I'm putting them in groups like that, each trash bag is 26.1 encumbrance. If I were to take, okay, I have an idea. If I were to take this vehicle that I just repaired back to Riverside with me and take the trailer, each seat of this vehicle can take a trash bag, and the trunk has 71 encumbrance. So that's 2 plus a little bit more trash bags in the trunk. So if I were to just take that Ranger vehicle with the trailer back to Riverside and then take a throwaway vehicle to get back down to Muldraugh, that would actually be a viable thing. Now the ambulance, I think I want to leave the ambulance here. I always use ambulances as local combat and patrol vehicles. So I think I'm going to leave the ambulance here. The question then becomes, what do I prioritize to bring back with me? It's probably going to be furniture. Like I would just do a furniture run, bringing it all back with the patrol vehicle there. So I think I'm going to do that. Let me get the other trash bags that I have with furniture in them here. Here we go. We've got a flag. I think we've got more than one flag to look for. Bunch of posters. Some bulletproof vests. What I will probably do with the bulletproof vests is, oh, another gray lamp. There it is. Okay. With the bulletproof vest, what I'm probably going to do is, actually use them to level tailoring while I'm still down here. That's why I pick them up, to use them to level tailoring with. Okay. I think the rest of the lights are going to be over here, right? Yes, most of them are over here. Here's 2. Oh no, the gas sign is 5. Okay. So in that case, we've got another pretty much full bag of furniture here. Okay. Okay, yeah. So when it comes to maxing out all of my skills, there are some skills that I just don't care about. You could not pay me to care about tracking and trapping. Fishing also. Fish have way too many proteins. Literally, fish have so many proteins that eating a single fish will fuck my proteins up for months. I've seen that happen before. Like, eating a single fish once put my proteins into, like, the 500s. It was unbelievable how many proteins are in fish. So I don't fish. So fishing is like, fishing, tracking, and trapping are some of the skills that I'm least likely to ever touch. Sneaking and light-footed. As you can see, I got level 1 just by screwing around mostly. I might be able to get to level 2 by screwing around, but there's not a very easy way to level those. So those are also light-footed and sneaking. I'm probably never going to get beyond 2 or 3. Nimble is something I would love to get more levels in, but the only way to level nimble is to be in the combat stance like this while zombies are nearby. So basically, if you want to level nimble, just make sure you're moving around in the combat stance like this as much as humanly possible while fighting zombies. That is actually just a habit that I've gotten myself into. Like, you'll sometimes see me killing zombies, and you'll just see me, for no apparent reason, just moving around in circles around the zombie while I kill it. That's because I'm grinding experience in Nimble. Nimble makes it so that you move faster when you're in the combat stance. So Nimble is actually really, really, really good. I know of a lot of people who have started taking the... there is one trait in the game that gives you a bonus to Nimble experience, and that's called Gymnast. It's a 5-point trait. I hate 5-point traits. I hate odd-numbered traits. I hate them so goddamn much. I wish all the traits were even numbers. But basically, my current build does not have room for it. I would have to get rid of... I'd have to get rid of something like Carver, and then take another negative trait in order to make room for Gymnast. And I've already taken enough negative traits, I don't feel like taking any more. So, basically, Nimble is one of those skills that I wish I could level. I'm never gonna max it out. Nimble, I'm never gonna be able to max it out. Not without an innate bonus or any books or anything like that. I'll probably get pretty high if I keep killing zombies and just, kill 10,000 zombies. I'll probably get to, like, level 5. But you know, once you don't have any skill bonuses, trying to get past level 5, that's when it starts to get really difficult. Case in point, aiming and reloading. I'm currently level 4. I brought, like, I don't know, 15 magazines of 9mm with me. I've only gotten about a third of the way through aiming level 5. And I've emptied a good portion of those magazines. In fact, if we look at my van, we can see I only have 9 M9 magazines left. I came down here with at least 20, and I've been constantly filling them back up as I kill zombies with 9mm and take their magazines and top them off and whatnot. So aiming is one of those skills that, you know, I'd like to keep leveling it, but it's just going to cost so much ammo that I'm probably never going to max it. Long blunt, I don't use long blunt in combat. There are just many better options in my opinion. No shade thrown at people who like long blunt. If you take the traits brawler and baseball player, you can level long blunt pretty fast. But I take construction worker and make short blunt my primary weapon skill, so that's not me. Yeah. Alright, so what I was saying before about our trip to Riverside. Let me start staging loot in my Ranger vehicle here. I want to see if I can fit all the furniture I've picked up so far. Because if I can, that would justify a trip back to Riverside. So I got a premium tech generator in the trunk. I'm going to take that out. I'm going to put it over here with the rest of my generator stashes. As you can see, Muldraugh is Generator City. If you ever have trouble finding generators in Project Zomboid, put an expedition together, go to Muldraugh. You will find generators. I picked up another flag, so that will fill this garbage bag here. So what I'm going to start doing is putting garbage bags on seats. Now, here's a problem. Here's a rather significant problem. You cannot access seats of a Ranger vehicle. You cannot access the seats. The back seats cannot be accessed from the front seat. Which is really stupid, and I hate it. Which means basically the 4 seats of the Ranger vehicle, you cannot fill all 4 of them, or you cannot fill more than 2 of them with a garbage bag that is full. And the reason for that is because you have to sit in one of the seats to actually put something down on it. So I've just put one in the passenger seat and then the rear right seat. And that's all I can put on the seats. I could put stuff on the seats while I'm sitting on it, but it would constitute a lot less. That's okay. That's okay. RuneScape skill gain screen. Yeah. No, that would be a great one. There is another mod that I have considered picking up. I haven't picked it up yet, but I might. And that is a day in review mod. All it does is show you at the end of a day all the experience gains that you've gotten in every skill. It's really cool. I keep talking about getting it, and then I never get it. So it's one of those things. Let's take all the trash out of the back here. Take the upgrade off of this gun here. Now the one that only weighs 22 might be able to fit that in the trunk. Let's see. So we're at 52 out of 71 now. Not quite. What if I take the out of gas sign out? Now we can fit it. Okay, and we're at 69 out of 71. Pretty nice. We can probably fit like a couple more things. I will just put a couple of engine parts. Well, actually, I should use some of those engine parts. Because I can fix... In this seat, I can put the out of gas sign exactly because it's 5.0. And Magnum Nightstick M625. Sorry, just calculating what I can fit on what. That's awful. before I get rid of any of these engine parts, I'm gonna see if the trail or the ambulance needs any engine work, just a little bit. It's at 89% already. I'm gonna make that 100%. Boom. Only used one engine part. It's great. The rest of the engine parts, honestly, I've got a lot back in Riverside. I'm gonna go ahead and leave them here. I'm gonna leave the engine parts here along with the rest of these vehicle repair items here. And then I just got some trash to empty. And then I need to I want to clear out everything that's in my inventory right now. In my backpack, rather. So we got ourselves some entertainment books. Another gas can for the gas can gods here. Skill mag. Some first aid. Some electrical. Some materials. Badge. And most of what we have left is weaponry for this box. Okay, now, when it comes to weaponry, I'm going to store my mace on my back. My other heavy weapons, I'm going to go ahead and leave them here. Because I literally built them for putting them here. So the sword and the spear I can leave on the floor here. Because I no longer need to carry them with me if I'm just going back to Riverside to do a loot run. The sack can go in here with the tailoring stuff. And you know what? So can the spare garbage bags. Okay, so my inventory is now nice and cleaned out. This extinguisher, always have a fire extinguisher in a long-term base. Anytime you build a long-term base anywhere, if you put a lot of investment in it, have a fire extinguisher. I like to put them near the entrances. Am I ever going to need it? Hopefully not. But that's why you have it, so that you hopefully never need it. I do think I'm going to go ahead and... Yeah, I'm going to sort this loot before I do a trip to Riverside. Yeah, I'm going to sort loot first. So what I'm doing first is I'm just making sure that all of the storage space inside of this, inside of the Ranger vehicle is full. So I'm taking a few pieces of carpeting, putting them on the driver's seat, and you have 6 encumbrance in the glove compartment, so that's 2 flags. So I'm taking 2 flags, tossing them into the glove compartment. Go ahead and hitch the trailer. Now the trailer is already full. 90% of what's in the trailer is already furniture related and or stuff that needs to go back to Riverside. So we got that sorted now. This garbage bag here is leftover furniture that I want to bring back with me. Gonna go ahead and toss that in my main backpack. So this Ranger vehicle and trailer are ready to go back to Riverside. Now I just need to sort out what I want to hand carry back to Riverside, because I still have a lot of room to just hand carry stuff. So that is what I'm doing next. Corpse cleaning. Yeah, corpse cleaning can actually get pretty tedious. Harder to burn corpses. I made a huge corpse pile once and I wanted to burn them. I couldn't burn them. It's kind of sad. Yeah, no. I did not get raised on the metric system, but I have spent enough time learning the metric system through other things long before I came to Zomboid, so I'm very familiar with it at this point. If I had come to this game when I was like, I don't know, 16 or 17, I would be like, oh, what the hell is a what the hell is a kilogram? Like even when I was a teenager, I generally knew that a kilogram was a measure of mass. I just had no reference for what it actually like. I could not tell you what something might weigh a kilogram would look like. Now, I actually know that a kilogram is based on the weight of a specific, or sorry, the mass of a specific element, if I remember right. I actually do not remember what the element was. I was hoping to flex off there, but no, I don't remember what it was. Comics go in here. Foot's starting to hurt. Put my foot in the same position for too long. Multiple car battery chargers. Okay, there we go. So we've got our military backpacks. Um, the hand carry military backpacks are completely empty now. My main backpack is pretty close to being full. What do I want to use the last 1.5 for? Is there anything out here that weighs 1.5? Not nothing that jumps out at me, really. Suppose I could take some empty M9 magazines. See, almost everything else that I have so much of it that taking 1.5 of anything of it doesn't even make sense. Let's get us some food while we figure that out. Okay, you know what? I'm going to start straight up eating some sticks of butter here. Not going to make our character very happy, but we need to put on weight. And that did not feed us very well, so I'm going to put this large roast in the oven here and turn it on the oven to defrost it. So I need to have like a 30-second countdown going on in my head here so that I don't let that start burning. Yeah, I could take some thread back with me. I had a lot down here. That's fine. Okay, that works. Wasn't quite 30 seconds, but close enough. So I just eat this whole thing because I'm trying to put on weight. and then also gives me some happies back. Now to turn around and get rid of all the happies, I'm going to have to make another stick of butter here. So when it comes to making butter, what you need is a butter churn and 5 liters of milk. I've got 3 2-liters of milk here, so that constitutes 6 liters of milk. So I'm just going to pick those up and then go over here to where all of my planks and nails are and build a butter churn. All it costs is 2 of each, I think. So we got ourselves a butter churn there. And now I can churn a stick of cow butter using most of the milk in my inventory. All that's left now is like a 1 liter here. Now, when it comes to actually, so I could just straight up eat the butter. That feels a little silly. It would be a lot more natural to actually just use the butter in a recipe. Now I'm lazy. I'm gonna go ahead and eat the butter as soon as I'm able to. That's that's the lazy way to gain weight, is to just literally eat a whole stick of butter. Yeah, I'm not a fan of these air vents. If only I could destroy them without literally breaking myself with muscle strain. Funny thing about all the muscle strain that I would get from breaking these, I could probably get away with it if I broke them all before I leave tomorrow, and then just deal with the muscle strain as I drive back to Riverside. That's something I could do. I could also just deal with it as I go to sleep tonight. But before I worry about any of that, I would like to figure out what I'm bringing back with me. I think I'm not going to have enough room for clothing. So if I want to do furniture, I'm going to take this morgue table too. And then I've got a couple books here. The pots need to stay here. Pots and pans, I need to go put those back where they belong. I think I am going to have to stage a couple of garbage bags here, so I'll take the red out and put a garbage bag in my secondary here. Transfer some of the gray lamps and the starts and the flags. This will fill up 1 garbage bag. So I drop that on the floor. Supposed to go in my other hand. There we go. These leather strip bundles are coming back with me, and so are these sacks. And I'll take half of this thread. And I can sew another sack. I'm going to do that right now. It's got a burlap piece. So that's 10 sacks that I'm coming back with here. $21.4, so I have a little bit of room left. I'll browse around for stuff. Okay, there's 2 garbage bags right there. Morgue tables in my main backpack. Okay, so, you know, I should have this memorized, but 36 is the maximum storage in a military backpack, minus 26.1, so I can fit 9.9 more of stuff. So that's what I need to do is get 9.9 times 2, 19.8 worth of stuff to fill both of these military backpacks. So I still have a little bit of room, but we're coming down the home stretch on that. So I just want to look around my loot containers here and see if there's anything that jumps out at me that would fit in that amount. Probably magazines. And then just some other literature stuff related here. I think I'll do musical instruments. I think that'll just fill me up. 8.8. 9.8. 9.9. Okay. So there's 9.9 in both of these military backpacks. So that means I have room for exactly that. So basically, what I have right here, these military backpacks and garbage bags constitute my hands being full for the trip home. Now beyond that, what I do next is I drink some water and then refill my water because I'm thirsty. Wait a minute. I got my buckets backwards. Bleach goes in there. That is an empty bucket. I guess that could come back with me. I need it more back in Riverside than I do here. Is there any of this that I kind of want to bring back? There is. There's some stuff there. Oh, I love Darktide. Darktide was amazing. And one of the reasons that I will say that it's really worth playing is if you like Project Zomboid, playing Darktide and getting good at it will, at least in my case, it made my audio cue recognition skyrocket. Ever since I got good at Darktide, I have been a lot better at a lot of other games that rely on recognizing very specific sound cues. For example, if there was a zombie outside, my ears would, without even really thinking about it, my ears would tell me, okay, I'm hearing it walk on the gravel. I'm hearing it walk on the grass. So I would immediately know it's the, like, for example, let's just say there was a zombie right here. If there was a zombie right there, I would hear footsteps on gravel. If there's a zombie right here, I'd hear footsteps on grass. The only reason that I'm just so aware of those kind of sound cues is because Darktide drilled it very relentlessly into my brain that you have to recognize audio cues if you want to survive. Because anytime you get like a disabler, a trapper, a hound, something like that, something whenever those spawn, every time they spawn, you hear a unique audio cue to indicate that they're in the field somewhere. And not only that they're in the field, you hear it directionally. So I can hear left, right, surround left, surround right, center. That helps me determine where they are. And then from there, I can actually know which direction to look for their approach. That was a very crucial skill set. But then also, aside from that, the game's fun. I really like the game. Like, if you're just looking for a good time to kill a whole bunch of zombies and stuff, I love Darktide. It's great. If you want a little clip of some of my best moments in Darktide, I actually have it near the front of my channel. I'll post a link to it real quick. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Goku demonstrates Super Psyker 3. I'll post a link to that in chat. It's funny. It's funny. If you're a Dragon Ball Z fan, you'll find it probably a little bit funny. I did a little bit of sentence mixing. But yeah, basically I just I basically rescue my entire team just by dodging a whole bunch of stuff and recognizing audio cues subconsciously entirely. Like, in the pinned comment, you'll see that I posted a time code. I still have no idea how I recognized Trapper to my left, Dog to my right, dodge another mutant to behind me. It was unbelievable. All of that happened because of audio recognition. Like, I never would have been able to do it without it. So that is also, it's like it's a nice introduction to the game. It's also a nice introduction to how audio cue recognition can save your life. But in the meantime, I am looking for, what am I looking for here? I was going to take some of this thread. I keep coming back to that. Our girl is hungry. We're going to feed her a stick of butter. That will make her a little sad. But the next time she gets hungry, we're going to feed her this roast, and she's going to be happy again. So this is helping her start to put on weight, thankfully. I do want to get the rest of the loot in here sorted for now, just so that I can actually tell what I have down here. Gun box is getting pretty full. Alright, bunch of bulletproof vests with holes in them. Those all can go up here. Tailoring sacrifices. More soda. Lots and lots of soda. To be entirely honest, I could probably fill one of these 15-liter dispenser bottles with soda at this point. I'm almost tempted to do that. Just because it would reduce the amount of bulk that I have to worry about when I transport it finally. I'll definitely do that before I do a large convoy back to Riverside. Right now, what I'm preparing here, that can just be considered a small convoy. Double checking that all these M9 magazines are empty. These are right. Yes, these are all empty. Everything in this bag should be empty. "25 M9 magazines. I'm definitely going to need to separate guns and ammo soon here. Yeah, I can see that. Story is one of those things where um, Sons of the Forest is a great example of a game that technically has a story, but the devs do they go out of their way to try to make sure that the story is not in the way of people who just want to boot up the game and run around the island and kill cannibals. If you follow the story, sometimes you'll get better tools and weapons and ammo, but you don't have to like go all the way down the rabbit's hole of the story. Okay, that is a full guns box. Boy. So yeah, we're separating guns and ammo now. I will put ammo and accessories in the upper box. That's good. That cut it in half. That's pretty good. That means when I'm done with this town, I will have literally a full van of nothing but weapons and ammo, most likely. When I'm finally ready to bring all that back with me. Tire iron over here for the vehicle work. There it is. That's another thing I could probably afford to bring back with me is just the seeds. They're small form enough that I can probably hand carry all those. Hmm. Druckmann, Druckmann went a little nuts with the second game. Had to subvert our expectations. Can't just give us more of what we like. No, we gotta be different and unique. I respect the intention, but the execution, I need a little work. My one of my buddies, he's a really big fan of the second game. He and I don't really see eye to eye on that, but I talked to him about that before, and we did agree that the second game would have been a lot more compelling if you could choose what the characters did. Like if you could choose whether to spare Abby or not at the end. That would have been one hell of a more interesting, uh, just an interesting story. If you got to see, what would have happened if you spared her versus if you killed her. I mean, obviously the overarching narrative of the game is revenge bad. So if you did kill her, it would probably punish you for it. But I mean, it, you get Ellie gets punished even for sparing her. Like Ellie does not get a happy ending in that game as it is. Um, but then of course, whenever you give alternative endings, you got the question of which one is canon and whatnot. So yeah, Abby can tank some wacky stuff in that game. And so can Ellie, but I mean, when it happens in a cutscene, it's a lot different than when it happens in the like in the open world gameplay. Like a lot of people made the point that how can Ellie be so torn up about killing one person when she's killed like 50 people in the gameplay? That being said, I don't actually think that's a too strong of an argument because the gameplay gives you the freedom to attempt to avoid things and whatnot. So you don't technically have to kill as many people as you probably end up doing if you play the game normally. But yeah, if you're just doing it the way most normal players would, yeah, you're gonna be killing a lot of people. Ellie is a very experienced and ruthless killer in that particular game. If you just play her as the game presents it. So we got a nice, huge VHS collection here, worth 41 encumbrance. Definitely way too much to hand carry. But I was able to hand carry all magazines, it looks like. That's good. I am definitely okay with that. Yeah, some of the cutscenes. There's some cutscenes that showed me things that I did not need to see. Absolutely. There are cutscenes in that game that I could have gone the rest of my life without seeing. Duplicate videotape into the trash. Okay, so as fate would have it, I think that's all the garbage bags. Let me double check. One garbage bag left, so we're almost set. That is another empty M9 mag. Hmm. Interesting. This is very interesting. I'm just barely going to make out with some stuff here. Jalapeno seeds, welding torch empty over here. High highs and brown sugar. Okay, so that constitutes all garbage bags of loot from the trunk. So what I need to figure out now is how much can I afford to put in my inventory after I have filled up my handbags. So I'm going to pick up each of these military backpacks. I cannot afford to pick those up yet. Got to drop some stuff. Dropping my combat kit. Looks like we're doing this now. Okay, so I got to drop some more stuff, it seems. Okay, I don't know why that was the case, but I fixed that. So, my military backpacks on my back and hands are now completely full. So what I do is I put my equipment back on, and now I need to see how much I can hand carry as I am now. Throws plot out armor out the window because there's no plot. That's an interesting way to do it. Okay, so I'm 31.71 with my combat kit and my handbags full. Okay, I need to keep that in mind. So 50 minus 31.71. So that is how much I can fit in the final garbage bag. 18.21. And now to factor the weight of the garbage bag itself. So 18.19 is how much I can fit in this garbage bag. Okay, so we're... I'm optimizing things as much as humanly possible at the moment, if that is not sufficiently obvious. And one of the reasons I'm doing this is just because I don't have too much else to do. I just go to sleep in a minute here. Okay. I'm gonna shut the door and we're gonna hit the sack. And then as our midnight activity, we are filling up a garbage bag with exactly 18.19 of loot. Yeah, I mean, most of the reason I'm doing it this way is because it's the end of the day. So if it was like the middle of the day when I finished getting everything out there sorted, I would have just left. But since it was near the end of the day, I don't like doing road trips in the dark. So I will usually, if it's like near the end of the day when I've gotten everything sorted for a road trip, then I'll spend the rest of the time optimizing for hand carry. So that's easy enough. All I got to do now is fill this with 18 of something. I'm going to do musical instruments first. Harmonica, drumstick, saxophone, and a bell. Also a fully intact bulletproof vest. Taking that. And I have some fishing gear that I found. And then I think some of the sporting gear, just not all of it. Oh, this mounted deer trophy. This should put me up over the limit. Because this is furniture, so it needs to come with me. Yeah, so that put me a little bit over the limit. I'm going to put back the bulletproof vest. Three soccer balls. I don't need all three of those. Just one, and crash helmet? Why not? It's gonna be here. Okay. We are completely loaded for bear now. So I dropped this garbage bag on the floor, and I am set to leave tomorrow. So for the remaining time that I have tonight, I am going to eat a meal really quick. I really should bring back these fountain cups. It's that 4.8 encumbrance. I might be able to fit that. I'm not going to be able to fit that anywhere. That's all right. I could buy myself a little bit more room by leaving my heavy weapons behind, or not heavy weapons, but just everything but the mace. I could do that. In fact, that's exactly what I'm going to do. So I'm going to place the spare magazines on the floor, place my M9s on the floor. Reason I'm doing this is because now I'll be able to bring back some guns just by putting them in my holsters. So that leaves me with 1.5 in my Alice kit. I'm not going to put the bandana on the ground because it might despawn if I do. If you put certain clothing items like helmets and stuff like that, a chance to despawn if you leave them on the ground. So I'm going to put it in the bag here. Same with the lighter. Some of this stuff I just always need to carry with me because I don't know what I'm going to run into out there. So some of that stuff is definitely staying with me. And yeah, I'm always going to have a mace on me, so that's not going anywhere. $20 fountain cups. Okay. should be able to bring the rest, hopefully. We'll see how many I can bring tomorrow. It is 3:20 now. I think I can afford to carry these books back with me because I removed about that much from my holsters. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and sleep now. It's a little bit early to sleep, but I'm going to go ahead and sleep. Oh dear, I had a nightmare. Well, shit. Yeah, no, West Point is not in the West. Not on this map, it isn't. It's not even in the west of the United States. I think they just named it West Point because they're weirdos. Redo my generator before I leave. I don't intend on being gone long enough for that to be a problem, but why not get it fixed up? Nope, not really. I mean, if I knew about game development, I would. But I mean, like, basically, I can look at what you've done and tell you, oh, that's probably not a good idea. But when it comes to, like, you know, getting started from the ground up, no, I got nothing. And that's just because, you know, I've seen a lot of games and I've seen what they do, and I've seen what works and what doesn't. But when it comes to, you know, making a hodgepodge of what actually works and what's good, not quite. That is not something that I am very well versed on. Because I mean, you know, they're basically when it comes to things that I've looked at already that I want to replicate, there's a lot of aspects of them that I don't know. You know, like fundamentals. Basically, there's a lot of fundamentals that I'm not 100% certain on. So. If only. If I could, I definitely would. So, we pick up the handbags. We take a garbage bag in each. Fill the rest with these last two magazines. So all three of our military backpacks are 36 out of 36. Now we are hand carrying whatever left. I think I can fit this entire garbage bag in my inventory. I'm at 49.03 now. So that means I have just a little bit room left for, I'll take 2 cups of cow's milk for when I get thirsty on the road. And a couple empties. And that's it. We're at 49.93. We're out of here. Now, we're not going to be back in Riverside for too awful long. All we're really going to do is empty the trailer and then find a throwaway vehicle to come back with. Side view combat in a 3D game. Hard to say, because I'm not 100% certain what that would look like. When you say side view, do you mean something like a side scroller, or like, you know, when I hear side view, two things come to mind. One is an arcade side scroller. The other is a something like an over the shoulder cam, like what you would see in Gears of War. Those are the only two things that I can really think of when I hear that, so it's hard to say. Rotating arcade style view. Okay, so a little closer to a side scroller then. It would depend on when it's used, I guess. Like, if it was something that you would have to constantly jump back and forth between, I could see that becoming exhausting. But if it was something that you would, use strategically here and there, I could see that. I could see that working. I mean, like, I guess the context matters on when you would want to use the aforementioned side view. See, one of the things that I had an idea for in USG was like a way to switch between strategic view and just your regular 3D view. Strategic view would be something like RimWorld, like the top-down perspective of RimWorld, where you can map out your pawns and whatnot. I did not want to kill that guy, but too late now. Yeah, that's so that and you would only want to really use it to draw plans, right? In fact, it would basically just be RimWorld from the top down. You would give orders to people, construction orders and stuff like that from the top down or from the 3D, but the top down would be a little bit faster and more straightforward to use than trying to do everything from the first person perspective. I think this is my turn. This is my turn. Okay, so if you don't have the need to, then that is... Yeah, I don't see it being a bad thing. At that point, it's just a question of, is it worth putting the development resources into, the time and effort that it would take to code that? That's a question that I always think of, and not just because... I mean, I think I've said this before. In the game that I would want to make, I would not be like the solo dev sort of thing. I would never do that. What I would actually do is I'd be a project lead, and I would hire devs to carry out the vision on a contract basis, and I would kind of curate their work. It'd be a GitHub project. Everything would be done open source on GitHub, and the paid devs on staff would basically just be paid contributors. And then, of course, anybody who wants to contribute through GitHub, since it would be open source, would just be a community contributor. They get listed in the credits and everything. But then so that gives me like a different perspective of developer time, right? If there was somebody who wanted to help me code the top-down view, for example, the RimWorld style aspect, and they just wanted to work on that, then I could allocate resources to them to work on that. But if they didn't want to work on that, if they just wanted to focus on the 3D side of the game, which is probably going to be the primary thing that most people want to engage with, then that's something that basically it's a thinking about it in terms of a project manager instead of what would be cool to have in the game, if that makes sense. Yeah, no, I understand that completely. I would probably be the same way if I had better skills with coding. But when it comes to coding things from the ground up, I have had no success so far. I mean, no success is a bit of an exaggeration, but most of what I have coded, like almost everything of what I've coded, is like an adaptation of something else. I have not done anything from scratch, from the ground up. So I feel like I feel pretty confident in my abilities to take the work that people submit to a project and kind of help fit it into the project that is my grander vision. So even if you do solo, I would still, this is obviously up to you, but I'm a big proponent of open source, because that way, if, it's still your project, you still make the call as to whether anything gets added, but people who enjoy the project, who are maybe your early testers or an early access audience or something like that, people could submit pull requests, like chunks of, features and stuff like that. They could submit those, and if you, as the project leader, approve of it, you can get it added. You can, take their work and put it into the main project. That's why, there's not a lot of video games that do that I know of. Actually, none of the games that I play do that. And that's tragic because I have participated in open source development on a very small scale before. Like I would join a Discord group for an AI program that I was using. And I was like, hey, I noticed that you can use multiple GPUs in this library, but your program doesn't really have a way to do that. Do you think you guys could add this menu here? Just like a drop-down menu in this particular place to enable selecting you know, CUDA 1 and CUDA 2, for example. And they like immediately added it. They were like, "Ah, it's a cool feature. Yeah, we'll add that." It's just open source development is pretty great. But that's also just a good dev team. That's not necessarily just open source. I mean, because the source was open, I knew exactly where they would need to add the menu. So I was like, okay, yeah, it would just be added here. So that may have helped them. But you know, they probably know their own project well enough that all I needed to do was be like, "Hey, I got multiple GPUs. Can you help me use those?" And they would have been like, "Oh yeah, sure. We can just add a little switch here." Because a lot of people who write software for, you know, machine learning and AI development, that kind of stuff, they either are like the data center spikes who get, you know, people who have access to some corporation's data center, and they're just given a sandbox to do whatever they want and produce good code. And then there's the hobbyists. I've noticed a lot of the hobbyists don't have more than one GPU in their own machine. I feel like I'm a little bit rare as a hobbyist who has two 4090s at my disposal. It would have been two 5090s if I could justify the upgrade, but it's really hard to justify that. The NVIDIA did not make a very good value proposition to me for that. So I'm basically skipping a generation, whatever the next generation of NVIDIA CPU is, or GPU rather. Did I take a wrong turn? Where the fuck am I? Oh, I did take a wrong turn. Okay. It's not that far, though. Yeah, I'm not going too far here. This is, I'm close to Riverside, but I took a left turn a little too early. Right, so yeah, you know, and if you start working on a project and you put it out there, then you can, you know, you can develop, you know, trust for people who have a similar vision to you, and you know they can, you can kind of, you know, even delegate things. I think even open source development without having paid developers. I think there are plenty of people who want to see a project taken to fruition, and they're willing to be told what to do. Like, you know, somebody would see your project and they'd be like, "Hey, I could probably help contribute this, this, and this," and then you could come back to them and be like, "Hey, okay, so can you do that and then this?" Like, and at that point, you've basically just got a volunteer who's willing to help you bring your vision to fruition, and all you've really got to do is, you know, see some of their work and be like, "Yeah, okay, that's in line with what I want." I've gotten really lucky with those fucking rabbits. That's the second group of rabbits that I almost hit. Basically, all I'm doing is I'm just kind of going a bit of a roundabout road on my way back to Riverside. There's going to be a right turn up here that will take me back to the upper entrance. I think this is it. Double checking. Yes, this will take me back to Long Needle Road, and then I will approach Riverside from the west. One of the reasons I decided to do this approach is because, whatchamacallit, we're actually exploring, technically speaking, we're exploring unexplored territory here. So I'm seeing if there are any survivor zombies. Wouldn't be able to fight them now, but I can mark them to come back later. Okay, now here's the trailer park, which means the storage units are off to the left, and then beyond that is the gas station. So we are back to Riverside here, just at the outskirts. In fact, I'm going to skip the zombies around the gas station by taking this little side road here. Lots of respawns here. I had this area cleared once, but I have not been here for a while, and saw the respawns. Mental note to come back there for a patrol later. I mean, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, if it based on some of the features you've described, absolutely. I mean, you know, there's a lot of survival crafting games that I have tried and been pretty disappointed in. But I mean, like, if there's somebody who's coming out with one that has a lot of interesting features like that, absolutely. When it comes to the release plan, you always got to think about, like, do I want to do Steam Early Access or maybe just a closed beta first, like a closed alpha development stage where you just do it with whoever's working with you and then give it a shot, or do you want to actually drop it on Steam? That's an open question. I have no good answer for that, because Steam can bring you a lot of players, and most importantly, it can bring you people with modding backgrounds. And if, like I was saying before, if you do it open source, people with modding backgrounds could jump in there and just be like, "Hey, I've got this mod that a lot of people who's playing the game, they really like it. I'll submit the mod as a PR, pull request rather." And then you've basically just got a modder who built a portion of the game for you. You just adopt it straight in there. That for me, that would be a dream scenario. But that all depends on what works for individual projects. So yeah, all things to think about there. So we are back to my riverside base. All of my crops are dead. Why are all of my crops dead? I think I know why. Some of them are still dying. Some of them are literally dying before my eyes. I think the ones that are a light yellow are actually still harvestable. So I would have hoped to have read a book before doing this, but I need to do this now because apparently they're dying right before my eyes. Save some of the winter wheat. Fuck. I was not expecting to come back to a base full of dead crops. I have no idea how this happened. Let me harvest what I can really quick here. I'm just going to look at it really quick. It's not water. They didn't dehydrate. I think the devs broke seasons. The devs recently changed day length for this patch. I think they completely broke growing seasons. That looks like a decent plan. Yeah, that's not a bad plan right there. I mean, I've never seen it executed before, so I would not know from real world examples if it's actually a good plan or not. But just looking at it, at a glance, that doesn't sound like a bad plan at all. So we still got plenty of wheat here. This is not a problem. Yeah, that's a lot of dead crops. There's a lot of dead crops. Now, as fate would have it, I do have backups of this save. So what I actually can do, I don't know if I'll do this, but I can do this. I could take one of my save backups. I made several while I was in Muldraugh. And I could just open it in debug mode and teleport back here to see if the crops were I mean, because it basically looks like they're actively dying now. And I don't know why. I genuinely don't know why. It cannot possibly be diseases. Diseases would never spread this fast. You see, it says they're rotten winter wheat. Now, what it means when a plant, like a plant, not a food item, when a plant says that it's rotten, that means it's been blooming too long. Oh, if Don't Starve did that, then yeah. If that worked for Don't Starve, then yeah. I mean, Don't Starve, I've never played it personally, but I know that it is a successful game. And so if that's the model that it used, then yeah, absolutely. Man, I would really love to read an agriculture book before doing the rest of this. I can't, though. It's literally dying before my eyes. This is so tragic. So tragic. I think I was gone for 3 weeks, maybe? I can't remember exactly what day it was that I left. Wacky. Stupid meta events. But yeah, that is so wacky. I do not understand why the wheat all died. Or why all the other crops died too. I mean... Alright, so, I'm gonna be right back. I actually have to step away briefly here. So what I'm gonna do is, while I step away, I'm gonna read a book. I'm gonna start reading... I mean, all the things to read. Agriculture feels the most appropriate at the moment. So I'm gonna unlock... I'm gonna get my... Where did my agriculture books go? Or farming. It calls it a set of farming books, but it's actually agriculture. So I'm going to put the 4 and 5 and 1 and 2 away. And I'm going to start reading 3. And I am going to step away briefly while I read this book. And then I will be back and we will get to organizing. Feature creep. Yeah, I can see that. Alright, I will be back in approximately 2 minutes or so. 2 minutes or so here. Right back. So I see what you're describing with Don't Starve. They showed the monster. That's a horror genre basic right there. Don't show the monster. I'm not personally too big on horror because I always feel like horror in an interactive form, horror is just survival with a lot of roadblocks. That's what horror is to me. Horror games are just survival with a lot of unfair and unusual roadblocks to it. But for people who actually enjoy horror, my understanding is that you don't want to reveal the monster in a horror setting. Happens with movies too. Okay, so what about these crops? I'm going to take a note of all the crops that died. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 up here. There was 10, that was 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 31. So 31 winter wheat. And all of the flax, literally 100% of the flax. That is 25 flax. And all of the rye, also 25 rye. Now I am not including the crops that I lost. I still have no idea why I lost the hops. So And then, of course, barley. Some of them died from a disease. So I'm not going to count those in the... So these two here were trampled. I don't remember what got this destroyed one here, but I'm not gonna count that either. If it's destroyed, I'm not gonna count it. So the rotten, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 barley that died. So this is what I lost because I think I'm actually going to separate the hops. I'm going to separate the hops. Okay. $50, $81, $88. We lost 88 crops because the devs forgot how time works. Not the first time they forgot how time works, not the last. What I'm going to do really quick is check my discovered recipes and media. I'm going to go over to agriculture. Winter wheat. Oh, maybe this is a skill issue. This might actually be my fault. This might actually be my fault. I did not look at I did not assume that winter wheat had changed. Winter wheat has been the same the last 4 times I've planted it and harvested it. But now its growth time is 108 days. 108 days might have actually passed. We're actually I'm gonna confirm this. We planted the winter wheat. Most of it was planted on either October 1st or October 2nd. I'm gonna go to the time calc. I don't even remember the name for this website. Time calculator, calculator.net. Was that it? No, it was a date calculator. Yeah, time and date, timeanddate.com. So I'm just going to do count days from October 1st, 1993 to the day now is January 1st. I'm sorry, it's now January 28th, 1993. Calculate. It's been 246 days. Wait, no. Hold on a second. What the hell? Oh, no, I forgot to change the year. I'm a doofus. 10/1/1993 to 1/28/1994. Okay. Forgot the year change. 119 days. Okay. Skill issue. I mea culpa. Okay, so I lost all these crops because I did not look at the crops in this stupid little menu here to see that they had changed their growth time from 240 days to 108 days. I feel like this is a ridiculous departure from reality. This is the Wikipedia page for wheat. Growing wheat. Wheat is an annual crop. It can be planted in autumn. I just need to emphasize this. Where is it? Wheat is an annual crop. It can be planted in autumn and harvested in early summer as winter wheat in climates that are not too severe, or planted in spring and harvested in autumn as spring wheat. So let's just ignore spring wheat. For some reason, all the wheat in this game is winter wheat. Whatever. This is not early summer. This change makes no sense. The devs autistically tried to make this game accurate to reality. And so I had planned on harvesting this wheat in early summer, as I have in previous builds. Now all of a sudden you have to harvest it in late winter. I need to I'm sorry, I need to post about this. This is driving me insane because this feels unintentional, but at this point I don't know if it is intentional. .10, the default day duration. I'm not even going to talk about that. I'm just going to say that for some reason I'm gonna make sure that this is also not a skill issue. I did not see them talk about this in the patch notes. The word crop, the word growth, the word time does show up a couple times. The only mention of day length is talking in reference to the 90-minute days. Wait a minute, god damn it. Did it delete what I was typing? Wait, no. It deleted what I was typing. I hate Steam sometimes, I really do. They don't fix things, and I'm mad about it. Whatever. Okay. Hello, human. I'm doing a bug report right now. This is all part of playing Build 42 Zomboid. Bug report because I had a massive crop loss for reasons that don't make any sense. Well, okay, so I call it a bug report. What it really was a post on the discussion forum saying, "Is this a bug or not?" Because I genuinely don't know if it is. But now that we're done with that, I'm just looking for something to eat really quick. How about some... Looking for some candy, actually. Something to give me some calories without too many proteins. And get rid of some of my boredom here. Okay. Now I'm going to turn the generator on, and we are going to take a look at getting some of our vehicle unloaded here. Got some more instruments for our conservatory over here. Looks like we already had a saxophone. Now we have two. Got ourselves a guitar. Harmonica. Couple more drumsticks. A bell, of all things. Neat. And some sports gear. Couple of skill books that I was missing. My tailoring collection is now complete. It's beautiful. I love it. I'm very happy about it. I don't think I've ever had a full tailoring collection before. Yeah. No, it is a very unstable build. And in this particular instance, I don't think the devs even caught something that they changed and managed to get it into the patch notes. Unless it was in the patch notes for a previous build that just completely went over my head. I think I planted winter wheat in 42.9, but I never got around to harvesting it. So it is possible that this change was made in 42.9 and it went completely over my head. That's why I posted it as a discussion instead of a bug report, because I genuinely don't know if it is a bug or a feature. I mean, you know, it's unstable. And probably the most important thing is I'm not relying on those crops to survive. If I was, I would be a very unhappy camper. But since I'm not actually relying on those crops to survive, it's whatever. I literally just planted them so that I could, you know, see how they work, as just part of an ongoing effort to see what works in this game and what doesn't. Yeah, she's probably all right. I have seen a cow get stuck in a fence and die because of it. I think she'll be all right. Wait a minute, holy shit! One of my fucking cows did die. I have no idea why. Why is there fucking dead calf over here? The adults have plenty of food and water, so the calf shouldn't have fucking died. Ugh, I'm mad about it. I'm really mad about it because there's no reason that this calf should have died. Now I have to check the other calves to make sure that they're not dying for no reason. Fast the junior. Look at that. She's underfed. Why is she underfed? Why are the calves not getting fed by the mothers? I could understand that for other breeds that don't produce very much milk. Like the Angus, they produce so little milk that I wouldn't be surprised if they never even feed their own calves. But Holsteins are the milk gods. They produce so much milk. I mean, I would call that the problem if it wasn't for the fact that the other one is underfed. Now, because for some godforsaken reason the mother is not feeding it, I can actually hand feed it. I can feed it myself. I can compensate for the fact that the mother is not feeding it. I shouldn't have to, but I can. Hello. So I got my butcher hook over here. I'm putting this. It's all right that this one died because it was a male. I didn't need another male anyway. So. I mean, honestly, the helicopter event is it's not the threat it used to be. I mean, yeah, sure, it can kind of be a threat, but it's no. If the helicopter came right now, I would just stand in front of my base and kill whatever zombies come up. The helicopter event is a major threat for early game players because it's supposed to catch you off guard. As I am right now, despite being tired, I could fight off 100 zombies as long as they don't all come at me at once. And if they did come at me at once, I just get in my ambulance and drive away. It's not that big of a deal. Late game, yeah, the helicopter event is no threat to you late game. Maybe, I mean, shit, that would suck for the calves. But yeah, let me get the rest of my inventory emptied here. I'll feed the calf by hand, and then I think it'll be close to bedtime here. I don't know if I want to put a morgue table in my clinic. Clinic is supposed to be for healing people, not for dead people. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave the morgue table unplaced for the moment, and come back for that later. Okay, my backpack is now emptied. Our girl is just about to get hungry, so we're gonna eat some chips. How about a cinnamon roll? We're gonna eat a cinnamon roll. Oh, and I am out of cow's milk, so I cannot hand feed the calf. What I've got to do is I got to milk the mama myself, and then hand feed the calf that's underfed. Is Athena the second? No, Athena the second is well fed. We don't have to worry about that. It is Bast the second, who is underfed. So I pick her up. Well, I'm petting her now. I wanted to pick her up. I give her a pet. I pick her up. And I right-click on her, and I hit feed cow's milk. So I'm currently feeding her cow's milk from a different cow. So she is now well-fed, not thirsty. So I can put her back. All of the other cows are adults or juveniles, so they are now eating from the trough. The lamb over here is a male. It needs to die anyway. Or I'll kill the adult male. Long story short, with animals and males and females, you can only have one male mammal in each pen. Otherwise, they will start killing each other. And I think I actually do have enough time to go ahead and butcher this calf, so I'm going to do that. Alright, the bones go into this container here, along with the unprocessed leather. I've got a calf head, I need to slice it up. Toss the brain into the bin here too. And I guess the skull as well, I'll smash it later. Everything else out here I don't care about right now. Yeah. No, they're, with mammals, they are even less civilized than humans. If you pen them together, they'll just kill each other. If they're in the wild, they'll just kick males out of the group, and the males have to go out and find their own herd. But in this game, because I mean that's why in this game you just separate them. In nature, they would separate themselves, but if they cannot separate themselves, they'll just kill each other. Now, here's an interesting thing. I can create a roast from the calf to make use of its meat. But I can't actually cook the roast unless I go out and turn on the generator for the fridge, because the oven is on the same wall as the fridge generator. That's an interesting conundrum. I did not even consider that before. See, right now, the fridge well, it's just supposed to be the fridge. The fridge is supposed to have its own generator. That's what this generator out here is for. But I don't have that generator running right now because I don't need the fridge to be running. All my perishables are still down in Muldraugh. You know what? It'll keep overnight. I'll sleep tonight. I'll turn on the generator midnight and cook the food then. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, wind power would be pretty cool. Wind power was not very prolific in the 90s, so it makes sense that the knowledge of how to do it would not be very common. The game is set in 1993, so whatever you had in 1993 is what you get for the most part. Oh, I can imagine. But since it's been done properly before, I have confidence in the devs. Like, the NPCs in this game are not going to be that much more complicated than the ones in RimWorld. And the devs of this game have actually copied some of RimWorld's better ideas for a lot of things at this point. So I do have a moderate amount of confidence that the devs are going to do okay with NPCs. Are they going to blow us out of the park? I don't think so. But it is, not only is it possible for them to do good, maybe they'll even do better than RimWorld in certain extents. So, it's possible. Not holding my breath, though. Lots of musical instruments over here. Everything else is for the material bin here, the keepsake bin. Still have no idea exactly how to use firecrackers. I'll figure that out eventually. So it is now 2200. I'm going to go ahead and sleep. Doors are all locked. Yes, okay. Bedroom needs work, really. It's really just behind a curtain back here. Look at that, I actually got cold. I might put a space heater in the bedroom. Not that I have to. I mean, I have a couple of warmer clothes I could put on back here. In fact, I'm gonna put on the t-shirt and one of my hoodies now. Or just one of my hoodies. Fuck no. I wouldn't pay $5 a month for the... So, the reason I say no to that is because of how slow the devs are. Because you see, the way how slow they currently move, giving them $5 a month at their current pace, they would make millions for not doing very much. No, I would never support that. If they increased their development speed, maybe. I would have to see how much they actually increase it to actually determine whether that's a good value proposition. But otherwise, no. At the current development pace, fuck no. If they sped it up 3 times faster than it currently is, maybe. But it would have to be at least 3 times faster. That's probably my threshold for that. I mean, $5 a month is not much for a guy like me. I don't want to boast or anything, but $5 a month would be nothing for me. I would do that in a heartbeat if it made the game go 5 times or 3 times faster in its development. But would it actually move 3 times faster if they had those kind of resources? I'm skeptical. I really am. It's possible. I'm a little skeptical of that notion. That was a little too much protein, but that's fine. That is all right. We're at 304 proteins. We want to be under 300. So by the time we wake up tomorrow, it'll be gone. Yeah, multiplayer. It's possible. I just don't see it happening anytime soon. It's mostly it's a very fundamental problem with multiplayer because there's a lot of things that the game does in single player that it has to do differently in multiplayer. Like deep down under far from where you're actually looking, where most players would see it. There's a lot of stuff going on that just cannot work properly in a multiplayer framework because the game is expecting it to just all happen locally at client side. And that creates a lot of development problems for trying to make the game multiplayer. They don't have a solution for that. They just monkey wrench in multiplayer as is, and hope for the best. Multiplayer is built on crushed hopes and dreams at the moment. I'm sure they'll make something of it. It's just I don't have very high confidence. I don't have very high confidence in it. Yeah, it's a term that actually gets used in development, but I don't think I'm always using it right. I think that was an appropriate usage, but I'm not even 100% sure on that. 2 stars and stripes flags. I do want to keep my pattern of rotating flags out here. Yeah, I'm going back and forth between Kentucky State flag and U.S. flag. I want to keep that pattern on this side. The other side over here, I think I can plaster it with American flags and it will look fine. I got to think about this whenever I do it, though, because once I place the flag, I cannot pick it up again. There's a glitch with the game where once you place a flag on a plastered wall, you can never pick it up again. I actually like that. It's behind the sign. I'll take it. Now we got a couple of gray lamps that are ceiling lamps. I've been thinking about putting these in the bathroom for a while now. So, let's get some of these gray lamps out and put them right in here. Dead center on this side. Oh, I like that. It's not perfect, but I like it. And the best part about it is there's not a lot of good spots to put lights in here. But now, I got ceiling lights. Ceiling lights that don't block movement. The bathroom has lights. Oops. You know what? I'll actually keep that fluorescent light above the mirror. Mirror lights are a thing. People actually like to have a nice bit of lighting when they're looking at themselves in the mirror. I like that. So I'm going to go ahead and drop this bag here because there's other ceiling lights that they come in pairs of 2. So I need to keep ceiling lights together in that regard. All my military backpacks of loot are emptied. Still got about another hour to screw around before I go to sleep again, so I picked up some double fluorescent wall lights. Where are the rest of the... Here are the rest of the gray lamps, okay. A couple more gym mats, although I don't actually have a good spot for them yet. I could put down double mats. That's an option. See, I can't rotate them. Otherwise, I would absolutely rotate them. Now, why did one of my barbells move? That doesn't make any sense. There we go. Hopefully that doesn't happen too much. I like that. I like that a lot. You know, I don't like that it's blocking the... Yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm going to move them back a tad. This means I'm probably going to have to redo that barbell one more time. Yeah, I don't know why it keeps getting reset just because I'm picking up furniture nearby. Thankfully, it's only getting its y-axis reset. I've seen that happen before, and I have no explanation for it. It just happens. So everything else in here is a mixture of flags, posters, a key duplicator. That's brand new. I've never seen that before. And after this, I'm ready to go to sleep again because it is 4 a.m. So, okay. Now we sleep. Just going to close this door because we don't want no open doors in the middle of the night. Now it is 33 degrees. But I'm wearing warm enough clothing that I think I can sleep. In fact, look at that. I'm hot right now. I'm unpleasantly hot. So that'll go away pretty quick if I go to sleep now. I just want to make sure I don't get cold again. Nope. Being indoors despite the snowstorm outside. Doing good. Alright, it is the next day. So I got 3 more flags to put down. Now, I have some big flags to put down too. So I'm gonna put the small flags in the gaps. And the big flags I'm gonna put because they're 3 wide. So these 3 both of these 3 wide spots for big flags. That leaves here and here. And that is this entire side covered up once I get those other flags down. For anybody joining, we are now back to... Okay, thanks, Bloody. I will catch you next time you join us. But yeah, for anybody joining, we are just... we came back from Muldraugh with a little bit of furniture. And some of it I'm going to place. The rest of it I'm going to go ahead and just put inside for later. I want to get everything out of the trailer here. And then I'm going to go back to Muldraugh with a throwaway vehicle. Because I still have my large vehicle back down in Muldraugh. So I don't want to... waste too much space. Or rather, I don't want to put too much effort. Okay, there we go. One of the few pieces of furniture that I brought back with me that is an objectively useful thing is a chest freezer. Eventually, I will have chest freezers in multiple locations here when the spring harvest comes around. So I got one in there now. I'm going to put... So I have another chest freezer. I'm going to put them both in the kitchen area. Separate them from the rest of my furniture storage so I know where they're at. This one here. Up here I will put the other fluorescent wall lights. Chest freezer in here. Green arrow, I'm going to actually get a couple of these. These come from Spiffos. That is the general direction I want traffic moving in, which means I got to retool those parking spots there. But as fate would have it, I'm actually in a position where I can retool some of those parking spots because I came back from Muldraugh with tons of sand and gravel. Well, tons of several bags of each. Okay, this furniture bin is full. Transitioning down to another one here. This one that I'm putting hair dye and furniture in. Some more posters. Plenty of movie posters. Okay, now all that's left are keys. All my spare keys are going in here. So I got an arcade machine and a soda machine. Those both can into my main backpack and my secondary backpack. Got a lot of sacks of sand here, like a lot of sand. I'm probably just going to start dumping sand somewhere. I need to dump it somewhere. Ideally somewhere where it'll be useful. The trail to the chicken coop here could use a little bit more bandwidth, so I'm actually going to put a few units of sand over here. Now the way it works when you're putting like dirt or sand on a water tile, it looks ugly at first, a little glitchy. Like this right here doesn't look right. It will look right after we leave the area and come back. When we leave the area and come back, it'll reload this area, and it will look just like these other sand entrances over here. So it will look good when we get back. The rest of this sand, I'm probably going to leave on the floor over here, where I don't expect to be driving quite as often. So I'm just going to put it on the floor right here. And the best part about this is if I need the sand for crafting, like maybe I want to craft a bunch of glass jars, for example, and I need sand for that and I run out of sand elsewhere, I can just come out here and pick some of this back up. This is not like an essential tile that I'm putting on the ground. So basically all I'm doing here is freeing up sacks by getting the sand out on the ground. I've actually done this before, just putting sand on the ground and then later coming back and picking it up after I'm done with it. So that ended up actually getting rid of a little more sand than I wanted to. What I'm going to actually do is pick a little bit of it back up, because I didn't know exactly how much I had there. I believe I have a shovel. You need a shovel to pick up the sand, so I think I have a shovel. I have several shovels in my gardening bin over here. Use an E-tool, I think. There it is, onto belt right. I'm hot when I go inside, so I step outside as soon as I can. Hey. So a bag of sand is 4 tiles. So if I want to make this even, I'm going to take 4 tiles of sand here, and then 4 tiles of sand here, and then I'll just leave the rest. So these 2 sacks of sand here, I'm going to go ahead and toss them in my crafting area over here. This is my crafting area where I would do pottery and or glass making. So those sacks of sand are now set aside for pottery and or glass making. And we got a bunch of empty sacks now because we got rid of all of the rest of the sand bags. Now we're just going to do the same for the gravel bags. Came back with 10 gravel bags. So there's the trailer empty. So what I'm going to do now is pull the pull this Ranger car forward, drop the trailer off, so that I can come back with a throwaway vehicle to get rid of the trailer. As you can see, I have multiple trailers. The one that I'm currently towing it's got better storage, by like, I don't know, four or 5 units. Not significantly better, but I'm going to take the best one I have when I go on expeditions. Now, what do I do with this Ranger vehicle? Well, I'm going to put it, this is my parking lot of completed rebuilds over here. I'm just going to go ahead and put it in this spot right here, because this has got mostly ideal parts in it. It should now be emptied, but I think there might be a couple of things left in it that I need to worry about. So I cut the engine here, and there's some carpeting here. I think there's some stuff in the back seat, out of gas sign, and an entire garbage bag. Garbage bag can go in my primary here. This other garbage bag can go in my... I'll split it up here. Or can I? I don't think I can. I can't. It's too big. Shit. That's alright. Well, actually, so there is something in one of these bags that I can get rid of right away. I'm gonna bring the car back. I forgot how much stuff I still had in it. Bit of a doof. That's fine. Just bring it right back around the corner here and park it here now. One of these radios that I have needs to go into the fire truck, I think. I already have the radio in this garbage bag, so I drop that garbage bag, grab the radio. Head on over here to the front, put the radio in the truck here. Boom, got rid of the radio. And the truck is better off for it. Now everything that's left in this bag is... Look at this, I got a Kentucky state flag. Getting closer and closer to an alternating pattern complete. All I need is one more Kentucky state flag. I'm sure I have one somewhere, I just gotta find it. 2 stars and stripes flags. Those can go in here. Couple of violet carpetings for there. That is an empty garbage bag. This one here has a camera. Don't have enough room to carry that. Now I do. Okay, back seat is completely empty. Trunk still has 1 garbage bag of stuff. Dropping that on the floor. That means that this vehicle is now completely empty. So I can do what I was doing before and get it out of the way. Just had to make sure I get all the stuff out of it before I consider it done and dusted. Put this in my collection of rebuilt LEO vehicles. I have another one staged for a rebuild at some point. That's a low priority task. I only rebuilt this one because it was right in front of me. It was a convenient thing to do at the time. So I have no idea what to do with these other two stars and bar flags. Just going to toss them in storage for the moment. All three of those are full. Over here I still got a little bit of room. Rapidly running out of room though. Probably got room for these violet carpets and this out of gas sign. Not even the out of gas sign. Starting over here in the corner now. I'm completely full. I don't have any room left. Shit. I guess I'll just put the... no, I got room. I just got to use other containers. Plenty of room in these cabinets over here. Sort of, kind of, maybe a little bit. Not really. Oh, here we go. Room in here. Just barely. Just barely. Okay, I got the camera out of there. And then the stars and bars, I got room in here. Now, the soda machine and the arcade machine, no chance. I'm not going to even try to fit those anywhere. Or anywhere conventional. I'm going to put those in here. Alright, all that's left is gravel now. So I'm going to take the gravel bags and toss all the gravel out here. Okay, I've got 4, 5, 6, 7 bits of gravel left. That's going to be a bit of an awkward fit here. It's going to look ugly no matter what I do at this point, so... maybe I will fill in these two, or I'll move these two to the other side. I gotta get rid of these seams. All I gotta do to get rid of the seams, pick it back up, put it back down. And since I've already started doing that, I can continue doing that to get rid of these ugly bobs there. And now all the rest I'll just fill in over here. It's fine. Okay, all sacks are now emptied. Yeah. Just gotta toss the empty sacks into storage. And that constitutes a removal of everything we brought back with us. This is where the sack storage goes. You know what? I'm going to put down one of those Slurp Burp soda machines. It's got a red aesthetic, so it'll match my base. It'll match some of the design here. It's just a question of where. It would almost make sense to go right next to the fridge. But I've already got cabinets with a very specific purpose there. That's not too awful bad. I would need to find some purpose for back here. Yeah, possibly another slurper machine, or maybe just a table of some sort. TBA. TBA. I'll figure that out. The arcade machine is going to be a little harder, because I don't really have a good spot for it yet. But just to get it out of the way, I think I will put it... I'll put it in my bedroom. Why not? I have a little bit of room in my bedroom for fun stuff. This lamp needs to go somewhere. I don't have a place for it yet. I'll put it in the chest of drawers. And there we go. Arcade machine in my bedroom. Better spot for it later. Maybe I'll make a game room of some sort. But that would be a second floor thing, and I'm not thinking about the second floor for a little while. I want to wait until I've gotten, like, the spring harvest done before I even begin to think about the second floor. Or not the harvest, but the spring planting. The aminals over here have already eaten all of the animal feed out of this bag. Now, these troughs do not need to have water in them. So what I'm going to do is take some of this grass that's in here and toss the grass into these. Toss half in here and half in here. I'm going to do the same over here. Half and half. Okay, feed troughs are sorted out. The chickens are, they're pretty much fed for life. All I gotta worry about is, picking up the eggs. Hardly even something worth worrying about, but I gotta do it at one point here, so. Eggs and poo have been picked up. Empty sack in here. There's another 42 sacks on this side. That's rather awesome. I'll be able to move a lot more gravel, gravel. I'll be able to move a lot more gravel at once, thanks to all the extra sacks. So picked up some eggs. I boxed up some of them into a carton. Alright, eggs, all perishables in the fridge for the moment. What else is in the fridge? Nothing. So I did not get a chance to bring back with me all of my cow's milk fountain cups. That's okay. I can bring back with me a dispenser bottle full of milk. So what I do now is I have a dispenser bottle, an empty dispenser bottle in my hand, and in my inventory, I've got 23 fountain cups empty. So I just start milking the cows until everything is full. That was the level of animal care. So yeah, Athena stopped producing milk. I don't know why. I don't know why Athena stopped producing milk, but she did, and so has Bast. Bast has stopped producing milk. Whatever. The horse is still producing milk over here. This dispenser is just water. So I filled my canteen back up with water. Now I'm going to put the cups of cow's milk back in the fridge. Not for any particular reason, just to separate them. And now I'm going to put the... so I've got a dispenser bottle with 15 liters of cow's milk in it. What I'm going to do is churn all 15 liters of that into sticks of butter over here at the butter churn. So butter is 5 liters of milk for 1 stick of butter. So you just spend a lot of time at the butter churn and you can churn a stick of butter out of that. Now what I'm going to do, straight up eat a stick of butter because I need to put on a lot of weight. I'm down to 71.8 kilo. I need to be putting on tons and tons of weight. So I'm going to take those 2 sticks of butter back with me, in addition to the 23 fountain cups of cow's milk. And then tomorrow, I'm going to go back outside and fill another one of these dispenser bottles with cow's milk. Butter is the fastest way to put on weight. It's silly, it's stupid, I hate it, but it works. Okay, so what I'm going to do for a next bit of time here, bedtime is not until 22:30, so I'm going to start removing more of these crop plots. Wait a minute, still have an entrenching tool on my belt. Now we're getting a lot of muscle strain from doing all this at once. Whatever. We'll have enough time for painkillers to kick in when we go to sleep. Fine. Why are we getting muscle strain just from removing crop plots? I don't know. Ask the devs. This should just be removing stamina. That's all it should be doing. But no, we gotta have muscle strain. Gotta have muscle strain. We can't have fun. Stop that. Stop having fun. Stop having fun. You gotta have muscle strain. Slow down. You're having too much fun. Stop. That's what the devs are doing right now with the muscle strain bullshit. We're about to hit stage 2 pain from this bullshit. So I'm going to go ahead and take some painkillers now. They will have kicked in by the time I go to sleep. I may need to take another round, but whatever. I don't want my girl to be in too much pain. I unironically care about my characters. If they're in pain, I will take the pain away. Thankfully, we don't have an addiction system in this game. God help us if we had an addiction system. My character would be probably be a junkie with all the painkillers she takes once in a while. Okay, because the game is going to let me get to sleep, I'm going to go ahead and sleep now. I've finished with the crop plots for the moment, and I'm not going to start digging more until, like, I don't know, late February probably. Which it is, it's January 29th now. So, 2020, oh, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to read until I start seeing the pain come back. Okay, pain is starting to come back. Quick, get to sleep now. Go, go, go. God damn it. Too late. Okay, we got to eat more painkillers now. I tried to finesse it. It didn't work. So I'm just going to go to bed at the regular hour now. Shit. Go to bed. God damn it! Not again! Why do painkillers only last 1 fucking hour in this game? It's so stupid. Eating those things like fucking candy. I'm a little mad about it. I'm not that bad, but I'm a little mad. Let's get rid of this. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna make her some proper meals. We got a little bit of time. I'll make some proper meals. I got tons of ingredients to do it with, so let's just make her some eggs. A little bit of eggs, a little bit of meat. Never add more than 3 of any one ingredient to a something you're cooking, because if you add more than 3, the game will freak out, or rather, the devs will freak out and say, "Oh no, you're putting too much of one ingredient into something." So there we go. So 3 of these stir fries are just eggs. 2 of them are eggs with a little bit of leftover dead baby cow. No, don't eat it, woman. For fuck's sake. She almost started to eat it. It's uncooked. There we go. Now it'd be cooking. Alright, and we have a little bit of time left before we go to sleep. I read this book until 4 a.m. Then tomorrow I can shut down the generators and we can seek out a throwaway vehicle to take to get back to Muldraugh with. Alright, I'm curious if anybody saw my Steam thread. Give me a quick moment. I'm gonna... The only person who replied, "We will never know." Because I was asking, is the change of winter wheat from 240 days to 108 days, was that intentional? Because it's a departure from the realism they've been striving for. And the guy, he correctly said, "We're probably never gonna know." Probably never gonna know. So before I shut off the fridge and get out of here, I'm gonna milk the Holsteins again to get another 15 liters of milk here. Why are there 2 Athena 2s? Hell's going on there? I don't know why the game showed 2. The hell? Was that Athena the third then? Where's Athena? Huh. I guess Athena has had 2 calves? I don't know. But in any case, that means this is now Holstein 2B. Yeah. Holstein Athena, or Athena the second is now Athena 2A. I did not realize that Athena had 2 calves. Okay. She's not producing milk no more, so her calves are going to need to be hand-fed. I mean, same with Bast. Bast is no longer producing milk. Why is Bast no longer producing milk? Fuck you, that's why. I don't have a good answer for any of that shit. I wish I could be nicer about that, but no. Okay, Bast the second is well-fed, not thirsty. You know what? How about the baby lamb? Is the baby lamb being fed? Yes, the baby lamb is being fed. Okay. How about Athena 2B? Athena 2B is well-fed. So as far as I know, Cersei is the only one that I have right now is producing milk. These bulls are not doing their goddamn job. They're not keeping the cows pregnant. What the hell am I paying them for? Am I right? Alright, Baratheon's not... You know what? I might have to kill me here. He's a juvenile right now. I named him Kill Me because I need to kill him before he becomes an adult and they start fighting each other. But anyway, I gave Cersei plenty of time to regenerate her milk, so I'm milking her now. Alright. Fucking bulls had better get your mate on. My other bulls probably aren't having any problems over here. But in any case, I am now done with the prep work to head back to Muldraugh, so all I gotta do is take these fries I just made. I don't need to worry about bringing these jars with me. I mean, I only put them in the fridge because jars technically do go bad given enough time. But I don't have to worry about... See, now that I put them in the fridge for just a little while, they'll probably last well into the next year, so that's not a problem. Anything else? Books. Is there a book I want to bring back to Muldraugh with me? Give me a moment here to check. I think I'm ready for the next Longblade book very soon here. Or, not quite. So I'm just about to hit Longblade level 5. The next Longblade book that I have is volume 4. So I have to get all the way through level 6 before I can read Longblade 4. So there's no point in bringing that. I'm not going to get through the next level of Longblade just by mopping up zombies in Muldraugh. That being said, tailoring. I am like halfway through level 5. When I get to level 6, I'll be ready to read Tailoring 4. So I actually need to bring that back with me. So Tailoring 4 is coming back with me. Oh, I am actually ready to read Cooking 4. So I'm going to be reading Agriculture 3 till I'm done, and then Cooking 4, and then Tailoring 4. There is nothing else that particularly interests me that I need to worry about reading right now. Welding. I actually want to bring welding with me. Welding is something I might read as soon as I get down there. I do not have the 5th book of welding yet, but I have the 4th. And there is a lot of welding activities that I can do while I'm in Muldraugh. Okay, so that covers the reading material. Now, going back to Muldraugh, I want to take a throwaway vehicle, because I already have my biggest van. It's still down in Muldraugh. Like, I took the, oh, you know what? I wanted to go back to Muldraugh now, but there's actually a bit of a time concern over here. You see all this weed on the ground? All this weed on the ground, it is currently fresh. If it goes bad, I need to do something with it before it goes bad. Now, what do I do with all that wheat? I gotta build a, I've got to build a, stone mill. I think a mill is better than a quern. I think. Yeah. I mean, I probably have the resources to build both, but I'm going to build a stone mill first. That shouldn't be too awful hard. I just need, well, you know what? Let me get I'm going to empty my backpack really quick. The cow's milk can go into the trunk of this vehicle. Just get it out of the way. And then one backpack into my offhand. Or wait, shit. Sorry, brain's going faster than the mouth. I need several large stones in order to make a mill. There's a large stone outside right now. In order to process that large stone, I'm going to need a club hammer and a mason chisel. So I'm going to take from my tool bin here, which is expansive, one mason chisel. And surely there's a club hammer in here. Really? There's no club hammer? Club hammer is that fucking rare? I mean, I know I have another one in my bag right here. I just didn't think I was going to need it. I guess I need this one here less often. So taking that one. Okay. Club hammer, masonry chisel acquired. Now I just need a crafting surface. Crafting surface. Should have a couple crates, don't I? No, that's down in Muldraugh. I don't have any crafting surfaces immediately available to me. Yeah, I do. This table right here. That's a very inconvenient crafting table. I'm just gonna build. Yeah, I'm just gonna build one. No, I got this over here. I got this this crate right here. This works. So I'll just actually leave the masonry chisel and the club hammer right here. This crate is supposed to be my animal parts crate. Now I have so many of those wheat sheaths. I'm gonna need multiple vehicles to fill to actually recover all of them. So to recover all of them, all I gotta do is drive up one van here, right on top of it, get out, open the trunk, just put all that shit in there. So because all of my crops are now gone, they're out of the way, I don't have to worry about running them over. I can just back this up, and it's next to the generator over here that I'll put my, generator can be turned off, actually, because it is done for now. It was only powering the fridge. So I can use that, and then this other spiff of van's already being used for compost storage. So I've got a third spiff of van over here, and a fourth. I've got no shortage of spiff of vans. That ain't no problem. If it ever seemed like I have too many vehicles, no. I don't have enough. I will eventually find something to fill up all of the trunks in these vehicles, and then I will be looking for more vehicles to use as mobile storage. I could have an entire fleet of vans. In fact, I do. I have an entire fleet of vans, and it's not enough. As you can see, I'm about to fill up another one with nothing but wheat sheaves. And this isn't even my full harvest. I lost like 80% of my harvest. That's alright. I'm not mad about it. I'm a little mad about it. I posted on the forums about it, so I'm a little mad about it, but it's fine. I'm not that mad about it. And it's fine that I'm sticking around here a little bit longer, because the more stir fries I can eat while I'm here, that's the less pans I got to bring down to Muldraugh with me. I'm at calorie cap. I've been there for a while, so I'm not even worried about calories at this point. I'm just worried about fats. I'm at 800 fats. I want to stay above 400 while I'm gaining weight. Here's the... So this Spiffo van actually has a perfect trunk on it. So I'm hoping that this one will be able to handle the rest of the wheat. Gonna be a long shot, though. There's a lot of fucking wheat. Nope, it's not even gonna get half of it. How much do I have left over here? 150? 86? I'm gonna hand carry the rest. It's fine. Just toss it on the floor over next to where I intend on building the mills to process these. Remember, I have to do this now because the wheat sheaves are fresh, and there's 0.00% chance I'm gonna try to refrigerator freeze these. They weigh 1.0 each, and I have literally like thousands of them here. Okay, that's all the wheat moved to where it needs to be for the most part. Now once I put down the mill, I'm pretty sure I can move it. And the best part about the new crafting surfaces is you can access them from a couple tiles away. Our girl ran out of water again. She's doing a lot of work. Alright, now the goal is to get a few of those large stones. We actually have a couple just laying around because we had to pick up them to get our roadway built. on, turn over, girl. Great condition engine. The battery's still... Ooh, I thought that was a tree that would damage me. That would have damaged my soul if I backed the trunk into that. Alright, so the trunk of this vehicle can handle 148 encumbrance, which means I can fit at least 3 of these large stones in. See, there's a couple large stones right here. These weigh 40 encumbrance each, so when I first picked them up, I literally couldn't even get them in my inventory. But now we've got plenty of empty vans. We can just toss them straight into the trunk. I don't even have to put them in my inventory. And then there is a another large stone just right up here. I left that on the floor right here. So that's 3 large stones in the trunk of this vehicle. Now all I gotta do is break them down into wheels for the mill. I'll build a mill and a quern. Why the fuck not? I'll build one of each. Just so that I can say I have one of every refinement structure. Why does this not count as a crafting surface? Why does this crate not count as a crafting surface? Let's go get something else that counts as a crafting surface. I don't know why. I have several questions. I'm not going to think about it. We've got a table right here. We got a table. This counts as a crafting surface. I didn't want to have to use it, but here we go. Okay, now I have a crafting surface. So I need, what do I need? 2 regular stone wheels. Yeah. I think I already have 2 small stone wheels, I think. I don't remember. I know I don't have any more large stone wheels. Those I just tossed right back into the trunk. Now I need to go check to see if I think I already have a couple of small stone wheels. If I did, they would be in here or about here. Oh no, I put them on the floor over here. Right. So each of them weigh 15. So that's a total of 30. I need my military backpack and my offhand to carry those. Boom. 2 small stone wheels already acquired. That means the other rocks I can just break up. So I'm probably going to need to cut some stones. Yeah, I need 10 stone blocks. So I actually have the correct amount. I have the correct total. What else do I need? I just need a large handle and a wooden rod. And a clay cement and a mason's trowel. All that I still have in base here. A bucket of clay cement over here. Plenty of charges left in that. Mason's trowel I should have scattered around here somewhere. Large handle and a wooden rod. It's actually my last large handle that I have just chilling. That's okay. It's going to a useful place. Okay, and now the 10 stone blocks, we're just going to cut them by breaking a large stone into rocks, because we have 1 large stone left over in the trunk here. Break that down, we get 10 rocks. Just going to drop those on the floor. And then I'm now going to cut those rocks into stone blocks, 10 of them. And now I've got 10 stone blocks. Those are much more lightweight into my main backpack. The rest of my materials are in the trunk of this vehicle. We are set to go build our mill and our quern. I think we'll only end up using the mill, but that's fine. I just want to be able to say that I have a little bit of everything, that's all. Alright, other military backpack into the main hand. And one of the stone wheels into that backpack. I can now build a mill. Where will I build it? Probably to either side of the generator here. That looks cool. I like it. And then I have the materials to build a quern, right? Oh no, I need 2 more stone, small stone wheels and a medium handle. Shit, well, I will leave the stone wheel here then. Make it later. For now, I just care about getting these, I'm gonna get these wheat sheaths used up first. I've got to thresh it, don't I? I've got to thresh it all. That's okay. Oh, I have to dry it. I dry it, and then I thresh it, and then I mill it. We're not allowed to have fun here. Why would we be able to do everything at once? We need drying rack. Large plant drying rack. 6 long sticks. And 8 units of twine and 2 nails. So we're not ready to start yet. Got another step. This is build 42 crafting, ladies and gentlemen. If we want to do something, we need to do it in like 5 steps. We can't do it all at once. No. That's not how this game works. Oh, bravo, into secondary, please. I'm just going to do this before I leave. Surely it won't take too long. Fuck me. Long sticks, I definitely don't have enough. I need 6. So all I'm going to do for the moment is take the twine that I need. Each of these twines are 5? I don't know, hang on. Yes, so I need 1 more thing of twine. And then 2 nails. Alright, you know what? Fuck this. Fuck this. I'm gonna turn the lights back on. Gas is more plentiful than flashlight batteries in my mind at the moment. So running a generator to keep the lights on actually makes more sense right now. We are this extraneous griddle pan. And we need to go collect 6 saplings. So saplings, you get them whenever you cut down a tree. So I just got to look around to these areas where I've cut down trees, and I'll most likely find a few saplings. Each sapling you can carve down to 1 long stick. Fortunately, you cannot carve tree branches down to a long stick. It has to be saplings. So there's 3 right there. Another problem that I'm running into is I've burned a lot of the saplings for charcoal. Yeah. Nothing but charcoal left over there. Tree branches. Here we go. Sapling. There's 5, just need 1 more. There's 6. So I go back and I carve those 6 saplings into 6 long sticks. What else do I need to build? A large plant drying rack, nothing else. Ah! So fucking big. Boy. This seems to be the most convenient spot for the moment. I'll move it. Thankfully you can move it. Alright, drying wheat. It is 22:30. I'm done drying wheat for the moment. I'll turn around and thresh it later. Gotta get a sleep in now. Okay, got a couple of hours to screw around in the middle of the night here. We go right back to grinding. This is grinding in the literal sense. Vehicle headlights as a light source to work with. Oh, I need to be sitting on the ground while I do this. Otherwise, I'll be hurting myself. Alright, so all that, I got 23 wheat seeds. So I actually can, which one is faster? Mill. I can mill some of this into flour. Actually, if I do 1 more threshing, that should leave me with enough for 2 millings. I'm going to do that tomorrow because I have just run out of time before I need to sleep again. So I might be here for one more day after this so that I can finish off most of these before they go bad. I mean, at this point, there's no rush. My crops were one of the only ticking clocks over my head. And I no longer have to worry about my crops. The ones that survived, I harvested them. Alright, back to sleep. Actually, I can cut the lights. I'm done inside for now. Because all the rest of my time tomorrow will be spent outside. I'm already out of low weight. I am back to 75.8 kilo. As long as you're above 75 kilo, you are no longer low weight. I'll be putting on weight nice and fast from here on out. I've already put on 4 kilo just chilling here in Riverside for a day or two. So now what I do is I'm just going to focus, for the most part, solely on drying the wheat. So honestly, drying it is really what I need to do. Threshing it, technically speaking, threshing the wheat can wait. Drying it is the most important thing in the moment, because drying it means that it will not go bad. It doesn't have freshness anymore once it's dry. Alright, so that's all the wheat from those two vehicles. I don't think I can quite reach the drying rack from here, can I? No. I need to get these vans out of the way so that I can pull up my third van full of wheat. Find a parking spot for the other one. Doesn't need to go all the way back to the other side if I want to use it for agricultural purposes over here. $69 left to dry. Nice. Alright. All of the wheat has been dried. But technically, I no longer have any concerns running over my head. That being said, I kind of do want to get this crap out of the way. I want to be able to come back here and do my spring planting. And I've already used up half a day on this activity, so I'm just going to use up the rest of the day threshing out that grain. Honestly, threshing it doesn't really require much work. I just gotta sit where I am and thresh it all out. So what I'm gonna do is, let's see here. Do I have anything warmer to wear? I'm just gonna put on something really warm here. think the military officer jacket is a little warmer than the military jacket. Yes, officer jacket is better. So is this t-shirt. So I'm taking, basically I'm wearing some of my heftiest gear, and then just for good measure, I'm going to put on a stocking cap here. Don't I have a green stocking cap? I'm pretty sure I do. Oh, thought I did. I could make a green stocking cap. That's a fair bit of effort. Do I seriously not have a stocking cap at all? Like, ever? I have a lot of clothes. How do I not have a stocking cap? There's something wrong here. There's got to be a stocking cap somewhere. Does it go by a different name? Am I thinking of the wrong thing? Balaclava is not what I'm thinking of. Although a balaclava would keep me even warmer than what I currently have. I swear I had a single stocking cap. Okay. I guess I don't have a stocking cap. So, for context, stocking caps are the maximum insulation for your head. Whatever. I guess I'll wear a balaclava with a beret. Looks a little goofy, but it's very, very warm. So I'm not worried about the goofy look, because I'm now going to be warm enough that I do not have to worry about I do not have to worry about getting cold. Or at least I shouldn't. I really need to get my cow's milk so that I can stay fed. Okay. Yeah, see, look at that. I'm getting hot already, just from running around a little bit. So I sit on the ground here. I just thresh as much grain as the game will let me. There really needs to be a faster way to thresh grain. It's really stupid that you do it all by hand. But whatever. $300 wheat seeds so far. Many more where that came from. I also like how I actually am getting bored, despite being outside. My understanding of this game was that if you were outside, you would never build up boredom. Wrong about that, seems. I just keep this up till I'm ready to sleep, really. Looks good to me. We have what I would professionally refer to as a metric lot. of wheat seeds, and we're about halfway done. See, with how insulated I am right now, I could actually sleep outside. I could sleep outside, I would not blink an eye. With the balaclava and the beanie and the military officer jacket. Damn it. Just sit here so that I have light. The light doesn't quite reach all the way over there. So, doing this till 4 a.m. It is now February the 1st. As far as I understand it, there are 0 crops in the game that you could possibly plant on February the 1st. 489 wheat seeds and counting. Alright. Thanks for joining, human. Catch you later. Okay, I want to say today we're going to be able to depart. I want to say it. Don't know for sure. Alright, 185 within range here, so we finish 100 stack here and then 85 more. Alright, that's all my grain. So, how much did I get in total? Of all the crops that I planted, 700 wheat. That's not too bad. So we planted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 rows of 10. We planted 170 crops. All but the wheat died. The wheat that survived, we got 700 wheat seeds out of. You know, it's more than I'll ever use. Let me put it that way. It's more than I'm ever going to personally use on this character. But, you know, theoretically speaking, if I was trying to feed an army, you know, pretending that NPCs are a thing, yeah, we made away good, if that was the case. We made away good either way, though. So I'm going to put back some of that super warm gear that I am using. Officer jacket and the military tee. Back over here. And honestly, I'm going to put back the hoodie too. Because not almost everything that I do out in Muldraugh is going to be something that generates body heat. I'm not going to need to worry about a hoodie to sleep in. I've noticed that there is zombie blood on this van. That is unacceptable. I'm going to wash the van. And then I'm going to get the van out of the way. So all those wheat seeds, they weigh 14 encumbrance total. I'm going to put that in my base somewhere, I think. Gardening bin should have room for it. Should. Yeah. Now, I'm going to get a couple more things from Muldraugh. Specifically, what I'm going to do while I'm up here is I'm going to read a pottery book. Like, I'm going to completely read it cover to cover while I'm still up here. And the reason for that is I want to... I'm going to build a few clay molds and bring them back to Muldraugh with me so that I can melt down a lot of the steel that I'm finding down there. Melt it down, combine it into ingots, because ingots are the most efficient way to transport huge groups of steel. So that's what I'm going to do. In order to make the ingots, I need clay. Clay is very hard to find in Muldraugh, because Muldraugh isn't by the river like this place is. I got a lot of clay up here, so I can use the clay that I already have up here for that. Here's the pottery book. It's over here. Pottery 2. As a level 2 book, should not take quite as long to read as other books. No, I took the negative trait slow reader because honestly, by the time I start reading books cover to cover, I don't have any ticking clocks. What am I in a rush for? I mean, there's literally nothing back in Muldraugh that has like a... Well, okay, so the generator back at Muldraugh is running. That's a thing. Now also my flashlight battery is kind of low, so I'm gonna burn out the flashlight battery by using it to read, and then replace it before I head back. Oh, you know what? Never mind. Just thinking out loud, that's all I'm doing sometimes. I'm just going to leave the flashlight on when I go to sleep. That'll basically just despawn the battery once it's done running out. Oh, it's almost done running out. soon as it goes out, I can replace it from one of the batteries in my box there. Boom. Okay. Now I can stop using the flashlight since I've gotten the new battery in it. Just turn on the power for a minute here. Literally just 20 minutes. Probably not even enough time to get cold. Alright, February 2nd. We have survived for 6 months, 28 days, 7 hours. So coming right up on 7 months. Just going to finish off this pottery book. And toss that bad boy back on the shelf. Now I can make a bunch of ingot molds. I'm going to make like, I don't know, 12. That's just a random number I picked out. I don't know if that's going to be the correct number. To make ingot molds, I need 1 plank and 1 nail, right? Yep, just one plank, 1 nail. Got a few nails over here. Right? Yeah. And to get a plank, because I don't have any planks hanging out right now. Just got to go and find a large branch. Probably a large branch hanging out around here somewhere from when I cut other trees down. Kind of hard to see because of the fog and the snow. There it is. Here's one. Just need a surface. Now, just like back in Muldraugh, you'll need to make one of the wooden cast molds, and then all you got to do is leave it next to your hand press. So we got our hand-operated press right here. Just put the mold. Put it on the ground. I'll put it on the table here. So now I can press ingot molds. I'm going to start with 12. And this is where I actually start getting pottery experience. Actually, what is a good round number of ingots? Let me double check that. Assuming that one of these ceramic molds is going to break every time I make an ingot. It is 13 steel ingots to fill up an entire wooden crate. So 13 steel ingots. Rather, 13 ingot molds is a nice round number. So now I just got to fire them all. Since I'm doing a lot of pottery at once, I'm going to grab a candle. Like this one that's almost gone. And use a matchbook to light the candle. And then once the candle is lit, I use the candle to operate the kiln to get all of those made. Alright, candle's lit. Alright, candle is used up. Is the matches used up as well? Yeah. So there was only one match left in there. So let's grab one more match then. I'm just going to grab a bunch of matchbooks to consolidate, because I'm sick of having so many matchbooks just of different sizes here. Alright, there's my 13 ceramic ingot molds. Only weighs 4.0 encumbrance, not much to worry about carrying. And then as the last thing I do before I head out, I'm going to consolidate these matches. Top off my cow's milk by visiting the cows before I go. And I have enough time in the day to get back down to Muldraugh. I just got to find a throwaway vehicle. That should not be hard at all. Alright, all these matchbooks are consolidated. There's one, like a single match left. I'll just toss it in here. It's fine. Don't need to do nothing special with it. Alright, last task before headed out. Refill our cow milk cups. Do the calves need to be fed? Underfed and dying of thirst. Because of course. I cannot stand it when these stupid cows stop producing milk. There's no reason for it. They have calves. The calves should be feeding from them. But that's what happens when you leave an area. The animals stop getting processed. Alright, Athena 2B is good. Bast, I guess she could get some water in her. What about the lamb is still good. Okay. I guess the no, my female sheep, my ewe, she's still producing milk. So the sheep functions correctly. She has a baby, the baby keeps milking from her, so she's still producing milk. The cows are just broken. Whatever. That's all right. Game doesn't expect you to be away from your cows very long, apparently. Alright, there's my generator off. Now we are just seeking a throwaway vehicle. Now, I do not have a throwaway vehicle waiting for me. So what I'm going to do, take the fire truck out, find one. Are these gas cans full? Or are they empty? Nah, these are full. So I can toss these into the trunk, because what I want to do is find something, ideally fuel it up. So these are not necessarily throwaway vehicles because I need to scrap them for parts so that I can fix other vehicles, so that's not an option. We have a zombie right here. That is unacceptable. There are no zombies in Riverside anymore. Please return to the ground. I seek a throwaway vehicle. I'm pretty sure there's... I'll find one at the school. The school still had plenty of vehicles last I looked, at least 2 or 3. I've already harvested most potential throwaway vehicles from the... Oh, you know what? Okay, no, that's... I'm holding on to that one. That is a Niala. I kind of want the Niala for scrap parts. I'd rather take something that is not a Niala, assuming there is one. look at all these fucking Nialas. God damn it, that's fine. I've got a lot of zombies here. I'm gonna kill them all because zombies do not. There are no zombies in Riverside. You think I'm locked in here with you? You're locked in here with me. Knife is the only thing I can really level right now. I mean, short blunt is level 9 and some change, so might as well do some short blunt while we're at it. Come on, right this way. Relieving these zombies of their tailorable for the most part, and any mementos, because Riverside I like to collect stuff from the zombies. So we're now just going to evaluate these vehicles for their quality as a throwaway vehicle. Old tires, decent condition, battery still pretty good looking. Likely candidate right there. Just checking a couple more. I would prefer tires that are in uniform condition. See, I don't really care if the tires are not in good condition. I just want them to be uniform. Like, I'd sooner take, like, you know, a bunch of 50% over a mixture. See, right here, this is the most uniform that I've seen of all of them. Despite it being low-quality batteries, or, I'm sorry, low-quality tires, they are at least aligned well. And what that means is I won't have as much drift. Because if the tires each have their own amount of friction. If the wheel friction on either side of the vehicle is not balanced, then the vehicle drifts to the left or the right over long distances. It's not a concern over really short distances, but long distance, yeah. So this white one here is my candidate. I'm gonna go ahead and tow that out with me. I'm curious. if I can tow it forward. It's got performance tires. So I want to say that the performance tires make it harder to tow, because performance tires have greater traction. Does greater traction mean that it's going to be harder to tow? I want to find out. If I can't, I'll just tow it backwards. Make it to second gear, and bottoming out. So we cannot tow forwards. It's a rather large group for respawns up north there. It's a good thing I don't need to engage them. That said, now that I've driven past them a couple times, they're going to be in the middle of the road next time I come this way. So Riverside is much overdue for a patrol when I get back, because those zombies shouldn't exist in the first place. This is my hometown. My hometown should not have zombies gathering in such large numbers. But I've been on an expedition for a while, and the expedition is not done yet, so I'll tolerate it for the immediate moment. Take one of these gas cans with me when I go. Just toss it in the trunk here. Look at that, there's a tire pump already in the trunk. That's actually pretty convenient. Because I need to fill the tires of this vehicle. Oh, wait a minute, I'm a doofus. I thought that these tires were actually aligned. They're not. I need to rotate them. So, I don't need to fill them right now. Fuck. This gas can go in the trunk. Wait, I don't have room in the trunk. Ah! This gas can go in the passenger seat. I need to go get some vehicle tools because I did not leave any down here. I wasn't expecting to need them down there. I didn't even need to hotwire it. Got a key already. Alright, so I need to swap the... I need to pretty much rotate some of the tires here. I mean, need is a very strong word. I just really want to. If I'm going to drive a long distance in any vehicle, regardless of what kind of vehicle it is, I need it to be... I want the wheels aligned. Because otherwise I need to be constantly thinking about whether my whether I'm going to be drifting off course. Okay, so this side gets the 36% one. And then this side gets the 41%. Okay. So it's not a perfect alignment, but it's a lot better than it was moments ago. Just gotta get the tires inflated now. Tires are inflated. Should have some... Do I still have food here? No, I transitioned it all to the north. Okay, that's fine. I got food right here. It's not necessarily food that I'm worried about at the moment. It is water. It's still pressure in the sink. Get a refill. Alright, and I leave my vehicle kit here. Back to Muldraugh we go. If we gun it, we'll probably get there by nightfall. If not nightfall, I just want to get there by bedtime. Oh, I want to tow the trailer. Definitely towing the trailer. Alright, so my braking force is only 41. So my brakes are not going to be as effective as I'm used to them being. Usually I have really good brakes in my vehicles. I'm not going to worry about the brakes necessarily, but I need to test them. Okay. That's still not bad. To come to a stop from 60 miles an hour is like, I don't know, 7 or 8 tiles. So I'm at about 50 now. Yeah, that's like, I don't know, 7 or 8 tiles is a good measure for that. Now this is a throwaway vehicle, so I actually don't care if I have to ram a zombie. I'd rather not, though. I just, on principle, I've conditioned myself to avoid zombies as much as possible. It's good practice so that you don't accidentally hit them with a vehicle that matters. Turning feels a little weird. I'm going to need to be wary of that as I take the large turns here. For anybody who's sticking around, I appreciate it. I understand that the past hour and a half here has probably not been very compelling content, but it's all part of Zomboid. Zomboid has its ups and its downs. I would even go as far as to call it probably an 80-20 ratio. 80% preparation, 20% execution. But in my personal opinion, that all that preparation, putting everything on the line whenever you go out there and fight, that makes the game all the more compelling for me. Definitely not everybody's cup of tea. I'm probably going to set my cruise control for 60. Yeah, I'm going to set my cruise control for 60. That feels comfortable. There is a fourth gear. Okay. So I would rather be in fourth gear if I can. Alright, so I'm at 70 right now. Let's brake check. Okay, that's about 10 tiles. That's workable. I don't feel necessarily bad about that. When it comes to brakes in Project Zomboid, you only really need to worry about their effectiveness relative to how fast you plan on going. In this vehicle, I don't expect to ever exceed 70 miles an hour. So, in fact, I'm cruise controlling that now. 60 was what I was doing before, but I couldn't get to fourth gear in 60 for some reason, so... Fourth gear for 70 miles an hour. That feels alright. That was a very dangerous thing I just did. I wanted to see if I could take that turn at 70, and I could. I made a mistake, however. I did not need to go straight there. I needed to turn. Did this once already. Didn't work out very well. Took extra time. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the correct place here. Bunch of deer there. Now, I highly doubt that this van is going to have anything important in it, but I'm gonna check the trunk. The gas and electric vehicle. I've got all the electrical books already, but I don't know. The van actually kind of looks cool, so. Okay, that is nothing of interest there whatsoever. Maybe a steel sheet, maybe a rope. I got room for it, so I'll take it. Nothing else in here matters. Mason's chisel, I will take that. I think I can make my own, but not having to make my own is going to be more interesting right now. Is there any gas? It's actually a little bit of gas. Cool. There is no battery, however. Okay, so I've hot-wired it, but I cannot move it. That's fine. I ain't got no battery charger or any field kit here, so that's fine. I'll just leave it there for now. I will come back for it someday if I ever want a pretty blue van. Pretty blue van with an orange graphic on the side. Not a short-term goal by any means. If I were ever to pick up something like that, it would be for the sole sake of leveling my mechanics skill, which I don't actually have too much left to level. I'm already mechanics 9 and a little bit of change. So we're doing great on mechanic skill. I don't have to go too far out of my way to find fixer-uppers no more. Now this is not where I turn, right? Negative. This is this would bring me back to, yeah, that would bring me back to Phallus Lake. Phallus Lake is already mostly looted. Can't remember if I got all the seeds, but I don't care right now. I'm going to stop by Phallus Lake once before spring, but other than that, no. If I was really hungry for meat, I could actually just ram a deer. That is a viable hunting strategy in this game. Just drive around until you find a deer and then ram it. Because, I mean, you know, getting out and trying to shoot it is actually a hell of a lot harder when you're low-level aiming than it is to just ram it with your car. I think I might just be on track to arrive by bedtime. Maybe even a little bit before. Which is great. These 90-minute days, man. I also just barely avoided the rabbits once again. Tell me about the rabbits, Dodge. Alright, you don't get to watch my streams without occasional casual violence against small mammals that do not protect their young and like to show up in the middle of the street for no goddamn reason whatsoever. The devs literally spawned them there. Now I have to butcher their corpses because if I don't, running over their corpses will cause damage to vehicles that I might actually care about. This vehicle, thank goodness, it is a throwaway. I care so little for their meat that I'm going to leave it on the side of the road to rot as a warning to the other rabbits. I don't know if it'll work. It probably won't. But like, I have no need for their meat. I'm just leaving it to rot. I'll take their bones though. You know, all these bones I will take. Like I said, good thing this is a throwaway car. Now, one of the reasons I never just, you know, pick a lot of rabbit meat and actually eat it is because rabbit meat is kind of like fish in terms of there's an unholy amount of proteins in it. One serving of rabbit meat is worth, like, a couple dozen proteins. Like, I think 50 proteins in a single serving of rabbit meat. And what I mean by serving is, like, a quantity that will reduce 15 hunger that you add to a recipe. So you add one portion, rather. Portion's probably a better term. One portion of rabbit meat in one of your foods. That brings the total protein of that food up by like 50. It's kind of absurd. So rabbit meat, I don't stock a lot of it because it's just going to waste space in my freezer if I do. Speaking of meat, damn it. Was that a kill? I think that was a fucking kill. Get out of my fucking street. Remember, these streets are my streets. Every street is my street. But in this street in particular, I'm going to need to drive it a few times when I get all my stuff back from Muldraugh. So I'm not going to be putting myself in the position of needing to dodge a bunch of stupid-ass corpses. Yes, that includes this gentleman on approach here. Or this lady, whatever the fuck it is. Okay. Done with the Zeds in this area for now. Now, it's true that I might spend a lot of time in Muldraugh to the point where I don't have to worry quite as much about corpses still being around when I come back. I don't know, though. I genuinely do not know when I'm going to start commuting back. Corpses take 2 in-game weeks to decay, I think. I'm actually... It may just be 1. I have not looked at the setting in a very long time. I think I might still be on track to get back to Muldraugh by bedtime. Yeah, see this guy? I hit this guy with my van. Was it... I think it was... No. I hit that guy with my Ranger car on the way up. So he should decay in 2 or 3 days then. If it looks like my headlights are extremely weak, yeah, they are. And that is a thing. As you hit more things with the front of your vehicle, your headlights lose durability. As they lose durability, they become less and less illuminating. In fact, even just a 10% loss, I've noticed, is rather significant in terms of the total coverage of your headlights. Alright, last crossroads before Muldraugh. We are back. Look at that, we've already got respawns in the crossroads. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. But it is what it is. We'll do what we gotta do to keep this main highway clean while we're down here. Now that guy is not quite close enough to my base to want to get out and kill it tonight. If anybody shows up now, we get out and kill him. No, we're looking good. Now, the generator's been running the whole time. So, anybody in this area... Look at that. Somebody down to the south. I'm going to kill him. Just one moment. Park the car over here somewhere. The trailer I will park... actually right here. This is actually a great spot for it in this little triangular turn area. And then the car itself, right up there with my other throwaway car for this area. Never mind. Okay. Gas can, that's what I was looking for. That's everything out of that car. Now we got a zombie down south to kill. And then we are set. Wait a minute. This isn't... Is this the one that was down south? I don't think so. She's new. Oh, look at this. We got a whole little cluster here. Alright, you fuckers, get out here. Fight me. See, these guys are all... They're all eligible to be drawn in by my, all liable to be brought in by the generator. God damn it. Get out of there. Where the fuck are these all coming from? This is Muldraugh right here. You leave for 7 days and it fucking spawns a huge cluster right next to your goddamn base. This is why I don't base here permanently. I hate this place. I like what it has, but I hate it. Like, as a place to live. Look at that. Look at that. I had a feeling. Because there's a bunch of fuckers in this area. Of course, there's going to be another one lurking about back here. Is she a loner? Possibly. Again, my base is right here. But of course, gotta have zombies. Can't feel too safe. Gotta have zombie. Okay. I'm just lamenting the... Remember, we're playing default vanilla. So what you're seeing here is exactly what the devs intend. They intend for zombies to materialize out of thin fucking air as long as you leave your base area for a couple days. This is why I build my base out in the fucking river. Alright, 22:30, we're right on time. Time to go to bed. Did turn that off, yeah, okay. Anything perishable for the fridge? Not really. Alright, the rest of this I will sort when I wake up tomorrow. Or wake up in the middle of the night as a restless sleeper. Ah. Alright, so I got a bunch of bones and crap. I'm putting those into this crate here, because they're going to be used for tailoring purposes, if anything. Otherwise, they'll go away. Same with this skirt. This is for tailoring, so I put it in this bag. Digital watch is just dismantle for the electrical. Speaking of electrical, my generator on the roof is probably in need of a touch of gas. That's one of the reasons I have another can of gas that I brought with me. Rest of this stuff can into where it goes here. I think I already have the mason's chisel down here. On the table here, yeah. Go ahead and put this other one here so that I can carry it around later if I need to. Cool. I bought some new mouses from Japan because they're not made in America anymore and they just shipped. Neat. Alright, so I'm going upstairs with some electrical and some scrap parts. Do I have a duffel bag somewhere that I can use as a container to store stuff? Not at the moment, it doesn't look like. Trauma bag will be fine. So that's where I put the gas can and the scrap electronics. And then I just leave that upstairs as my generator kit. Now this gas can on the floor is like half-mast, I think. Hardly even need to add much to it. All it's been powering is a single fridge. In fact, I'm going to use the rest of this gas can for my, my truck is almost empty. This truck I use for going outside to get a lot of wood charcoal and then bring it inside for the forge and furnace here. Another empty gas can with the empty gas cans. Right. 13 ceramic ingot molds for putting together some ingots out of all the steel that I have here. Gonna toss those molds into the trunk of the truck with everything else. Perfect. Alright, now in terms of books, agriculture is up first because I have already made significant progress in it. So I read for a bit and then we hit the hay. Alright, morning time. Our girl is a bit dirty here. We're gonna head down to the lake, get her cleaned up a bit. Weapons out, because I'm not sure if there are any respawns in this forest here. Use walk to, hotkey Y. Your character will automatically bypass most things that would cause scratches, like trees. That's one of the few times I will use walk to instead of free running, because walk to will automatically avoid stuff. So now that the snow is melted, I can see that we only have like one other clay deposit down here. So if I had a sack, I could pick that up. I don't have a sack, so I'm not worried about it now. But good to know that there's literally only one other clay deposit here. Our grill is nice and clean now. We are going to go ahead and do a little bit reading. What I would like to do is finish reading agriculture. So that's kind of a low priority read. We're actually making good progress on weight here. We've got 1,800 calories surplus, and we're at 84.2 kilo. We want to be under 85 kilos, so we want those calories to get burned off before we go over 85 kilo. So I'm actually going to probably do a little bit of sprinting. Yeah, I'm going to do a little bit of sprinting. This, if you sprint around, you'll level your fitness and or running skill, depending on whatever you have room to level. I have plenty of room to level both. Running, I'm at level 6. I don't even have any innate bonuses in running. I just run everywhere, and therefore get a lot of experience randomly. Fitness, I'm not even a third of the way there. I've got 11,000, close to 12,000 experience. Now here's a question I have. If I sprint, I can fast forward the game while sprinting. If I use walk to. So that only burned a couple hundred calories, to be honest. Sprinting is not the best way to burn calories in this game. Walking, actually, proportionally speaking, burns more calories. But that's alright. Just about finished reading this book here. Alright. That book is finished. Going into the back seat of my, back trunk of my van here. And now, I am gearing back up for combat. So here are my combat, my heavy weapons, as it were. Proportionally speaking, are they heavy? They're not actually, like, you know, super heavy. What did I remove from my Alice kit? A bandana, I think. I put that over here, right? Yeah. Lighter and caffeine pills. Alright, so my next go-to book to read is going to be welding. Now what I'm going to do is put the other two books that I've yet to read into the trunk here, and then we're going to go out and do a little bit of killing here to the south. This spear is about to have its handle broken, but the head is still in perfect condition. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get ahead of the fact that it's about to break, because if I let it break, I think the head is going to take some damage. So I'm going to carve a new handle here, which is just a long stick from a sapling on the ground. Go in here at my crafting table, break the spear, dismantle bladed item, right? No. Dismantle long implement. Spear with long metal head. Dismantle that. Get a broken handle here. And I can just turn right around and reassemble it with the long stick I just got. So we've got ourselves basically another pristine spear. Because the head was in pristine condition. It just had a handle that was about to break, so we fixed that. Now in another lifetime I would use something like duct tape to fix the handle. But no, I mean there was a sapling right there to get a new long stick to make a new handle. It's fine. That's saplings are literally, they grow on trees. And the one thing I forgot to bring with me is food. So I'm actually gonna do a quick food check just to see if there's something to nibble on in one of these houses. A dead mouse does not count as something to nibble on. I have lowered myself to certain extents that I will never lower myself to that. The tutorial tries to force you to eat a dead rat. I quit. I didn't do it. Fuck you. I'm not gonna eat a dead rat. I'll learn how to play your fucking game without a tutorial. Give me that garbage bag. So we found some marmalade and some candy in the trash. Not gonna last very long, though. Ooh, cereal. Yes, well, so cereal is really high in calories. So I actually kind of don't want to eat cereal right now. I will if it's the... Nah, here we go. So we got some chips here. Just eat a teeny bit of chips to shut the hunger up for a bit. And we're out of here. See, even just eating a quarter of that bag of chips, 200 calories. Trying to burn some calories here. Oh, hey. See if I can burn calories before I go to sleep tonight, then I won't become overweight. So, that's why we're doing a little neighborhood patrol here. Surprisingly, no respawns down here. It's probably because I killed these guys in this area sooner. More recently, as it were. Here we go. So what weapon skill do I need to work on the most right now? I'm really close to Longblade 5. I'm going to go ahead and do sword for now. After I get Longblade 5, I'll switch back to spears. And look at that, we got a nice big group down here ready to get yeeted. Yeetus to fetus. It's like a group down to the south there. They will become a problem if I don't deal with them at some point here. Are these guys all slow? Looks like it. We got a fast to the south there. Get out of my road. Hello. Lei Glaudini. That sounds like a Japanese Italian name. Or wait a minute, Lei is that actually sounds potentially a little further down the Pacific. Maybe Filipino. I had a co-worker with a Filipino surname of Lei, rather. L-E. Don't know though. It's a single syllable. Could be could be used in several languages. Ain't nobody got a monopoly on that. Down to 1,700 calories, so we're doing good. Now, if I was not using a stat bar, if I was just playing 100% vanilla, I'm playing very, very close to 100% vanilla, but not perfect vanilla because of the stat bar. Fuck playing this game without a stat bar. I have a large tolerance for tedium. Zomboid without a stat bar is actually too much for me. One fast shambler on my left. Why don't you come over here and take a seat? I just had one of the stupidest ideas ever. I've never been much into VTubers. I don't know if I would ever do the VTuber thing, but What if I made a rig using literally what my character looks like? I don't think I would, but it would be kind of funny if I did. Just as a, I mean, honestly, I'd probably do that just for fun, even if I don't use it. I have a, this is probably not the industry standard. I'm sure that HoloLive has its own thing, but I have a program from back in the day called iClone that can clone your. It can use something like an infrared camera, like a Kinect. I got a billion Kinects. I can use that as a. I could actually use that as a way to animate my an avatar in real time. I've always told my friends if I really wanted to do YouTube and actually make money off of it, I would just pretend to be a female VTuber. It's surprisingly easy. Voice changers are not hard to do in this day and age. I'm willing to bet that at least a third of VTubers that present themselves as female, who have never like done a face reveal or anything, probably about a third of them are actually guys. Sorry to ruin the. If anybody watching live or on the VOD, if you're not familiar with how easy it is to do a voice changer, it's really fucking easy. And they've gotten really good. You don't even need AI. Like this predates like machine learning stuff. Like even before machine learning became popular in the 2020s, real-time voice changers were pretty convincing. Not that I would ever want to do that personally long term, but I don't know, I do kind of find an interesting appeal, just like the notion of just playing as my character, just having her be the the character controlling the beats, the game itself. Ooh, free hunting knife, thank you. Don't you margarine me. Margarine. I wasn't really intending on running all the way down here, but it worked. Now, our girl is a bit hungry. I'm not going to eat any more of these chips. Too much calorie. I'm just going to, I'm going to walk back in a minute here. Yeah, that's right. Right this way. Doofus. You gotta have fun here. We gotta have fun. If we don't have fun, we'll go insane. Alright, that's a pretty good patrol. We fought our way all the way down to Zippy here. I'm gonna go ahead and probably just regular run back instead of sprint. I mean, or just walk. Yeah, I'll just walk. Hello. Yeah, just regular old walking is honestly enough to burn calories, because you burn calories at a faster rate when walking than, or like in terms of distance traveled for calorie burned, walking is more calories burned than anything else in this game, because the devs put in a nutrition system, forgot to balance it properly, and then just fucked off and started doing something else. It's kind of funny. Okay, down to 1,100 calories. So we still we'll put on just a little bit of weight after we drink the next milk, but then we will be done putting on weight. And I can now spend the rest of the evening reading a book until we're ready to go to sleep. Now, when I finish this book, Welding 4, I'm probably going to go on a vehicle disassembly spree. Just go out there, get a whole bunch of vehicles disassembled, and come back and do stuff with the parts back here. I remember, if all you do is drink cow's milk when you get hungry, you will eventually lose weight. That's something that I can just say for 100% certain without even looking at my stat bar. So, it'll just take a little while, because if you're right at the threshold like I am, then you've got to burn some calories, or you've got to deal with going over the weight gain threshold, then going down, then going back over. Yeah, this is a great game, Jerry. I definitely love it. A lot of folks prefer to play it modded. I don't actually play it modded very often myself. Like I was saying before, the only mod that I have running right now is the stat bar. I have a high tolerance for bullshit, but this game without a stat bar is just a little too much bullshit for me. I do want to burn a few more calories. I'm going to... Shit, I'm going to have to... I have to sleep. It's past my bedtime. I'm going to sleep. I am going to go over the 85 kilo threshold just a little bit here. It's fine. I was trying to avoid that, but sometimes you just can't. Sometimes you just can't avoid it. It is what it is. I'm going to dismantle some clothing over here. 4 leather coats to do. Now, dismantling leather coats doesn't directly get us tailoring experience, but it does get us leather strips that we can turn around and make stuff with. And that gets us tailoring experience, though. Honestly, not the best usage of water. I suppose it wouldn't be a bad usage of my effort to do another sprint down to the lake. This will get me out of weight gain. Oh yeah, absolutely. I am very much looking forward to playing B42 with some homies. Assuming we get it sometime this year. I mean, I guess the more time that goes by, the more time my friends get to whet the appetite, I suppose. See, one of the problems that I've run into is I've talked about Zomboid to my friends so much that they're actually probably tired of it already, even though they haven't played it since Build 41 was popular. Hello, Diathan. Welcome back. I believe last time you joined us, we were doing some work in the south side of Muldraugh, the southwest. We have mostly finished down there. We have since then we've done a trip back to Riverside to drop off some furniture, and we made the unfortunate discovery that all of my crops had died. I'm not too mad about that because it was a silly thing that the devs changed that I didn't even notice. So. That's not that big of a deal. I definitely was not relying on the crops for survival, so that is definitely not a problem. And we've got another bundle of leather strips now, nice and clean from the lake. Let's get this food in the container here. See, I knew I had some wool hats. I know what I did with them now. They're all down here. I haven't brought any of them back to Riverside yet. I thought I had some wool hats in Riverside. I guess not. Guess not. Particle accelerator. It's doing all right. It's doing all right. We're slowly building our way up to that, right? Okay, we are doing all right for weight loss. We've finally gotten out of calorie gain, or weight gain rather. I believe the next time I drink milk here, I should not go back into weight gain. I think that's a bit of an open question. I don't remember exactly how many calories are in milk. Yeah, okay. It's like 200 calories for a 300 milliliter cup of milk. So we are now definitively out of weight gain, and we're only 0.1, we're 85.1 kilo. Kind of annoying, but whatever. The book we are reading is Welding Level 4. I'm sorry, Welding Volume 4. This will get us through levels 7 and 8 pretty quickly once we get out there with some extra torches and start dismantling burned wrecked cars. Normally I don't like to dismantle burned wrecked cars just for leveling, but we have gotten to the point where we're like at level 6 now. We're getting plenty of materials for dismantling cars. We don't have to worry about suboptimal return. Alright, welding 4 is complete. We have a little bit of daylight left. That actually is probably just enough to dismantle the burned wrecks that we have in the local vicinity. We have a couple. So that's exactly what I'm going to do first. I am going to take a couple garbage bags with me for loot sorting. Have a drink of milk, take a few milks with me. Should only need 2. I don't think I'll be gone much longer. And here we go. We've got a welding mask right here. This torch is already in use. Now, when you're dismantling cars, each time you dismantle a car, it uses up a welding torch completely, from full to empty. So any welding torch that is not full, useless for the purpose of dismantling cars. So I'm just taking 4 full welding torches with me now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the ambulance. And I'm going to tow the trailer with the ambulance. The reason I'm using the ambulance instead of the step van is because the ambulance is more powerful at towing in case I need to tow shit out of the way or something. Unlikely, but possible. So, about returning home and having animals scared away. I didn't have any scared away. What I did have is a dead animal because more than 3/4 of my cows just stopped fucking producing milk. 3/4 of my cows stopped producing milk. Why? I don't fucking know. They still had babies. And their babies, because the mamas stopped producing milk, the babies just came back. One of them's fucking dead. 2 of them are underfed. One of them was dying of thirst. I had to hand feed them myself because their mothers stopped producing milk because fuck do I know. I don't. If you leave an area, apparently cows just stop producing milk. I don't know. Some dumb, unstable beta stuff right there. So there's one car wreck, and here's another. Now all that crap that fell on the floor there, all I gotta do is drive the trailer in front of it and pick it all up at once. I don't even have to put it in my inventory. Yeah, I know, right? Definitely a thing. You know, in addition to my animals having a casualty, when I found out that all of my crops were dead, I posted a discussion on Steam about it. Literally nobody fucking knows. Literally nobody knows. I'm gonna stealth bump it. Yeah, stealth bumping it. I'm not above a stealth bump here and there. A lot of materials for dismantling a couple of cars. 62 encumbrance worth just from those two. And it gives us a little bit of everything. Like we got a lot of metalworking stuff, but we also got some decent return for electrical stuff too. And look at this, we got an asshole just chilling out in the middle of nowhere. Chilling like a villain. Why don't you come over here, Mr. Villain, or Mrs. Villain. Cannot remember if there were many other burned wrecks in the area. At least not many to the north. Nah. Now to the far north, there is a massive roadblock between Muldraugh and West Point. I'd sooner... Well, I'm gonna hit... There should be a burnt wreck down this way. I'm gonna hit that first. And then... Maybe tomorrow I'll hit... Yeah, here it is. Maybe tomorrow I'll double back and go north. Jeez Louise, I've been at this for 7 hours and 40 minutes already. Alrighty then. So there's a third. Put my glasses back on because I gotta take my prescription glasses off every time I weld something, because apparently welders don't get to have corrective vision. That's I'm pretty sure that's not a thing in real life, but whatever. Here be some more material. Straight into the trunk may it go. All right. Maybe not. The step van doesn't even need to be parked in there right now. It is now empty, so I can actually move it out. plan to use that. First of all, welder mask back on the ground, empty welding torches into the weld bin over here, along with the full one. Now, how to use this trailer along with the contents of the truck. Gonna have to connect the truck to the trailer so that their inventories are close together. This butter churn needs to move, because it blocked my ambulance once. Fool me twice, the usual. Trying to back up with the trailer is a little bit of a... it's an acquired taste. Trying to back up with the trailer in such a way that it's flush with a building is a little more than just an acquired taste. It's a little bit of bullshit. But what I want to do now is make it so that the trunk of the truck and the trailer trunk are both accessible from the same spot. So I need to back up just a little further. And there we go. The trunk of the truck and the trunk of the trailer are now both accessible from a spot right here in front of the furnace. So now there's a lot of steel that I can melt. As fate would have it, I now need to sleep. So we're going to do all that tomorrow. Just got ourselves staged and ready to do it now. Sleepy sleep. Yeah. Alright, so I brought down from Riverside a bunch of ceramic ingot molds. These are a one-time use, able to make an ingot. Now an ingot, what is that? It is basically just a way to collapse a whole bunch of steel or iron into something that is a little easier to transport. And also you can use it for other things once it's an ingot, but usually ingots you want to like saw into pieces or something like that. So what I'm going to do is start smelting some stuff, because I need a ceramic crucible full of steel if I want to forge an ingot. So I'm going to start smelting large steel items, such as steel sheets. Now, normally, I would, sorry, losing my train of thought on that. I'll come back to you on that. Just need to make sure that I'm putting the steel into the correct crucible here. Because every time I do this recipe, it selects a different crucible and a different smelting item, and that actually makes me mad. Okay, one of these crucibles is now full of steel. I put it back in the trunk, and now I start filling up the other one. I don't want to smelt a steel bar, damn it. I want to smelt a steel sheet. Thank you very much. Okay, so from where I'm standing, I cannot access the trunk of the trailer. Now I can. Stupid. So we actually did get some steel blocks. That's neat, I suppose. Steel blocks are like a third of an ingot, I think. Alright, so we have 2 large ceramic crucibles full of melted steel. And we are now out of charcoal. Charcoal is a matter of cutting trees. Cutting trees is a matter of having a wood axe. Wood axe is the best way to cut trees. In my passenger seat of my expedition vehicle here, got myself a nice wood axe. Gonna equip that in my hands. And then I'm gonna take the pickup truck out and just fill its trunk with wood. That will probably use up the rest of my evening. I'll sleep and then continue that tomorrow morning. Okay, that cost me some muscle strain right there. I'm probably gonna build another. I'm gonna build another whatchamacallit, another charcoal burning pit over here tomorrow. For tonight, I drop the axe on the floor, and I run up to the bed and I sleep. That was a lot of work for our girl. As you can hear, she is definitely ready for a sleep. A little early for that, but here we go. All right. So if I want to make another charcoal burning pit, I'm gonna need a shovel of some sort. Should have plenty of those in the gardening box over here. I do have a shovel in my field kit in the vehicle, but I'm just going to get this one out because I have one locally. Now the charcoal burning pile I'm going to put right here. Reason for that, why can't I put it there? I don't know why the game won't let me put it there. Oh, the grass. Right? It's the only thing that makes sense. It really doesn't make sense, but look at that. The grass was blocking it. Whatever. So I'm just going to drop the shovel here now and cut a few more logs, and then we start burning. Thankfully, charcoal burning pit doesn't require a lighter. You just you magic up the fire. You'll just have to imagine the fire. Nobody cared who I was till I put on the axe. Alright, so I sit on the ground here, not just to rest after all that wood cutting, but also so I don't over-encumber myself when I start burning the wood. Yeah. So your character can carry about 40 wood at a time. That's not that big of a deal. What I want to do is get some wood burnt so that it falls on the ground here. Or in my inventory, either is fine, really. If it goes right in my inventory, then I'm still sort of cutting out the middleman. All this small form wood over here. Pick most of that up, carry it over here, sit back down on the ground. Now I can do a couple more burns, I think. Yeah, do a burn wood, burn a large wood, possibly even one more. No. No, that's everything. Okay. Now, I'm not going to fit much more into the trunk here. But that's okay. I got a military backpack for the rest. Now, when you are using up charcoal, it will use up the charcoal on your person before it starts using up from external containers, I believe. I'm not 100% on that. So what I'm going to do is exactly what I did before. I'm going to open the gate for myself and just back in so that the trunk of the truck here is just right up flush with the trailer. And there's a bunch more charcoal. Done and done. Hello, what's going on here? See, sometimes vehicles just do dumb things. That's okay. Standing here, I can still access both trunks. That's all I care about. Doesn't need to be particularly pretty. So I've already got... I should have enough steel already to make 2 ingots. So here's 2 ingots coming right up. And I have enough steel left over between the 2 of them to make a 3rd ingot. Do I? Oh yeah, there we go. I didn't realize it had started. Okay. So there's 3 ingots. I brought materials to make 13. The hell is this? Oh, am I stuck? Really? Okay, no, I'm good. I would have laughed so hard if I had actually literally gotten stuck. The ingots that I make, I'm going to put in a pile because, honestly, putting them into a container is a lot of work. Really chunky items. Because of that little scare about getting stuck, I'm just going to move the truck forward a little bit. It's fine. All I need to do is be standing somewhere where I can reach both trunks. That ought to give me a little more room. So I don't actually have to be that close to the furnace. Like, even though this right here doesn't look very close to the furnace, it has access to both trunks. The furnace can be accessed from a couple tiles away. So I'm good to do it from here. So now we're smelting a couple more blocks, steel blocks. Now that does it for my large ceramic items. What I want to do is get these empty crucibles out of the way for now. So the large empty crucible and the small empty crucible. Get those both out of the way. I just want to use one crucible at a time for now. That will prevent me from being over encumbered too much. Alright, there's another steel ingot. Girl is hungry. Girl eats milk. Yeah, that's right. I eat milk. I'm too hardcore to drink it. Now we have a lot of medium steel items to smelt. In fact, literally 8 wrenches. I'm going to turn 8 wrenches into a steel ingot. Because I think each one of these wrenches... Oh, actually, you know what? I think each wrench is 2. So I think that's actually 2 steel ingots that I can make out of these 8 wrenches. Let's find out. Yes, each is 2, and I need 8, which means that's 4 wrenches is 1 steel ingot. Good to know. I was not 100% sure of that ratio before. So just wrenches that I found out in the world. I smelt 4 of those. Oh, I need 12. So I need 6 wrenches. Okay. I was off by a little bit. I thought I needed 8. I don't know why I thought I needed 8. Whatever. I got a lot of wrenches that I picked up. Alright, so there's 6 wrenches turned into 1 steel ingot. Beautiful. Another for the pile here. Brought materials for 13. Now, I actually can. I can go harvest some clay from the lake and make molds for a couple more if I really wanted to. That's a stretch goal. Right now, what I really want to do is just kind of get rid of some of this excess steel and iron that I've picked up from the vehicular slaughter. What have we got? We've got a steel chunk. We've got a couple steel bars. Why is my trailer not... Come on now. There we go. So we've got a few medium plus steel items, aka steel rods. I'll do those next. Medium plus is like 3 charges, I think. Which means there's 3, there's 6, there's 9. So if I smelt some scissors, that should be 10. And then 11 and 12. I need to smelt 2 more things. So another pair of scissors. And one of these small steel sheets. So that should be 12. I should be able to make another ingot. Boom. How many we're up to? 6. So we're about halfway there. We'll probably want to hit a few more cars. Alright, I'm doing ratchet wrenches now. There's 2, 4, 6 units from that. 2 more wrenches. That's 8. That's 10. And then I have a long metal spearhead that is kind of broken up a bit. So that's slated for next. I ran out of charcoal. We've been running the forges pretty heavy here. So I'm going to go get another round of charcoal. I'm just going to put it in my backpacks. There's not quite enough wood here for anything other than that. I cannot remember if there was any wood left up to the north here. I think I burned it all. Not quite. Okay, that's all of the large wood from that area, so now I stand on the wood that I have over here, and we can do a couple of burns from that. The rest I leave on the floor. Okay, we come away with a fair bit of charcoal from that, and it was not quite worth moving the truck because the charcoal is not that much in quantity, so we're moving back up now. So now we sit next to the trailer and trunk, and we resume smelting a little bit of steel here. We just needed one more medium, I believe. Yeah. Now we cast another steel ingot. That is 7 ingots, I believe. And we got a bunch of medium steel items. How about we're going to do some small steel here. So here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, and then 12. So there's another ingot. So most of these ingots have come just from the steel I had sitting around in the trunk and the steel from dismantling those cars. So a lot of those cars that we've dismantled have now become these steel ingots that are nice and compact for transport. We have 22 charcoal left. Gonna go ahead and dump that in the trunk here. Or actually, I'm gonna dump that into the trailer. The trunk, all the contents of the trunk are going to get transferred to the trailer. And then I'm going to take the truck here out for more charcoal. Steel for new weapons and many other things, you know, tools, weapons, reinforcements. I could flatten them back out into steel sheets if I wanted to. But yeah, that's all steel for just new things made out of steel. There's a lot of things made out of steel in this game that I'll pull up the Forge interface at some point here and show you exactly what we're looking at, because there's a lot of stuff there. So I take the shovel in my backpack, wood axe in my hands. We do a little tree cutting. It's going to cost me a bit of muscle strain and a bit of endurance. That's alright. Just want to get all of it out of the way now. Hop into the vehicle and sharpen the stuff while I'm moving it, repositioning it. I'm going to leave it running for a bit because the battery is actually kind of low. So tree branches and logs can into the trunk. Mostly tree branches, because logs are easy to relocate. It's the tree branches that I really want in the trunk, because then I can back up the trunk of the vehicle to the container and move them all. Okay, so when it comes to carry weight, strength determines how much you can carry before your character gets over encumbered. Now, if you are in a safe position, you don't have to worry about fighting zombies. You're not going to kill yourself from being over encumbered. So, like right now, I'm relatively confident that I've cleared this place out. So, if I pick up more than my maximum is 18 encumbrance. That is determined by the strength stat. If I pick up more than 18 worth of stuff, I will be extremely vulnerable, but I will not. It doesn't actually cause any permanent damage. Your hard cap is 50. It does not matter how strong you are, you'll never be able to carry more than 50 encumbrance at once in your inventory, like your raw inventory. That being said, there's ways to get around that. One of the things that I like to do, you got a military backpack on your back, right? You can also put military backpacks in both of your hands. If you have the organized trait, each military backpack can hold 36 encumbrance. The military backpacks have a encumbrance reduction. So even though I'm carrying, like let's say I filled all 36 encumbrance of all 3 of these backpacks, I would still only be like 28 out of 50 in my main inventory. So I would be pretty over encumbered, but I would not even be at my max. So just carrying a whole bunch of stuff at once is determined on how much you optimize it, really. That's the long and short of it. If you optimize it well enough, you can carry a lot at once. That's actually one of the appeals for this game for me. Just optimizing my inventory constantly. Yeah. Oh, where is this? Game is very obtuse. Always happy to explain more of it. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to sit on the floor. When I'm sitting on the floor, I don't take any damage from being over encumbered. Now, even if I was taking damage from being over encumbered, I would never go below 75% health. I still don't like taking damage from it. So, when I sit here, I'm gaining access to both the trunk and the stuff that's on the ground. So I can burn a whole lot of charcoal just sitting in this one spot. Yeah, Louisville is not my cup of tea, but yeah, if that is what you're interested in, Louisville is a very substantial challenge. So I have 4 saplings, 3 tree branches. If I want to do another burn of large wood, I need 9. So that's just 2 more tree branches. I can probably get those from bushes. I'll just pull out my knife here. Louisville is a place I like to go once I have a lot more stuff and skills. Yes, Army Surplus Store, always worth it. Jametown, if you want stuff that you don't always find in the surplus stores, military checkpoints in either Louisville. If you're already there, you might as well hit the checkpoint. If you are not in Louisville, I find that the Brandenburg military checkpoint is comparable. In fact, the Brandenburg military checkpoint is where I got all of the 90% of the equipment I'm currently wearing. Brandenburg military checkpoint. One of the first major loot points that I hit on any of my characters in Build 42. So I actually got an extra here, I think. So all I should be able to do is stand here and do a burn. Boom. Yeah, so sledgehammer, I never found one on this character. I never found a sledgehammer. I don't expect to find a sledgehammer. Finding one, I have noticed in Build 42, finding one's harder than just grinding metalworking and making one. These steel ingots that I've been making, I could turn one into a sledgehammer if I wanted. I've already done my due diligence down here and built a sledgehammer already. But if I needed another one, one of these steel ingots, if you're level 8 metalworking, I think. Let me double check that. I'm going to pull up here and check the forge recipes. Here's the forge. The forge is on the left. The furnace is on the right. The furnace is what I use to make all the other stuff. So tools, sledgehammer head. It is, it requires metalworking level 8, and then you need to have researched the recipe. Now, to research the recipe, you have to either find a sledgehammer itself or a magazine. The magazine that gives you the recipe for sledgehammers, I've found that almost every character that I've gotten this far on. That magazine seems to be easier to find than actual sledgehammers. Alright, where am I at? I'm at 8 ingots. Yeah, no, I mean, you know, that's, skills are a very in-depth part of the game. Now, if you're not into doing skill leveling, eventually, I think in the future, you'll have NPCs and other players in multiplayer who can do the skills for you, and you can just do whatever you do to contribute and actually work together with other people. I look forward to be able to do that someday. Today is definitely not that day. Today and in the near future, if you want to play Build 42, you're doing it solo. That's how the game works at the moment. And at the moment, we are just doing steel scrap that we have gotten from taking apart cars. So that is 7 charges of it there. Let's do a... Okay, all we have left are steel bars. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to my container here. It is right next to the forge, however, not positioned well enough in order to get stuff. Steel rods, 3 of them. And how about steel sheets? I have so many steel sheets. That counts as a large steel item, which is pretty dank. Yeah, Build 42 multiplayer release. No idea when. Could be next month. Could be 3 months from now. We might not see it this year. I have no frame of reference for that. Especially because the devs say that, oh, it's gonna be faster than how it was for Build 41 multiplayer. Whatever, guys. Whatever you say. So that should be 10 charges right there. And then a medium steel item. How about we do a steel sheet? That should be 4. So now we cast a steel ingot. Probably have some steel left over. That's fine. We are up to 9 steel ingots. So basically all I'm doing is gathering together all of the steel that I found in this warehouse and by dismantling cars and all the other stuff. And I'm just consolidating it all into a couple of ingots, well, a series of ingots that I can bring back to my main base. Because this is just an outpost, this is not my main base. Yeah, there we go, there's another ingot. Now, each one of these ingots that I'm making is costing a few clay in terms of the mold that I have to use. I have to make a ceramic mold. So I'm down to just 3 ceramic molds left, I think. Yes. So 3 steel sheets is 1 ingot. Huh. That's actually not really a... That's not really a good consolidation. Yeah, steel sheets are already good. Because Okay. So if you think about it, 3 steel sheets being equal to 1 ingot, that's each steel sheet weighs 2 encumbrance. An ingot weighs 6. So I'm not saving any space by doing steel sheets into ingots. So I'm actually not going to do any more steel sheets. That means in order to continue, I will need to go and break down a couple of cars. I'll do that. I will do that after I get a sleep in here. Oh, you know what? I'm also getting the audio glitch. As you can see, my character is no longer making noise, even though she should be. I'll give you an example here. Yeah, see, opening and closing this door, it should make a very loud, obnoxious noise. It's not. So what that means is we have reached the memory overflow limit for the audio buffer. It happens after playing the game for sometimes as little as 4 hours. In my case, I've been at it for 8 hours, 20 minutes. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet, so all I got to do to fix this stupid problem is to shut the game down and reload it. So, wait for that to go away. I was looking at wheat earlier. Wheat is supposed to be a 240-day crop, but the devs decided to make it a 108-day. Continue so I can load while I'm typing this out. This is just a thread that I made about the stupid problem that I had with the wheat. Okay, we are back, and as you can see, we've got music back, and that is the obnoxious sound you're supposed to hear when opening and closing a door. Our girl is pretty thirsty. We're gonna get her some milk. As the memes would say, she needs some milk. And yeah, we're ready to sleep. 22:20. 22:30 is my target. Okay, so midnight activity tonight. We are pulling charcoal and stuff out of the trunk of the truck. And now that we have an empty truck, we are going to go and get some cars dismantled. I think we'll have time for 2. Yeah, let's do 2. So I'll take 2 welding torches and 1 welding mask. Alright, you know what? I'll take 3 just in case. Never know. Alright. Pop open here. So I'm going north this time to find more wrecks because, as far as I recall, there is going to be a roadblock of burnt wrecks between Muldraugh, which is where we are, and West Point. And I'm also just going to get out and kill zombies on the way because these are my roads and there needs to not be zombies in them. So when it comes to builds in Build 42 character trait combos, I've settled into something that I always do now. Give a moment, I'll pull it up here. So thin-skinned, restless sleeper, conspicuous, hearty appetite, prone to illness, slow healer, weak stomach, clumsy, cowardly, short-sighted, slow reader. Those are all the negatives. The positives: cat's eyes, dexterous, wakeful, whittler, organized, fast learner, athletic, strong, and ignore these other two traits. I just got them from post-character creation situations. Now that is what works for me. That is because my preferred weapons are short blunt. Short blunt is my preferred weapon, primary weapon, I should say. Because as you can see, I'm using a lot of other weapons. Like I got a spear here, and I'm using a sword. Those are spears and swords are like late game weapons that there are no traits that you can start with that make it better. Get out of the road, asshole. There's a trait to make zombies spawn in the road less often. I'd take that. I'd spend 2 or 3 trait points on that. Yes, wakeful and organized. I will not play this game without organized. Wakeful, I basically take that as a counterbalance to restless sleeper. Wakeful plus restless sleeper is just a change to your circadian rhythm. You can deal with wakeful, or rather, you can deal with sleeping in chunks much more easily if you take restless sleeper and wakeful. And restless sleeper is 6 points, 5 or 6, I cannot remember. But I know that wakeful is only +2, so that basically just leaves you with a positive. And all you got to do is basically work yourself into a circadian rhythm of going to sleep once in the early night, screwing around for a little bit in the middle of the night, then going to sleep again. If you do that as your rhythm, you'll do all right, in my opinion. It works for me. I mean, I don't even think about it anymore. So here we are. I'll start with just these two. Now, what I'm going to do before I start dismantling is just look all around me. Because while I'm dismantling, I am stuck looking in one specific direction, and my vision is shot because I'm wearing the stupid mask. Nobody cared who I was till I put on the mask. Okay, those 2 cars are done. The blue one over here, I cannot dismantle because it's not a wreck. It's just a regular car that's had a bad day. Really bad day. So with the truck, real easy to just pull up, just like with the trailer. You can pull up really easily and toss all the stuff you welded straight into the trunk. Now, about half of what you pick up is iron instead of steel. I don't have much use for iron right now. Steel is a hell of a lot more useful to me than iron. But, I'll take it. I'll take it. So as my last activity tonight, I'm going to go ahead and get this car out of the way, and there I can consider a very small portion of the roadblock removed. Winter is not hard at all as long as you have a couple of good items. Like, for example, what I'm wearing right now to endure the temperature, which is 10 degrees Fahrenheit, is just, I'm wearing a military jacket, a formal shirt, Hawaiian shirt. Like, those are almost no insulation, so just disregard those. The substantial things that I'm wearing are military jacket, long johns, leather pants, and honestly, that's it. I mean, I have a scarf, but I mean, really, the leather pants, the long johns, and the military jacket, those are doing all the heavy lifting in terms of keeping me warm. That being said, that does not keep me quite warm enough to just stand still outside. I need to have body heat generation. So there is a phenomenon in this game that is not very well explained to the player called body heat gen. If you have a stat bar, it's the very bottom here. Right now, my body heat gen is 3. I don't really know what the number means, but it can get as high as like 12, depending on how much physical activity you're doing. So as long as I'm not standing still outside for a very long period of time, I will not get very cold. So if you find yourself getting cold all the time, even when you're running around, that's a sign you should just put on a couple more layers. Probably something light, and just keep adding layers until you are no longer getting cold while running around. That's my recommendation. Other than that, I mean, winter is you know, once you've gotten your layers sorted out and you know what to wear and what not to wear and when to wear it, I mean, that's kind of hard to think about ahead of time. You just got to kind of do it and see what works. Again, with the circadian rhythm of being a restless sleeper with wakeful, I hardly even think about it anymore. I just realize, oh, 4 a.m. is coming up. 4 a.m. is when I go sleep for the second time. So here it is, 4 a.m. I'm already back at base, shutting down my engine, shutting the door, and I'm going to sleep. Now, the one thing I hate about winter that I absolutely despise is when the snow covers the ground completely. It makes it really hard to forage. Makes it really hard to forage, and it makes it you lose track of roads sometimes. Because as you can see, the wilderness overgrowth mechanic is creating these potholes full of grass out here on the road. Sometimes you can lose track of where the road is because of the snow. Because everything becomes this big white blur with just a little bit of grass. And sometimes it's hard to keep track of whether the grass is just this short grass here coming out of the road or the tall grass over here on the side of the road. Smoker, yeah. I could never run Smoker. Smoker is devastating to your action economy. Having to stop and smoke all the time, maintain a supply of fire starters. I mean, I'm sure you can get used to it, but it's Smoker and what is the other one? I used to do this one a lot. Hemophobic or Fear of Blood. I used to roll that a lot because it felt, oh, it's just free points. Just, you know, wash yourself periodically. Washing yourself takes a lot of time. That is devastating to your action economy. If you have to waste a couple hours a day washing yourself every day, I cannot express how harmful that is to your action economy. And when I say action economy, it's the number of things that you can do in a single day. That's usually what I think of in terms of just long term. Yeah, I would never want to hurt my action economy like that, but smoking, I guess, as long as you're post-scarcity on cigarettes, you have a big enough collection of it. You cannot yet rely on growing tobacco. That's not a thing yet. I tried to grow tobacco. Let me show you what happened when I tried to grow tobacco. If we go to my library here and go over my screenshots and I scroll back to my 42.7 character, she made it a little past the 1 year mark, which is when you can harvest tobacco. Where is it? She's not even a smoker, by the way. I just planted it, you know, for the sake of having it so that I can see how it works. Look at what happened to my tobacco. The growing season for tobacco is so fucking broken that tobacco cannot survive its own growing season. The way growing season works is the moment the month changes, your plants just fucking die. So if the growth season is April, May, June, July, August, and you get to September, all your fucking plants die. You got to harvest them before September if that's the growth period. But the growth time was 180 days, and there were only 5 months that were valid for it to grow in. It was literally impossible to grow tobacco. Now I'm curious to see if that's still a thing. So if I go to Discovered Recipes, go to Agriculture, Tobacco in the Teas, they still haven't fixed it. It's a little hard to see. I really want to make this point, so I'm going to open up Paint, and I'm going to zoom this in. So tobacco. Zooming in. Tobacco, minimum water level 70. Fine, whatever. Average time to grow 180 days. 180 days is 6 months. Now look at the planting season. April, May, June, July, August. That's 5 months. The average time of grow is 180 days. That's 6 months. These devs can't do basic fucking math. I'm sorry, I don't mean to get so mad about it. I just hate when they make such stupid little mistakes like this. I reported this as a bug when I first saw it, and it's gone unaddressed for months. You see, this basically right here, this is devs saying they do not give a fuck about people who pick the smoker trait. That's what this is. I mean, if you want to be a smoker, you want to sustain your habit indefinitely, because you can't go cold turkey in this game. Now you'll be stressed forever if you do. No, that's not an option. You can't go cold turkey. Otherwise, you'll be depressed. You'll kill yourself from depression. Fuck. I'm sorry. When I think about tobacco, it makes me mad in this game. Because I would really love to be able to sustainably produce tobacco for not just my character. What if in the future I have an NPC who is a smoker? But yeah, it's whatever. Unfit, puny, and slow metabolism. That's painful. That I don't think I would ever be able to get a solid opening. When I say an opening, solid map exploration. That would be very difficult. I've got a lot of steel scrap. Yeah, we're doing that next. Almost lost track. But yeah, sorry about getting all heated about the tobacco. That's just, as you can see from this screenshot, well, did I already lose it? I already lost it. Y'all saw from the screenshot, I planted a lot of tobacco. I waited 180 days for it to grow. Kept it fed, watered, and composted the whole time. And then it all just fucking died because the devs don't know how to do basic fucking math. Oi! It makes me angry. I would very much like to have devs who knew how to do math. Is that enough to ingot? I think that might be enough. No, not quite. How about a rod? Can I do a rod? Did I not get a single steel rod? Huh. I did not get a single steel rod out of that. I'm a little bit baffled. That's alright though. A lot of steel bar halves. Okay, now I can cast an ingot. How many ingot molds do I have left? Just one more. So this is my last ingot that I need to make. For the moment. I mean, I can always make more ingot molds. There is more steel, or I'm sorry, there's more clay in this area. Now that's interesting. These steel bar quarters, I cannot smelt them into the crucible. They're too small. So what I would have to do, I would have to actually forge them into the bar quarters. I'd have to forge those into bar halves, which I can do from. Damn it! I'm a little too far away from the forge. I have to take my tool kit here, put it in my secondary hand, then stand right here, and now I can forge these steel bar quarters into bar halves. Sit on the ground first. Wait, those are iron bars. I wanted to do steel. This game. Boy. Oh yeah, their plates are absolutely full. I would not. I don't contest that in the slightest. They have got a lot to do. I just what baffles me is just on the first pass, right? If they are not they don't get it right the first time, why bother implementing it? Why not put it in, test it thoroughly, and then call it feature complete, and then move on to the next feature? I don't understand that. That is probably the core, the crux of my criticism there, is that the fact that the devs are like adding things and then not making sure that the things that they add are even working properly, and then just moving on to the next thing. I think what makes me so mad about it is that it's a problem that I would have personally. That is something that I would do. Like that is a mistake I would make. And whenever you see somebody making a mistake that you would make, or at least in my experience, I like to try to, you know, don't succeed where I failed. You know, I have a rather serious attention deficit disorder. So seeing people who do good things fuck up as much as I would like to not see that. But what can I say? That's just me. Here we got 13 steel ingots. That is enough to fill an entire wooden crate of ingots. So that, I feel like, is enough to bring back with us for now. I'll leave that that box there. The rest of the stuff that I picked up, I'm going to sort into the boxes here. These 13 broken ceramic ingot molds. I'm a little mad that I can't recover the clay from those, but whatever. Okay, so to organize all of the stuff in these trunks here that I got from dismantling cars, what I'm going to do is take the iron, all the iron, and put it in one of these backpacks that I just put in my hand. All the iron in one, all the steel in the other. Now in my main backpack, I put everything else. So these aluminum, copper, nuts, screws, all the other crap. Main backpack can get that. Now I believe sheet metal scrap is actually unusable. Like its name literally says unusable metal. So I think that is actually going to get tossed in the, chucked in the bin, as it were. Okay, that's all I can carry for now. So the iron goes... I have a dedicated box just for iron stuff. A dedicated box just for iron stuff that is now full. I'm going to have to move the scrap metal elsewhere, because scrap metal is actually something that I don't think you can forge. Which is a little wild if you think about that. It is a little wild. Okay, and then the top box, I'm going to repurpose that for scrap and more iron. Because I actually do get... I'm getting more iron than I am steel from these cars. So I'm actually left with a little bit more than I really know what to do with here. Okay, everything else that's in there can stay there. Nuts and bolts can go in there. Screws and wire can go in there. Spare engine parts on the floor over here. The rest of the vehicular stuff. And then we've got some electrical wire for the electrical bin. Animal bones for the tailoring area up here. To be entirely honest, I don't know if I'll use all those. I'll just put them on the floor here. Now, sheet metal scrap, again, I don't know if I'm ever going to use that. I don't know if you can use that. I'm going to put it on the ground next to the garbage can here, as opposed to in the garbage can, just because I'm not sure. Not 100% sure if you can ever use that. So it was in this third one here that I'm putting the scrap. And then aluminum fragments, aluminum scrap, that can go in electrical. Copper scrap. That's a bit niche. I don't know if I have a designated spot for that. Yes, I do. Putting it in here with the jewelry. Alright. Wood axe can go back into my step van here. As a recap for anybody joining us, we've been spending quite a bit of time doing metalworking here, and we're pretty much now coming down the home stretch of being done with that. We're going to get our girl some food here. Alright, that is everything sorted. When I say metalworking, I mean both welding and metalworking, because we have been welding cars to take them apart, and then bringing back here to the base all of the stuff that we found in the cars. So I'm now moving the stuff from the trailer into the trunk of the truck. Since that project is pretty much done, all of this stuff can go into the trunk. And the trailer is now empty. And what I do with the truck is, because it has all my forging materials in it, I park it right here. And from where it is right here, I can access the trunk, which has all the materials in it, while still being in range of using the forge. Interesting. So, I want to level tailoring while I'm down here. There's a couple recipes that I could use that would really get me a lot of experience. If I just made some metal armor. For that, all I need is some steel sheets, leather scraps, buckles, forged needles. I got all that. I got stuff like that. I need some needles from the tailoring department, which is around the corner. And then I have tons of steel sheets. That's no problem. Oops. In fact, I'm going to take 3 of these steel sheets here, and I'm going to use welding to chop them up. Because if I use welding, that's a skill that I actually need to level. Metalworking, I've been 10 for a long time now. I don't need to level metalworking. So I just cut 3 steel sheets into 12 small metal sheets. And I'm just going to toss those into the trunk of the truck. And then, separately over here, I've got myself quite a few leather strips. I'm going to unbundle the other leather strips here. And then take some of this thread and a couple of these needles over to the truck. I'm going to put the needles into the backpack, favorite them. The reason I do that is because that will prevent the forge from accidentally using the needles for anything related to smelting, metalworking, that kind of stuff. All right, 20 leather strips, 8 thread. That ought to be enough. I can make some actual metal armor now. I'm not going to use it. I'm not going to wear it because I don't need it. I don't do heavy armor. But making it will increase my tailoring rather significantly, I think. I just need now a what am I missing? I'm missing a just looking at buckles. Missing buckles. Should have some buckles somewhere, don't I? Huh. I don't have very many buckles. Down here, at least. Back in Riverside, I got millions of buckles. Buckles are not hard to make. Just need some iron. I can turn some of this iron scrap. I think I can turn that into iron chunks somehow. Not 100% sure on that. Yeah, forge scrap into chunk. And I'm out of charcoal. Because of course I am. Fuck. So much for continuing that. I'm parsing what I want to do next. What am I in the mood for? Because you see, if I keep doing metalworking, I'll do it. I'll do it for the next 2 hours without blinking. I'm thinking now about doing something else just for the sake of mixing things up a little bit here. Because I mean, you know, it's not like the iron's not going anywhere. I can come back and do that whenever I want. I think I'm gonna go ahead and take the rest of my cups of cow's milk here. I'm gonna go out and do a patrol, kill some zombies. Because the last thing I want is for them to continue encroaching on my area here. Yeah, looking good up here. Alright, we are now going down the highway once more. Killing anything in our way. I swear there were some zombies in this crossroads when I re-entered town. I don't think I got out and killed them. I just avoided them. Huh. Well, I'm gonna expand my safe zone on the north side of the map. What? I got a little too close there. She pushed instead of chopped. Oops. Alright, so as you can see, we got a wreck right in front of us, and a few zombies up here. Oh, look at all that. That's a lot of stuff. This is just the trunk of a random truck. Sure, I'll take some of this stuff. Fully intact candle, a whole bunch of bolt cutters, some jarred food, some chips, fucking noisemaker. Hell yeah. Trauma bag with a bunch of first aid supplies, some ammo. Easy. There's a nice full loot bag there. The trunk of this vehicle in front of me is also of interest. Looks like I don't have access to the vehicle, so I'm going to bash open one of the windows. Look at that, we got a gas can in the trunk. A whole-ass large stone in there. Huh. If it wasn't for the fact that I could just reach out and pick a few of those up out of nowhere. Alright. Not a bad side encounter there. Always check the trunks of your local heavy-duty vehicles, even if they're, like, busted up horrifically. Because there could always be a whole lot of goodies in them. Alright, girl's getting a little thirsty. I forgot to refill my canteen. Closest water source is always the nearest house. Are you telling me that there is a generator in this house for some reason? Wacky. I walked into a house to get some water and I found another generator. I mean, I'm okay with it. I'll take every generator this game gives me. Take every single one of them. I took one turn off of the main road. Oh yeah, catch you next time. Thank you for joining, Diathan. What a nice find. Okay. That and the electronics. Easy peasy. Whole loot bag. So if it isn't already sufficiently obvious, what I like to do is use garbage bags to sort my loot. Because I put them in the trunk as garbage bags, then when I bring the vehicle back to the base, I can pick the garbage bags one by one out of the trunk and then empty the stuff that's in the garbage bags into their final resting place for the local loot stockade. Towing in reverse is super easy and I love it. headed up this road just for the sake of getting it clear. What's going on here? There's a zombie on the floor. I don't remember turning anybody into a crawler over here. Unusual. Anybody else up here hiding where they shouldn't be? That must mean that there's a group back there. There's just one zombie who came out. Come on. I gotta keep an eye on this tree area right here, this little wooded patch. There might be more in there if one of them came out. Zombies like to group up, so if you see one come from a direction, possible there'd be more. Worth a consideration. See, I don't know what's going on back here, but there's a group of them around that corner. I'm gonna pull them out piecemeal. Just because I don't see anymore doesn't mean there's not another one right on the other side of that tree. They're having... Yeah, look at that. There's two. There's one inside, the other inside this tree. It's a shit show when the trees start growing. Okay, that didn't work. I'm going to try and hit her from the other side, which I can because there is an open door right here. These seem like neat houses. I don't have a red rubber duck yet. I'll take that. Always on the lookout for more painkillers. Now this is interesting. Got a TV. Just a regular TV, nothing interesting there. But there is a stand for the TV. It looks pretty cool. Oh, I don't want to rotate it. I want to pick it up. Ooh, a home VHS. I always take those because those are usually unique. Animal Care 3 is a book I can actually read. So I'm taking that. These speakers here. I'm pretty sure that there are a few of these in Riverside, so I probably don't need to bring them back with me. But I will consider it for future operations. Worst case scenario, I just leave it here in my Muldraugh base. Okay, and now I want to get this roadblock cleared. To be honest, I think I'm not far from being able to get back to base just by taking these back roads. Yeah, if I head up and take a right up there, I'm already back at the residential roads to the south of Masgenteco. So right now, I'm basically just clearing my own roads. Not a lot of good room to maneuver back here. Alright, not perfect, but it's out of the way. I can get around it now. That's the most important thing. Clocked a couple to the right. I still have fatigue left over. I'm not tired yet. I'm gonna go kill them. This is my neighborhood now. I'm so close to the next level of Longblade too. Who's breathing at me? Oh, that's the other side of that fence. Don't care about that. Yeah, we have already... So this... Yeah, this is where Zippy's is. So we are now... Okay, I see, I see. So there is a gated community there. And there's zombies inside the gated community that I can't easily deal with if I'm just going on patrol over here. Ah, somebody behind me. Get over here. Little group over here. It's my sword. My sword needs to sharpen. Do that before I engage. Sup, hole? Aha. To the south. I'm going to bring them to the other side of the road, because I don't trust those trees that they're standing in. Right this way, folks. Yeah, I got nothing on those trees. Alright, I think we should have a straight shot back to base now. But we are approaching from the south, which, yeah, there's going to be a couple more, I think. I can't resist myself sometimes. Here we are, back at base. And it is already bedtime. That's good. Bedtime, we sleep. So we have done a nice job clearing Muldraugh so far. We have not gone all the way down Walker Road yet. That's TBA. I'm going to draw a couple of arrows here. This is just indicating where I have already patrolled. I used to have an add-on that let me freely draw on the map. I removed that because there was a possibility it was causing some instability. Emphasis on possibility. I mean, I never did figure out what caused my character's protection window to stop drawing, or to stop drawing on its own, rather. But yeah, that's a rather good patrol right there. That means basically anything inside of this zone, and we're already taking for granted that the highway is being patrolled often. Pretty much anything inside of that zone has been taken care of now. That is great. I'm happy about it. I should probably check the integrity of my pen. No, I'm not using it too much. Okay, that's good. We are up to 9 hours and 11 minutes here. I need to take a very short break here. Should not be longer than about 3 or so minutes. So I'm going to have my character read a book, and then I shall be back with you all shortly here. Let's get her something to drink really quick. Alrighty, I will be back at about 3. Oof. Alrighty then. We are back. Get some of this out of our inventory here. Yeah, I want to get rid of some more of these vents if I can. I'm so tired of looking at them. I have a sledgehammer in my vehicle, and I can sledge them about 2 at a time without the muscle strain building up. Really wish I could get some usable materials from this, but that would be a negative. All I'm doing is getting it out of the way visually so I don't have to keep looking at it. Foggy outside today anyway, so I'm not missing anything in terms of going out into the world. I hate fighting in the fog. It's not the thickest of fog, but it's also fog. Almost gone. Last two. Never have to look at those stupid vents again. Haha, good riddance. Oy. Absolutely worth it. 100% worth it. 200% worth it. So here's something I'm going to do to level... I'm going to level my welding and... just my tailoring for the moment, actually. So I've got a whole bunch of armor ready to be made. I'm just going to need to make... what was I short on? It was buckles. I need to make some buckles. And I need, in order to make more buckles, I just need some more charcoal. So we're doing another charcoal cut here. This will be an opportunity to get rid of some more of these trees that the zombies keep spawning out of. Looking forward to that. Alright, that's a fair bit for now. For the rest, what I can also do is I should still have some local corpse piles that I can dissect for belts. Belts will guaranteed get me a buckle. Anybody down here got a belt, perhaps? Doesn't look like it. I left, my past self left these, whatchamacallits, left these, things here for my future self to collect. To include some leather jackets here. Don't think I left anything else up here. Should have gotten everything else out of here. Yeah, I'm good. What I will do is while I'm here, I'll clean these dirty leather strips in the toilet. I think this formal shirt I actually want to keep because it is a nice color. Foot axe back into the passenger seat. And I do a little tailoring before I go to sleep here. Bedtime. As a midnight activity, we continue with a little bit of tailoring from the stuff that I left over here. Got some skirts to shorten still. Some sleeves to shorten. Trousers to shorten. And socks to shorten. Cool bit of experience for that. Socks I can no longer do anything with. Everything else that's in my inventory at the moment, I can chop up for materials. So a lot of the rags I just got, what I'm actually going to do with those is make some really simple tailoring things, like believe I can make some I'm gonna parse through what I can make here. So I tried to make a denim leather guard, and I made a leather strip one. How did that happen? I don't want leather strips to be used right now. I want leather strips in here. Alright, how much experience do I get for a neck guard? That's 26. How much for a bandana? It's 5. Okay, definitely not that. I think the neck guard is the best thing I can do for the moment. And that's just using rags. I'm not using anything else right now. Alright, 3:50, time to sleep. So I got about 1,000 experience left that I want to get in tailoring right now. It isn't until tailoring level 6 that I can make bulletproof armor. So all these vests that are stacked over here, cannot use them until I get the next 1,000 experience here. I'm just going to use up the rest of these rags that I have on me. Make a few neck guards. That was about 180 experience. That was pretty good. Okay, now what I do next is... Do I need the awl over there? I'm going to hold on to that. I want to make a few buckles. To make a buckle, I just need a steel or iron piece. I have literal tons of iron pieces, so that's great. Just going to turn all 17 of these iron pieces into buckles. Alright, that's 18 buckles to work with. So it looks like I need either aramid thread or sinew thread. I want to start making some of this metal armor. So I believe I can get sinew thread because I have some sinew over here, don't I? I have not killed any animals that can give me sinew. At least not down here. Aramid thread, I can get it, I really don't want to start breaking these bulletproof vests down into aramid thread. Fuck. That's rough. That's rough right there. I hate that aramid and sinew are the only two options. Like, I'm actually mad about that. Okay, I'm not that mad. I'm just... because that's all I can really do over here for this. What other tailoring options do I have that doesn't require leather? I can make a skull necklace. That's not gonna get me very far though. I mean, bone armor would be great, but I don't have a lot of... Ooh, tire armor. Tire armor. Yes, tire armor is some... Wait a minute. What were the requirements for that? Of course, sinew thread or aramid thread. That is... the devs have very heftily fetishized that shit. Sinew thread or aramid thread. Otherwise, fuck off. No high-level tailoring for you. I mean, really, there's just so many things that I cannot do because I don't have sinew thread or aramid thread. Aramid thread you get from breaking down bulletproof vests or firefighter gear. So what that means is aramid thread, there's a very finite amount of that on the map. You will run out of it. I'm going to go get some twine. Because honestly, these carving recipes are probably the best I can do right now. It's not that bad. I mean, I got so much twine that is actually not a problem in the slightest. just means all these leather strips are going to have to be used for something else. Whatever. I'm a little less than impressed. But it is what it is. No, I am playing the game 100% vanilla with the only exception of the stat bar mod. This is the only thing that is not vanilla. All of the settings and all of the everything else about the game is exactly as the devs intended, for better or worse. In certain cases, much worse. Game is great modded, but I don't play modded while it's unstable. Okay, so I want to not be using these gloves that I'm currently wearing, so I'm going to drop them right here. How many more gloves do I have over here? I have one with a pair of holes in it, don't I? Yeah, so the one with the pair of holes in it I'll make into a pair of gloves, bone gauntlets. So there's 78 tailoring experience right there. That was worth it. From there on out, yeah, vanilla is all I can. It's all I can play right now. I'm not going to play modded when the game is as unstable as it currently is. Yeah, I mean, common sense. It is. It is. A lot of what common sense adds should just be vanilla. And unfortunately, when you play the game modded, it's kind of hard to give feedback to the devs that makes it worth it. Let's do a bone mask, I guess, that uses the fewest leather strips. It's only a level 2 recipe, but whatever. 52 experience each. That used up all of my parts. How about some skull necklaces? That's only 13. Okay, I'm gonna smash the rest of these skulls. That's not even worth it. Okay, smashing a small skull doesn't work apparently. But these small bones, I suppose, are... Got 5 of them. Never did find any of the recipes for this shit. So that's, I need a hand drill if I want to be able to carve those beads. I need to go get a drill. Should have a drill in one of these boxes here. Yeah, hand drill. One left. I only need one. Would have been so happy to make metal armor right now, but that is not happening. Not if I need aramid or sinew thread. Fuck off with that. Two animal bones. This is probably better than smashing them into 2 pieces. Now I can make 2 bone chokers. 78 experience each. Getting really close. 2,587 out of 3,000. Let me do some quick math here. 3,000 minus 2587. That's 413 divided by 78. That would be 6 more bone chokers, so I'm out of bone chokers right now. Oh, 4 bone pieces left. I can carve each bone piece into a large bone bead, and then I can make 1 more bone choker. Okay, we're pretty close. We're not quite there yet, but we're pretty close. We are no longer using leather strips for tailoring, though. Not at the moment, at least. I'll take these rags and a needle and some thread out into the field with me, and I will I'll kill a bunch of zombies in a group so that I can finish off my tailoring projects here. So I'm so close. I can almost taste it. Alright, lights out. And 1,300 hours, that leaves us with plenty of daylight left. Not quite at the 10-hour mark on my stream yet. I do have to start thinking about what time I want to end the stream, because YouTube will cut me off if I don't. Had it before. Part 15 of this series, I went for 14 hours, and I didn't even blink until it was like, I don't know, 13:30, something like that. That was a big whoopsie. So that was 51 cups of cow's milk from the dispenser. So that determines how much longer we can stay out here for the most part, because I'm not going to be doing any more big cooking projects, really. All right, 10 cow's milk to bring with me out in the field. Now we've got an empty dispenser bottle. Add to the stack over here. And off we go. Look at that, the snow just deleted itself. Good riddance. I don't like the snow in this game. It's a little bit too opaque. Not done very well. So basically what I'm doing at the moment, just going to grab a whole bunch of this stuff I've left for myself on the side of the road. Put it all in the trunk of the ambulance here. We're going to use the ambulance as a tailoring vehicle. It also feels a little flat, so I'm going to get a vehicle kit together for the ambulance. And inflate its tires. Definitely was in need of some inflation here. Oh, that feels much better. Alright, on the hunt for tailoring clothing piles. Past me would have left future me something on the side of the road here. Surely. Okay, maybe not. See, unfortunately, it's been just long enough that all the mega piles that I've deleted have, for the most part, decayed. I think I saw a live one down there, too. Let's go deal with that. Anybody in this area? I see her. She grouped up with another one over here. Sup? And looks like there's a third and a fourth. I hate groups in the trees. With a passion. Fortunately, that bullshit's only going to get worse as time keeps passing. That's a cute bright green. Didn't want the striped polo shirt, though. This is one of the reasons I kill them in groups. Well, not groups, but like piles. So that it's a little easier to sort through and come back and loot them when the time comes to do tailoring work. Tailoring and or precious metal working. Okay. That's all the corpses on this side of the fence. I kind of killed them just willy-nilly back here. That skirt is actually broken. If it's broken, you cannot tailor it for experience. I don't know if there's actually that many left in Muldraugh in terms of large groups. We might have actually wiped out all the large groups. I don't know how many of the groups that are down to the south in front of the police station. I don't know how many of those are still intact, how many of them might have decayed. I'm actually gonna go find that out now, because these smaller groups are so disparate out here. Just gonna take a straight shot down to the PD. Yeah, a lot of the groups up here have decayed. Been a few weeks since I've been down here, so at least I left a few things behind for myself. Aside just from a street covered in blood. Well, I left myself a couple of fixer-uppers. That's about it. Shit. Well. Yep, all of the mega piles from clearing the PD are gone. That's actually really unfortunate. It just means that it would have been much better for me to level my tailoring earlier than now. Because now all that's left in Muldraugh is going to be, well, so I know of a place where there's going to be a large group. I still know of at least one place. And I still have an outpost in that area. So that is my next destination then. This is not one of the big groups I was talking about, but there's a group here. I'm gonna kill them.
Hey!
Long blade, level 5. I now switch to spears. A lot of chickens in this area. I've been meaning to consolidate them, actually. But I'd rather find an animal trailer before I do that. If I could find an animal trailer, then I can move... Oh, look at that. There's an animal trailer. If I can find an animal trailer, then I can move a lot of chickens at once, as opposed to one at a time. Avoiding moving them one at a time is a necessary thing. So we're going to have a couple peeling in our direction here. Just going to kill them all. Pinpoint hearing motherfucker up here. Did I finish connecting this? Yes. That is a slow shambler off to the left there. So he's going to take a minute to get to me. Alright, now he's getting on my nerves. Boy, behind you, dumb fuck. Anything in there already? Nope. Now what this tells me is the first animal I put in there is going to just die for no reason. That always happens. I don't know if there's a way to preempt that. Maybe I'll try. I don't know. Alright, because this chicken has been exposed to zombies for a long time, it's probably stressed to high hell. I'm not expecting to ever get it not stressed. Oh, it's calm. Never mind. I don't know. I'm gonna pick up some grass and feed it. Alright, so it is well fed, not thirsty. It should have no reason to die if I put it in here, but it's probably gonna die. Oh, look at that, it didn't die. Cool. Okay. I'm gonna go get the rest of them. We're gonna have a lot of chicken. It's like they've left a lot of eggs laying around. I take all them eggs. So some of these hens are fertilized. That means we got a rooster out here somewhere. Interesting. there's the cockerel up there. That is a Rhode Island cockerel. Would have preferred a leghorn. I'll take what I can get. I'm not picky at this point. Now, one of the things about roosters is they're a bit finicky. If they're agitated, they'll bite you. They'll scratch you. So I'm giving this one a pet. Feed and water the bad boy, and then put him in there. Don't know if there's any more. I think there's just these this group. See, the zone doesn't say there's any more, but there might be some others nearby. Because obviously, if they're in a zone, but then they run out of it, then they have fled the zone, and they'll just continue wandering until they die at that point. So same with the same chickens. The chickens have the same thing as mammals do, where if you have males of the same species, they'll kill each other if you pen them up together. So assuming I find a cockerel, I will of the leghorn variety, I will create a separate pen for them. Now I know up this road, I have the safe house that I had from the for the police station raid. And there should be 3 hens in there. No cockerels. It's kind of hard to turn around here, but I have that's the power of an ambulance, is you can actually you can push it. You can push vehicles so hard that you can actually just continue backing up. Alright, all these bad boys are... Why did this one just run out of the zone? It is not stressed, so I think it's just stupid. Animals will leave their zones. They're not supposed to if they're not stressed or they're not running away from a zombie. But whatever. Alright, that's everything else. And then there's 1 hen left after this. There's a lot of chickens in Muldraugh, to be honest. I'm definitely not going to get them all if there's more than one male of each species. I'm not going to get more than that. Alright, so that's all the chickens from that safe house. And then there are a couple of yards along this road that both have chickens. There's 2 of them. So I'm going to still those chickens too. Is this the one? I think this one may have a male leghorn. Check the zone here. No. No males in this zone. What about this chick? We've got a chick over here. The chick is a female. I'm feeding and watering them all before I put them in the vehicle, because I think doing so will prevent them from instantly dying when you stick them in the trunk. At least I think that's how it works. I don't know that for sure. Now, something I can do, to potentially draw them over here, make it easier to deal with, is I pull out a grass cutting, and then they start coming at me.
Come on.
Huh. That doesn't work at all. I've had that work very well with cows, but I guess chickens are not smart enough to see me standing there waving food at them. They are pretty stupid animals. Sometimes you gotta shove the food right in their face for them to realize that they're being fed. Bird brain is an expression for a reason. I'm long overdue getting one of these barrels, too. Wait a minute, this doesn't count as a barrel. Looks like it won, but it's not. Alright, anything left in this zone? This zone is now empty. It's a miracle they survived as long as they did. Most chickens, if you leave them in a yard, just 1 yard, and they're not fenced in, well, I mean, they're just fenced in this lightly, foxes will annihilate them in a matter of days. But predators are not implemented in the game yet. Hello, we got a zombie, 2 zombie. I need to kill them because they are close. We're back to spears since I've gotten the level 5 long blade. Alright, now back here, there's a lot of trees. I'm gonna have to be cautious about this. Sword out. Now, the chickens in this zone, thankfully, are all in the same place. All I gotta do is go up to the hutch, and they're all in the hutch. Hello, hutch, over here. So it looks like we got a hen and a hen. There's no cockerel over here. Damn, okay. I thought there was going to be a cockerel of the leghorn variety. That's something I would really like. But never found one. Unfortunate. We will just we'll deal with the one that we have. I mean, what that really means, I don't have to separate the I'll have to separate the chickens. I can put them all in one area. Seven animal feed bags, really? Fascinating. That's a lot of animal feed bags for a group of chickens. Okay. Yeah, sure. I'll use those. Okay. We came away with 16 chickens. Nice. Each one of those animal feed bags is another sack once it's empty. Okay, now I'm going to drive just straight around the corner to my field base at the gas station and take a nighttime sleep there. Alrighty. Just a little snooze, and then when I wake up, midnight activity is to just ship them up to my main outpost for the area. It'll be a low priority task to bring them all back to Riverside. Distant future sort of thing. I don't think I'll be doing that this stream. Just gonna head back to back to Riverside, but back to outpost, get a chicken coop set up, and get them to work breeding. Now I think if I want them to actually lay eggs, fertilized eggs, then I need to I'll need to have a heater, because if the temperature gets too low, the eggs die. The fertilized eggs die. But since some of the hens are already fertilized, then all I gotta do is have a heater up for when they lay the egg, and just keep it fed for a couple days. Keep the whatchamacallit, I'll put the chicken coop on this side of the base, in front of this door here. Okay, I'm gonna sleep before I finish this, so that I don't screw up my sleep schedule too much. Didn't quite accomplish what I set out to do, but that's okay. Saw an opportunity and I took it. I never regret that. And 4 a.m. time to sleep. Oh dear, I had a nightmare. Well, that's alright. I know how to make stress go away. I got a bunch of animals I can pet now. If I wanted to make a heater, space heater for the animals, I can now make a simple metal oven. That would be a great thing to get some welding practice in on. One door knob, 2 door hinge, and then some metalworking stuff. Two steel sheets, 2 small welding rods, and 1 scrap metal. Then if I want to do a door, I don't even need scrap metal for that, just sheet. This welding torch is now empty. I don't recall using it up, but okay. $117 experience for a metal door. I just need 1 scrap metal. Now I can make a oven. Okay, yeah, I don't care about this. Deleted those items. Now I can get the trash can out of the way. Trash can go over here now. $195 experience. Excellent. What's going on with that? Why can I not... There's no way to add wood to it. It's literally just a fucking decoration. Okay. Can I at least get it out of the way? I have to drop some stuff. Guess I'll swap it for the other one. I mean, if I can't even fucking use it for anything, then I don't know what I'm even bothering with. Okay, so I'm going to put the antique oven, or the old stove. Since this is actually fucking functional, I put that one over there with the chickens. And the other one, since it's literally just a decoration, I'll put it next to my, Oh, look at that. Okay, so I couldn't do anything with it before, but now I can pick it up, or now that I've picked it up and put it back down, I can actually light it. I don't know why it wasn't working properly before, but at least now it is. Whatever. Let's get the rest of this thing built here. .35, so I got about 1 hour left on stream here. Is there no way to build this? There's no way to build it. Let's try building it from this side, maybe. It's all so tiresome. Am I going a little overboard by building my animals their own indoor room? Maybe. Maybe. But I want to. That's what I do. Now I just need to get them some water. To get them some water, I need to get 2 of these dispenser bottles filled with water. That'll be a total of 30 liters. And then I just need 2 buckets. And that will be a total of 50 liters. So we're going to go make a visit down to the lake, get ourselves cleaned up, and come back with some agua for the chickens. Yeah, since I'm going down to the lake, I really should have brought a shovel and a couple of sacks so that I could take some more clay down here, but whatever. Too late. Some of these trees are starting to bloom already. It's only February 9th. I was not expecting to see trees bloom until at least March, but I am not okay with it. Already done with the depressing winter. Look at this. It's a little early for Sakura, but yeah. Trees are pretty. There's a zombie down to the south there, but I'll come back and kill it. The hell? Okay. Just wasted 10 liters for that. Because for some reason it decided to spawn some fucking hay. I don't know why. There's something wrong with animal troughs in this game. Like, seriously wrong with them. Whatever. I don't know why I can't see water. Something weird going on here. I hate animal troughs sometimes, I really do. Right, there's a duplication problem with the small ones. I forgot about that. Okay. That's actually not that big of a deal. That just means that what I was looking at is not a problem. Just good old-fashioned 42.10 problems. I cannot plaster these brick walls, but I don't really care about that. That's fine. There's a zombie over here. Fuck you. I do not accept zombies right now. Mash and Fatco is closed. I felt like leveling my... Okay, it would be amazing if I could back that thing up just a little closer. Just so that the menu does not get closed when I'm unloading it. Okay, I think that's about as close as I can get. That should ensure that the menu does not get closed while I'm removing chickens. Yes. Now the door is blocked. Fuck. Well. About now. There we go. Need to keep them in this zone, which I haven't even created a zone yet. Moldy chicken. Damn it. This is why I don't want this stupid menu to close on me. Alright, hopefully that got them far enough away that pulling the trailer forward doesn't kill them. Nope, everybody's away. Good. I'm so tired of navigating around this stupid, whatchamacallit. This fire hydrant. Fire hydrant's gotta go. Oh, wait a minute, I can pick it up. Yeah, I can pick it up. I don't need to break it. I just need a E-tool. Easy peasy. Alright, total of 16 chickens in this area. And we've got 6 hours of fuel left. And our girl's pretty hungry, so we're going to give her a beef roast after all that good work. Shit. I'm not very good at keeping a stove fueled. I'm not very good at that at all. Because apparently, it's already gone out. I wish I could have more than 8 hours of fuel in it. Well, none of them have laid an egg yet, so... Why do the eggs keep appearing here? That's wrong. The eggs should not keep appearing on the ground right here. That's really stupid. I don't know why that's happening. Staying zoomed all the way out when I go to sleep now because I want to... Look at that. Look at that. I didn't see it happen immediately, but there are 2 eggs just spawned out here for no fucking reason. It's so irritating because I just built that pen, and I just went through all the effort of making it a heated pen, and now the eggs that I need to heat so that they don't die of the fucking cold are spawning out goddamn side. Ugh, it's annoying. Okay, whatever. I don't care. I literally don't care. If the game's gonna be like that, then so be it. It's fucking... Oh, it's all so tiresome. Maybe if I leave the zone and return to it. Maybe? I don't know. Look at that, more fog. Never get tired of fog in this game. That was a joke. I get really tired of fog in this game. Alright, current goal is to, we're gonna hit... It's 11 hours in. I don't have much more time after, so I'm gonna go ahead and hit a, I'm gonna hit one of the storage units. And when I say hit, I might actually need to... I never geared back up. I don't have my weapons with me. I have my mace, but... Damn it. Good old-fashioned mace it is. Call me Mace Windu. What's up? Hello, losers. Bit of a side road here, but YOLO. Y'all don't scare me. Short blunt level 9, motherfuckers. You're gonna need to get more zombies out to kill me. Yeah, I hear you. Why don't you come down here and join me? South. This is a pretty light blue. Yeah, I hear you. Why don't you hurry up and get over here? Cease your mouth breathing. I don't think it can hear me. Eventually, they'll all come out of the woods. It'll take them a minute. Another to the south. It's also tiresome. You know, come on out of there and have some fun. Two south. There's still more. There's still more in these godforsaken trees. Alright, so here is a looted and trashed used storage. No, wait a minute. No. This is a place I've cleared already. Yes, this is one of the storage units I've cleared already. Which means this is just south of the hotel. Yeah, the hotel's right here. Look at all these fucking respawns. I am appalled and disgusted and disballed and augusted. Particularly like that the door is allegedly open, but I can't see that it is. The devs went through all the effort of programming doors to be left open accidentally if you start targeting too quickly when you get out, and then they never added an animation for what open doors look like. It's almost as if the devs of this game are incapable of finishing any aspect of it to fruition. They just get a little ways in and they're like, oh, maybe I should do this instead. And then they completely stop doing what they were doing and start a new thing. Alright, 11 hours, 16 minutes. I need to start wrapping things up here. I have left the area and returned, and I'm hoping that the chickens will no longer be laying eggs outside. Thank goodness the chickens are no longer laying eggs outside. They're not outside, so they shouldn't be laying eggs outside. But before, they were laying eggs outside, because this game does what it wants. Doesn't take no shit. Now there are eggs on the floor inside. As there should be. And look at them run in circles. That happens because zombie. Oh, where is the fucking thing? You saw them running. They were going nuts for some reason. Hello, bitch. Hanging out at my back door. Get over here. I'm not accepting visitors right now. Visiting hours are between 25 o'clock and 26 o'clock on February the 31st. Alright, it's 50 degrees in here. I don't know if that's warm enough for them to lay eggs and not have them freeze. In real life, I'm pretty sure they gotta be at a nice temperature, otherwise they will not survive. Dunno. Population multiplier. Whatever the default is. 1.0, I'm guessing. I don't change any of the game settings. Everything you're looking at is vanilla, build 42.10. Pretty much every zombie you've seen in the past hour or so has been respawn as opposed to a regular spawn. We have mostly wiped out the infestation here in Muldraugh. Mostly. Yeah, this is default vanilla apocalypse right here. The only mod that I have is the stat bar. Everything else is exactly as the developers intend for the default experience of the game. All this can go in here. So can the undies I picked up, and a whole bunch of jewelry for the top drawer. Everything else is for tailoring. The last thing I want to do before I have to... I mean, I'm coming up on the end of the stream here. 11 hours, 20 minutes. YouTube only lets you do up to 12 hours. And they usually cut you off a little bit before then, so... Just going to see if I cannot get tailoring level 6. I only need 300 more experience. And I've got a lot of stuff. So I'm going to give that an honest shot here. Now, most of the tailoring stuff I picked up, I tossed into the trunk of the ambulance here. So all I got to do is back the ambulance up to the crafting station there, and just do some work right out of the trunk. So what I'm going to do is when the internal temperature gets below 50, that's when I'll light the fire. rid of the socks here. Now what I would like to do is separate the leather strips from the leather and the denim from the rags. So the leather and the denim I'll just drop on the floor right here for the moment. As well as my own gloves. I'm going to drop my own gloves on the floor because I want to use the gloves that I found in my backpack here. I'm going to use those for crafting these I'm going to start the fire now. Melee is most 90% of what I do. Melee is a lot more reliable than guns, in my opinion. Let's light the fire with splinters here. This will keep the, ostensibly, if any of these eggs are fertilized. I think the game actually tells you if they are. So just in case the chickens lay any fertilized eggs, that will keep them from freezing overnight. But yeah, I play a construction worker, and I roll, strong, athletic, fast learner, organized, whittler, wakeful, dexterous, and cat's eyes. Now, the most important of that for melee combat, construction worker, whittler, athletic, and strong. Those four combined, very, very powerful. The whittler and construction worker, those two traits combined, whittler can get you short bats pretty quickly by leveling your carving skill, and construction worker gives you a +3 to masonry. When you get to level 8 masonry, you can build your own maces. Maces are best in slot for short blunt, better than anything else you find in the game. So I'm a hardcore short blunt enthusiast for that reason. I think there's a really great build for it. So we are now cutting up some denim and leather until we are ready to sleep here. Right, feed our girl some milk, and she go to sleep. Now, we are a restless sleeper, so we wake up in the middle of the night, screw around for a bit here. I'm going to make sure that the fire keeps going, because I don't want the chickens' eggs to freeze. Chickens are fine, the cold doesn't bother them. But their eggs, I think, are sensitive these days, so... Alright, they should be set for tonight. Okay, some dirty stuff to clean up. That I will handle tomorrow. I'll step down to the lake, get that stuff cleaned up, Yeah, no, chicken meat and eggs. No, I don't do. Chickens are actually not really essential to my weight management. Weight management is all about cows, because with cows you get milk and then you get butter, right? So right now I'm in weight loss because I'm currently at 82.7 kilo. I like to eat small meals with butter added to each of them. When you have several Holstein cows, you can milk them for a lot of butter, or for a lot of milk. You get a butter churn. You can churn 5 liters of milk at a time into a stick of butter. Just add that butter to small meals, like with eggs, for example. That's usually where the chickens come in. I'll make basically some butter omelets. 2 eggs and 1 stick of butter, and just eat one of those every time I get hungry until I get into rapid weight gain. If you don't have a stat bar, you can look at the character's weight menu, and you'll see 2 upward arrows to indicate when you're in rapid weight gain. And then I stay in rapid weight gain until I get to around 85 kilo. Then I stop and do nothing but drink fountain cups of cow's milk every time that I get hungry. A fountain cup of cow's milk is exactly enough to make the hunger shut up. So, for example, I'm down to 81 hunger. If I drink a fountain cup full of cow's milk, I will be all the way up to 96 hunger. So that shuts it up for a while. And yeah, as a restless sleeper, I now have to go to bed again at 4 a.m. Restless sleeper with wakeful. I find the best circadian rhythm is go to sleep for the first time at around 22:30, screw around overnight, and then go to sleep again at 4 a.m. And that should keep you in a good state. Now, we got snow. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this bullshit. The fucking eggs are appearing outside again. This makes me so mad. This makes me so mad because if any of these eggs were fertilized, they're fucking dead now because they've been outside in this snow, 22-degree weather. Fucking, I don't know why eggs are spawning outside. As you can clearly see, all the chickens are inside. But this game is buggy piece of shit just doing whatever it wants to do. I'd love to submit a bug report, but the devs mostly ignore my bug reports these days. So, yes, I'm just playing the game for the sake of enjoying it, really, at this point. The devs don't want to take my bug reports. That's what it is. Some stuff needs to be moved now. I've got a lot of stuff in here. Yeah, these elbow pads need to get moved up. Alright, wood axe needs to go back into the field kit of my primary vehicle here. And we're at 11 hours, 32 minutes. I still got a little bit of time. I'm going to go make a visit to the here in North Muldraugh here in Mass Gen Thaco. You've got a river. Or, I'm sorry, not a river, a lake over there to the right side. I don't know where these assholes came from, but we're going to deal with them. Y'all are on my property. My property is this entire town, so consider yourselves excoriated. Okay. I have not seen very many zombies spawn in the woods here, so I'm going to go ahead and use Walk 2. If you use Walk 2, your character will automatically avoid the bushes and trees that can cause scratches otherwise. Hotkey for Walk 2 is Y. And now I'm going to wash my clothes and these denim strips. Now, okay, I said that there were not very many zombies by the lake. I guess I was talking some shit, because apparently there's some zombies by the lake. Hello, zombies by the lake. How about you become zombies in the ground, please? Come on. Thank you, Karen. Anybody else? Any more zombies by the lake right now? These are all respawns. I've cleared this area a long time ago. And now they're respawning, so that's vanilla Zomboid for you right there. No escaping it. Now, to ensure that I don't get ambushed while I'm cleaning myself up here, what I usually like to do is stand somewhere where I can, like, face in this direction. So that way I can pretty much see anything coming at me, so I can feel comfortable fast forwarding. As long as there's nothing coming up, there's no chance of anything coming up behind me, it's safe to fast forward a little bit. Alright, we got ourselves cleaned up, and all these denim strips cleaned up. And now I'm going to see if I cannot finish this last bit of tailoring. I only need like 40 more experience. I'm so close. I can almost taste it. Tailoring level 6 is not in and of itself a big break point, but I have the next volume of book to read. So as soon as I get tailoring level 6, we're off to the races. I can read the next book, and I can start off my next session nice and strong. Okay. 7 hours of fuel left. So anybody who actually lays their eggs in there like they're supposed to, their eggs will be fine. I was hoping for a couple of fertilized eggs. That would be nice. Alright, tailoring what I can. A couple of skirts to shorten. A couple of jeans. Alright, we got a ton of denim strips and leather strips. I want to start by using just the rags. So the rags are still over here. Tailoring. There is still some stuff I can scrap on the floor, I think. Or not on the floor, in my inventory. Here we go, too many skirts. There we go. Alright, now, if all you've got is thread, needle, and a bunch of rags, your best way to level tailoring is going to be spamming neck guards. Because that's a lot. I did not even need to do more than one. Fantastic. Okay, so I'm tossing this neck guard in the trash. And that is us done with tailoring level 6. We can now read the book for the next stage of tailoring. And most gloriously, at tailoring level 6, you unlock, or assuming you've already got the recipe, you unlock the ability to make bulletproof vest armor. So these bulletproof vests that have been setting up here for quite a while now, I can finally start using them to make armor. However, I need duct tape and or sinew thread. Sinew thread has been a problem for me for a while now. So I'm actually not going to be able to do that anytime soon. Aramid thread. It would be a waste to use that when I could use sinew thread. Sinew thread you can get from butchering an animal. As fate would have it, a lot of animals to butcher right now, but I don't actually think you get any sinew from a chicken. I could be wrong about that. I'm actually going to go ahead and butcher one of my roads, one of the Rhode Island Reds. I'll butcher one of them and see if I can get any sinew. Now, if I don't, then the chickens are just not useful for sinew. That's fine. If they are useful for sinew, hell yeah. And even if I cannot get any sinew from it, I will still get some, bones that I can turn around and use the bones for, other tailoring projects. $11.39. I'm cutting it really close, but I'm almost... Last thing I want to find out is whether I can get sinew from chickens. I want to kill one that's not fertilized, so I'll take this leghorn here. Wait a minute, no, this one's only adolescent. I need to pick up an adult because okay, this one's an adult and this one is not fertilized. Okay. So, never kill an animal near other animals. Alright, give me some sinew, sweetheart. Nope, no sinew. Okay. Chickens are useless for butchering then. Like, there's the food and that's it. I didn't even get any fucking bones from it. I guess chicken bones are completely useless. Whatever. Now when you butcher a chicken, you get a whole chicken. So you cut it up into parts. At least I got some cooking experience for that. Okay. So the chicken parts go into the fridge for, I'll make a meal out of that later, I guess. Damn it. Okay, I gotta take that call. So, stream is gonna come to an end here, folks. We've done good things here. We've learned some stuff. I'll probably have to do more tailoring back at base next stream. So, good game. I will see you all in the next one, hopefully. Hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you all later. Now, the last thing I always like to show everybody that I do, always back up your save. So in the center here, this is my save folder, and on the right here is my backup folder. I'm going to make a new folder in the backups. This is the 18th backup, so I make a folder called 18, and then I just copy the entire save folder in there. And that will take a while. So 630 megabytes across 200 and literally 250,000 files, 245,000 files. So I will let that run.